So the YouTube feed has started. So the YouTube feed has started. I gotta mute it. There we go. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen.
Ryan, you give me a signal when to start.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We still have about 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Still have 1 minute. And before we get started, if everyone could, if you're not speaking at the beginning part here, just have the board members keep your video and audio on. Everyone else, just the bottom left where it says stop video. And then when called on later, you can come up. So board members, superintendent, and Mr. Delaney are usually the only ones on at the start. And Mrs. Roy will start in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
And there's been a request from the boardroom that just due to the sound issues and trying to run it on the screens while also simultaneously having to use the board computer, it's difficult to hear. So don't yell at each other, but let's all talk a little bit louder and clearer so they can hear downstairs. And Mrs. Roy will start in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Alachua County regular school board meeting of June 16th, 2020. The meeting will now come to order. The first item is the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve or adopt the agenda?
So move.
All right,
Second.
Mr. Heights moved and
Second.
Dr. Paulson has seconded. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to pull consent number 2 off, please.
Okay. And would that be for a separate vote?
I'd like to have discussion before we vote on item extension of contracts for school-based and district level administrators.
Okay. So, well, I don't think we want to wait till the very end of the meeting to discuss that, or so we usually add it at the end of the action items. But that might be kind of late. Do you suppose we could add it before the first action item? Mr. Moore, would that be all right?
Yes, Madam Chair, it doesn't have to be the last action item. It can be the first.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Put consent item 2 first before we begin the action items. Okay, is there a motion, or do I have to have another motion, Mr. Delaney? No, okay. Then we will adjust the consent agenda to read 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and do consent item 2 before the action item. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. All right, the next item is the superintendent update. Mrs. Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of items for the board and the public this evening. First of all, congratulations to the class of 2020. Obviously a very untraditional, not traditional end to the school year, and obviously some very creative ways to honor our graduates over the past several weeks and months. There were, if I start getting into naming names and organizations that helped to do that, I would leave someone out, so I hesitate to do that. But we had an incredible team at the district that were able to pull off graduation ceremonies for our students. And they also did a great job making sure that the weather held out for us. Yes, it was a little hot, but we were lucky to pretty much avoid the rain. We had a little bit of drizzle at one of the ceremonies, but it seemed to go off pretty well. And also had some incredible sponsors from the community who came together to help cover the cost of the full color inserts for the Gainesville Sun, where all of our graduates were recognized, and also the virtual ceremonies that CBS 4 has been running, and those will continue running this week and actually into next week as well. And there were community sponsors that came through to be able to make those a reality for our seniors. So just so incredibly thankful for the support. Saw lots of signs up in the community congratulating the class of 2020, either the signs that they had made or signs on their marquees. So we know that our seniors were able to go out knowing that their community supported them and wishes them well in their future endeavors. Second, I would also like to offer congratulations to Kannapaha Middle School and Hawthorne Middle High School. They were 2 of only 60 schools selected statewide to participate in this first phase of the Civics and Debate Initiative. So they were selected by the Department of Education. So congratulations to Ms. Estes and her team at Kannapaha and Mr. Ferguson and his team at Hawthorne Middle High School for that recognition. Third, I just wanted to address a couple of things. We've had some concerns over the past several weeks about the recent land purchase and how that's impacting the work that we could be doing at our East Side schools, or schools that serve our students on the East Side. And one I want to make sure of is that the public is aware that no money has been diverted from schools that serve our students who live on the East Side of Gainesville. We are still moving forward with all of those project plans. Over the next 15 months or so, you're going to see quite a bit of construction and about $70 million invested in the East Side. We've got some of our big initial projects. In fact, the first demolition will be July 14th, I believe is the date, 13th or 14th, where we will start taking down the buildings at Howard Bishop and demolishing that site to make way for a lot of new buildings on that campus. And then the groundbreaking at Metcalf will happen shortly thereafter. With Metcalf, we are building first, then tearing down because we want to make sure we have a place for the students to go during that time. So you'll see a lot of new things going up there first. And then of course, Idlewild, same thing, we'll be starting the demolishing there in several weeks and beginning that construction. And Prairie View is almost finished, ready to accept our students that will need to be there as a transition school. So a lot is going on, but I want to make sure that we ensure the community that we have not diverted any dollars from those projects. Those projects are all moving forward as planned, as we listed in our project plans. Another thing we're pretty excited about is the recent release, for lack of a better word, of the CARES Act funding. That's some of the stimulus money that's coming from the federal government. Florida has finally been able to start drawing on some of those dollars. And so we received about 150 pages of the governor's reopening that I shared with the board last, I guess Thursday is when that was released. But they have just given us some guidance on how to start drawing down some of those funds. And there will be separate opportunities for that. But the first one has to do with how we address the COVID slide, so to speak. And what has that done to our students who have been out of a traditional classroom for so long, potentially exacerbating those achievement gaps? And how can we do that? And they're using the words a lot, dimmer switch approach. That's the phrase that we keep hearing from the Department of Education, because the governor has said that we need to reopen schools as scheduled in the fall. That's the guidance that they're providing us. But this gives us an opportunity to open our doors earlier to our students that will need it the most. And there will be some state funding that will enable us to do so. As you know, we already have a summer program in place right now. It is virtual, but we have that available at all of our schools. So this will be something even separate from that. So we will be providing, and this is very, very early because they've given us essentially a turnaround that this has to be done, and a certain number of hours of instruction all has to be done before school starts. So this is an extremely tight timeline where we will have to have formal plans submitted to DOE for approval within we have about 7 work days to be able to pull this off. So we will be offering face-to-face instruction for students that that need the extra support in reading at 11 of our schools, 11 of our elementary schools. And one of which will also host Idlewild because we won't have a campus for them right yet. But we will basically have teachers and paraprofessionals on site to be able to work with our students face-to-face. We will also have counselors, school guidance counselor we can employ during that time also. If we need those additional social emotional supports for students coming back into a traditional setting for the first time. They'll also be able to help us with making weekly calls to parents to update on progress. What we're looking at right now is a Monday through Thursday from June 29th through July 23rd is the time. And students will be in class from 8 until 12:30. This will focus on reading and literacy. Students will get breakfast and lunch, and we will be providing transportation. So the individual schools will be working with their school communities to identify those students, reach out to the parents individually to extend those invitations for them to come to participate in our summer jumpstart program. And we can also provide them transportation if needed. But a part of this, the progress monitoring will be a big piece of the grant follow-up. Of making sure that we're following that, and pre and post testing for our students to kind of see where our students have where they're scoring now coming back into school after being out of school for 3 months. So again, this is hot off the press because we've had a very tight timeline. I've never seen a timeline so tight when it comes to DOE. But we're having to pull that together quickly, but our principals have been ready to move quickly with this. Our transportation department is ready to move quickly. HR and curriculum and finance have all been at the table to pull something together to where we can bring students back in, maintaining social distancing, looking at some of our ideas as we reopen school to everyone in August. This gives us a chance to test run some of those things and see how that flows as well. But this is a great opportunity to jumpstart our students moving into 2020. So we're fortunate to have this funding available to us that we will be able to help serve our students even more this summer, because as I said, we already have students in a summer program right now. And so basically there won't be skipping a beat. They could end that program Thursday and then pick this one back up on the following Monday. So we are excited about that. And then the last thing I wanted to address is our Head Start program. We received a phone call. We have nothing yet in writing that the Head Start grant would be going to some other organization. We don't know who that organization is as of yet. The federal government actually moved to a competitive grant model in 2011. But because of the cycle, and this was the first time that we were required to actually go through that process. And they have not said what organization, as I said, or when they're going to make that announcement as to which organization. So we do not know that. We don't have any feedback on the grant application. We do not have any details on the scoring of that. So there really is not, there's no strong information out there. There's nothing in writing that shows us anything like that right now. And the phone calls have been, just to let us know that. But in the meantime, we went ahead and notified our employees, and we're working right now to place approximately 100 of the Head Start employees in other positions within the district. Some of them hold the credentials to be certified teachers in early childhood, meaning in a kindergarten, first grade classroom. So we've already started placing some of those teachers, as well as some other positions, but HR is working on that as we speak. We also went ahead and notified parents because recognizing that once staff members were aware, we've got a lot of staff members that, have, family members that may be in the program. And so we went ahead and let our parents know as well that a change was coming, that we didn't have all the details yet, but we wanted to make sure to provide that information as soon as we received it. And as soon as we receive more specific details, we will certainly get that out to our families. Just some informational points that may be helpful for the board and public. In 2019, there were about 250 early Head Start programs in the state of Florida, and only 25 of those were still operated by school systems. Over time, slowly, either private or public nonprofit organizations, church affiliated groups, other nonprofits, we're starting to get those contracts and we're operating those programs. And actually we were, with our surrounding counties, we were really the only school district that we're still running a school-based program. The others had been picked up by other organizations, Marion, Levy, Gilchrist, Putnam, Clay, Bradford. So we're kind of the last one kind of left with that bunch. But I think that there's one thing that's very important to note, that the change in providers does not mean that Head Start has been eliminated in Alachua County. And I think that that's something that I want to make sure that folks understand, that our children will still have the ability to access services. It's just that those services will be administered by another organization. And as soon as we know who that organization is, we're going to be helping to connect families there to be able to do that. So again, I mean, it's not necessarily something you want to have happen, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that our students, our children in this community still continue to receive those Head Start services. And so board members, I do actually have on the call Mrs. Strappy, and I believe Ms. Williams and Ms. McKnight from Head Start, if the board had any specific questions that they could answer right now. Again, we don't have a lot of information, but if any of the board members had any questions, they dialed in tonight to be able to answer those if the board members had any questions.
You mean right now?
Yes, ma'am. They're on the call now if there were questions.
Okay. Any questions from board members?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
I asked for item number 2 to be pulled, please, I would speak in reference to some of the positions listed, unless you want me to do that now, or just wait until we get to that point for action with the agenda.
Well, since we've already moved it, let's just wait. It's not going to be a long time, I don't
Thank
think.
you.
Thank you. All right.
I have,
Go ahead, Ms. Certain. Go
I
ahead.
actually, the questions I had, I directed them to Superintendent Clark yesterday, but I had wanted to read any documentation that we got from the federal government, and she said we didn't have anything at this point. And I was just really trying to figure out how long the transition would take, and from us to the new provider, and if that transition would be happening by the time school started back in August. So it's kind of like once the students, we're done with the students here this school year or this fiscal year, we wouldn't have any other contact with them. But I guess my other question is, will we have some type of liaison with the new providers so that once students complete their Head Start year and they're coming back to kindergarten, would we make sure we have some contact with them so that we can get them registered and all? It's not just where they're just kind of left out there, not left in the cold, but so to speak, where we're transitioning them back and connecting them with services in the district is the concern I have now that that link has been broken.
So does someone want to address those questions, or if there are any answers?
Right. I can provide some of them if Ms. Drappi or Ms. Williams or Ms. McKnight want to jump on. One of the phone calls, they said that it could potentially take several months to completely transition. They were even suggesting as late as October or November, just depending on what all has to be done during that process. So the transition process is not all of a sudden August 1st, boom, we're done and they've taken over. There's still a lot of transition that has to occur. And so that's a piece of that. I don't know, Ms. Drappi, if you can add anything to that part.
Yes, I don't know if my video is on, but that is correct. We had a transition meeting, our pre-transition meeting yesterday, and basically the information they provided was that this process is lengthy and it is long, and we actually are still under a non-disclosure. We still are under the non-disclosure agreement. So the information that we share, even they are not encouraging us to share a lot of information at this time, but we don't have the information to share anyways. So this is going to be a long process simply because this is 40 years, 50 years of Head Start in this community now that we need to transition over to another provider. And we will have transition meetings as it seems on a weekly basis or either bi-weekly basis to discuss what this looks like and how we will move forward with ensuring that our families are supported not only by the school district, but the new grantee. So what we've done on our end to start the support from the school district is we've started calling every family that is going into kindergarten to ensure that they have all of the materials, the registration, and we can answer any questions possible for kindergarten readiness. As well, we started calling every family that's applied for Head Start for next school year and that was planning to return to let them know that at this point, we don't have any information. However, when we have information, we will not only share that information with them, but we'll also support them with transitioning their records to the new grantee for an easier enrollment process. So we have been in communication with families. I know how we manage and how we work when we transition students to kindergarten, and I suspect and expect that same transition will happen going forward with students transitioning to kindergarten from Head Start, that there will be a strong relationship between the school district and the new grantee.
Thank you, Ms. Drappi.
Madam Chair.
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, since Mrs. Strappi is here with us, maybe she can answer, she partially answered about the children going into kindergarten, but what about the children who would be 4 who were with us this year? Are they guaranteed a seat with the transition?
That's not something that I'm able to determine at this point. It all depends on how many students or what the funded enrollment for the new grantee is. So the new grantee wrote their grant and their funded enrollment could be less. It could be substantially less if they have written for early Head Start. It could be the same. I have no idea. So those families would have to apply, and based on the criteria the new grantee sets, they would determine the eligibility for those families.
Okay, that gives us a little bit more knowledge as to what could happen or what might happen. For the superintendent, can you give us the reasons, or either Mrs. Strappi, that we lost the grant? Although you're saying you have nothing in writing, they must have said something to you verbally.
They have said nothing to me verbally. They have given us no feedback on the grant whatsoever. So unless Ms. Strappy has had different calls than I have, they have not provided any feedback on the grant whatsoever.
No, so we asked that question initially in February or March or whenever the first call was, not attempting to divulge all the information, but we did ask that question. And their comment was, after this process concludes, then we could do a public records request if we so choose for the actual grant application and to determine the points that was awarded to the new grantee versus our grant. However, they were not at liberty to discuss that information with us until this negotiation process is over, which it sounds like it still isn't over because they haven't revealed to us who the new grantee is yet. But I will say it's the same comments and the same information that I provided you all at the board meeting, I believe it was a year ago. And it's the same meetings that we've had personally to discuss the status of Head Start and the challenges that we've had, not only for the last 5 years, but for the last 15 or 20 years. The challenge hasn't changed and the challenge is ever increasing. And so it's the same information that we all discussed and we all took part in having comments and information about that we were faced with throughout this process.
Mrs. Clark, it seems as if, because you all have had such small interactions with whoever is making the determination, that we would not be granted the grant. I hate to use the double word there. Again, it might be important that we would set up a workshop so that we can have a community conversation about what took place, what are some of the things, because I know some of the things by serving with the Policy Council, but I'm sure that parents as well as community, other agencies, they are already questioning us, what happened. And so I would not want to be the sole individual to share what I know. I think it needs to be a cumulative workshop where we can share with the public at one time. What do you think?
That would be a fine idea, and we can certainly do that. But I think we need to get the specifics first. They have not told us that once we receive official information, then we can certainly do something like that. But right now, we do not know the reasons why we did not get the grant. You know,
I agree with you, Superintendent Clark.
So as soon as we get that, we certainly can do that. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Okay, and final question from me. Even though we have the pre-K piece, Mrs. Strappy, what does that mean at this point? Will we be continuing on with VPK? I know that's a 3-hour day process program. What's going to happen with that?
That's a good question, actually, Dr. McNeely. And I think that's something that I want to be clear about, is not only a school board employee, but just as a community member and a parent of a child that's a pre-K child, that Head Start funding means that we don't have a Head Start program. It doesn't mean that we're not going to serve children who are ages 3, 4, and 5, or that we don't have the opportunity to serve children ages 3, 4, and 5. So that means that now we have to adjust, and now we have to restructure and determine exactly what's in the best interest of not only our community, but our parents and our students. And we know early learning is in the best interest of our students. So we are planning on setting up a VPK program. Once we finish with Head Start and we know exactly what we need to do and what our marching orders, which I'm hoping that we receive those really soon, then we'll be able to determine exactly what space we have, what the capacity is to be able to set up a VPK program. But yes, we will set up a VPK program, and our goal is to set it up along the same guides as we have with Head Start, meaning a full day program, not just a partial day program, because we know our students, especially the ones who need need education the most need a full day program, and that's where they benefit. So that is our goal, is to set up a VPK program and to have it at elementary schools around the district so parents can take advantage of it. And it will provide that opportunity for more than just students who are eligible for Head Start, but who also want to take part in the program.
One of the things, thank you, Mrs. Straffy. One of the things maybe I should wait with Mrs. Clark to have the discussion, but I know your budget ends probably the end of July. Am I correct in thinking that?
July 31st.
July 31st.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
therefore, if there are funds still left in there under our auspices, then that would mean that those funds, if there's any there, could be used to help generate a full-fledged all-day program for VPK. Otherwise, I'm wondering where you're going to get the money from.
Well, that's what we have to look at, is we need to look at, and you know, I've discussed this with Mrs. Clark as well, and this is one of the things I believe is on our list, is looking at various funding sources. So the reason we were able to make our Head Start program, and Mr. Freeman and Ms. Ann set this up years ago, and they were genius to do this, but they were able to blend the funding streams. And what you all know, with being able to blend our funding streams, that increases our capacity. So that's the direction we're going in with VPK as well, is determining which funding streams are available and how can we blend those funding streams, whether, and to decrease the amount of costs that we would have to charge parents, or to eliminate that cost for parents altogether. So that's looking at VPK in school readiness. That's looking at VPK in Title I. That's looking at VPK in private pay. So it's looking at those three options that districts across the state also employ in order to provide VPK services. So now we just need to determine which option is in the best interest for our students and our families and the school district.
Ms. Strappy, this is Dr. Paulson.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
many hours do they fund? Is it 3 hours for VPK?
3 hours for VPK.
Right. I remember we did this about 12 years ago with Mrs. Hollinger
Mhm.
and Sandy Calkins. We had a committee. That's when, I think it was Mrs. Hollinger's idea to blend the money. And
Okay.
it was a brilliant idea.
Yes, it worked very well.
Yeah, we lost the early Head Start. And
We
we
really
had
pushed
out
it.
of Wiles. And, you know, it's a shame because it's a great program. But I remember when that committee, about 8 people in that committee, and they came up with that idea. And it was,
Yeah.
it was
So
great.
Miss Ann and Mr. Freeman were able to take that and actually, you know, put this program in a position where we were able to afford our salaries and afford the capacity to grow. So that's our goal, is not just to open up a VPK program, but to truly ensure that we're providing the best opportunity for a quality VPK program, and one of the top, hopefully, in the state that we're able to provide.
It's good to hear you say that because I've been wondering about that too.
Yes.
And,
Yeah. Because that's what we have to do if we're going to truly attack our third grade readiness scores. We need to be able to make sure our students are starting as early as possible, and to ensure that the quality, the service they receive is top notch in its quality.
It's been tough for, I remember when interim superintendent Herschel Lyons was there, we had to put an extra 150,000 in then. It's been a struggle the last few years. And it's a great program. So, and I really am happy to hear what you're saying and trying to give people a full day.
Yes, that's the goal.
Very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hyatt.
Ms. Traube, I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the questions by my colleagues, and I wanted to thank you and your team because since you've been there, you've been very proactive in keeping us informed, whether that's at a workshop, whether it's a board meeting, whether it's meeting in your office. And I feel like that as a board member, I've never been caught by surprise. And any difficulties that were there, you were always forthcoming. And I'm not sure anything you could have done and your team could have done to more stringently try to right things that could have been better. And so just wanted to say that I think what's most important for all of us, as you have indicated and as the superintendent has indicated, is that our families are still going to have this program, even if we're not going to be administering it. But I just wanted to, just from my point of view, say that I appreciate your leadership and always keeping us informed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hyatt. All right. Thank you, Mr. Appy.
Very well.
Uh,
Very good presentation.
Yes, very, very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I say something? This is Phyllis McKnight.
Oh, hi, Ms. Knight. How are you? Go ahead.
Fine. Hello, board members. I just wanted to kind of echo what Mr. Hyatt has said about Ms. Strappy and her leadership. I've been, of course, as most of you know, around a good little while. And the Head Start of today is not the Head Start that I remember, Dr. McNeely, of yesteryear. So when we are asked why, there are a lot of whys, and I'm sure when we get that information, we will be able to digest that. But I wanted to remind the board members in particular, when we engaged in this process led by Ms. Strappy, we started very early in October. We had what we called grant committee opportunities for the board, for the community, for our partners to participate in. Each of you were invited, and we invited a number of community partners who did a great job of attending and giving their input. So none of this, like Mr. Hyatt is talking about, is foreign to anyone. This is a process we have been engaged in for the last 5 years, not to mention the years before that when we knew it was coming. Long before Ms. Strappy got here, under Ms. Crowell's leadership, we knew it was coming because the audit process and everything started to change. So my guess as a veteran here is that when we do find out, whenever that is, there will be many factors, and those are factors that you as a board and that the community can look at, looking into the future to make sure that we are clear on those things. But at this point, we're at the mercy of the feds, and there's nothing anyone can do about that. They are the ones that award the money. So they are the ones that can decide that it goes elsewhere. And I believe, as Superintendent Clark said, it's pretty apparent across North Central Florida that school boards are not the first choice for whatever reason. We kind of were last on that list, as Superintendent Clark said. So I'm interested, just as all of you, to know all of those factors. But I think what Ms. Strappy's leadership has had us to do is prepare as much as we possibly can, keeping in mind that we do have to follow the guidance, the direction of those who've awarded the money to this district for all these many years. And so I just want to thank you for being able to make those comments. I probably won't get a chance again because I am retiring.
Ms. McKnight, thank you so much. We need to hear from the veterans, and thank you for all the years that you served the district. Thank you. Great remarks.
Mrs. Roy.
Sure.
Since Mr. Hyatt stated how he stated it, and Mrs. McKnight stated how she needed to say, being a board member who served for years with this current director, the former director, and years ago with the former director, we all know who that is, and that's B.B. Fernside. But I'm here to tell you that the leadership is upon all of us, not just Natalie Strappy. Everyone who assumed responsibility, the superintendent, all 5 of us, we are going to have to, if we are going to ever try to get this program back under us, under the auspices of the school board of Alachua County, right now, we have people who have lost positions, and we know why. We have children that have lost seats as far as what is going to happen to them in the future. And I liked what the superintendent said, just because we are losing the direction of Head Start, the children will have seats. I'm not so sure about that. And until we can assure the 640 families that are now without, I'm not going to sit well and say it's okay. And I don't think anyone has said tonight it's okay. But let's see where we can roll up our sleeves and start day one with recompeting. 5 years is a long time to sit back and wait, but we need to be knowledgeable and wanting to do everything in our power to regain what we've lost. So that's what I wanted to close with, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. All right.
Madam Chair, sorry, it's after 6:30, so we need to do the public hearing. And you have frozen, so I'm not sure if Mrs. Roy is still with us.
If there's nothing else about the consent agenda, and that would be Mrs. Yes. Oh,
Right.
that's right. You wanted to say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think you froze too there, Mrs. Roy. So yeah, it's time for the public hearing on the policies that have the student progression plan and the code of conduct, as well as the actual plans and codes of conduct themselves.
Okay.
We do have one caller already who is waiting to speak. I'm not sure on which, or if maybe it's all the topics, and she just hung up. So she might call back. Let me put up the screen real quick for the numbers. It's the same number that you would call for citizen input. I'm sorry, for action items, which is 955-7613, 955-7613. And while we wait to see if it was Tracy Mayucci, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, if she calls back or anyone else, I did have one item to share with the board for the public hearing, that we wanted to put something into the code of conduct about wearing masks. That, obviously the kids, that if they feel more comfortable in the fall or whatever we're going to be doing, it's so hard to predict, it changes so much. But wearing masks will not be a violation of the code of conduct. We'll probably put it into the same area where we talk about what they can wear and can't wear, and we're not going to wear masks with I don't know, pro-drug symbols on them or something like that. But we do want to make sure that where wearing a mask in the past may not have been in compliance with the dress code, that will not be a problem this coming year. Somebody wearing a mask because of COVID-19 will not get a discipline referral unless the mask says something foul or otherwise is a problem. And we have not gotten the call back and have not gotten any other calls. I don't see anyone messaging me. Wait, call coming in. So.
Okay, this call would be dealing with the public hearing. That is the opportunity for the public to present testimony.
I believe it is the same lady calling back. As soon as I get confirmation, we'll bring her on.
Okay.
But again, when you call, and this is a good time maybe to talk to everybody about how to provide public input tonight by calling. I'll share the screen again with the phone numbers. If you're calling about an item on the agenda, those are the action items, then the phone number is 955-7613, 955-7613. And if you're calling for citizen input at the end of the meeting for things that are not on the agenda, that number is 955-7544, 955-7544. And we do have people, as I said earlier, there's already people downstairs. I've got several emails to read. So we're going to have a lot of citizen input tonight. And I do believe that this is, let me confirm, yes, Tracy Mayucci is back. So let me bring her into the meeting, unmute her. Ms. Mayucci?
Hello?
Yes, hi. You are on
Hi.
with the board now. If you can lower the background sound, since there's a delay with the YouTube feed.
Okay, I believe my sound is off now.
Okay, perfect.
And I
so,
am
yes,
talking on the,
yes, you're speaking live with the board right now.
hi, this is Tracy Mucci, and I'm speaking on policy 5410, your student progression, and policy 5500, student conduct. While I do see that you have a plan in place, I don't see where you have any third-party board or committee to oversee that plan. What do you have in place for any measurable criteria, or how are you going to enforce this plan? And that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mucci.
I can actually answer for when it comes to the code of conduct. We do have the district discipline committee that reviews discipline numbers and statistics and other things throughout the year. They meet, we usually start, I think, in October and go all the way up and through, and they're the ones that recommend changes to the code as well. So I know with the code of conduct that there is a district-wide discipline committee. It's made up of deans, principals, assistant principals, parents, teachers, and then certain staff members from student services that help facilitate the meeting. With the student progression plan, that is all through the curriculum department. But there's no separate committee that I'm aware of. So.
Are there any criteria set forth to determine compliance? What criteria are they looking at to see if members are complying with both the progression plan and the student conduct plan?
I'm not sure what you mean by, there's obviously discipline data that shows whether or not students are committing violations. And then there's all the education results that show, the students making progress or not making progress towards their goals. But I'm not sure I understand the question.
Rather than looking at the general numbers like you referred to, I'm just wondering is there a way to hold specific teachers or administrators accountable if they are in violation of these policies? And if so, how does that transpire?
Well, sure. Anyone that violates a board policy is potentially subject to discipline, or their evaluation can include an improvement plan or other areas that need to be addressed. But again, that's usually all done through the work that our statistics department puts together, not statistic research department. And then there's also just issues that arise at the school. But I think that's about the best I can answer. I think if you have specific questions.
Are those reviews done strictly in-house, or are all of those things, are parents and the public included in other reviews as well?
The discipline committee is made up of a mix of people. Progression plan, there is not a separate committee that I'm aware of. There is the district advisory committee. They might be looking at different things, but there's nothing for that specifically. And really, I'm not probably the best person to answer those questions. If you call back during the day, the progression plan is handled through our curriculum department. If you ask to speak, probably Jenny Wise would be the best person. And for the progression or the code of conduct, Paige Mace in our student services office. So, and
right. I'm just wondering how transparent your decisions are.
That's in the eye of the beholder. I don't know how to better answer that. And we are past 3 minutes.
That's fine. Now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mucci.
And we do not have any other callers at this time.
Okay. Well, the public hearing then will be adjourned and the regular board meeting will be reconvened with the consent agenda. I guess that would be Mrs. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend that the school board approve the consent agenda as described in items 1 and 3 through 11.
So move.
It's been moved by Mr. Hyatt,
Second, Certain.
seconded by Dr. McNeely.
No, it was Certain.
Oh, Miss Certain, I'm sorry, I can't see your face. Any discussion? All in favor then?
Aye.
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 And opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. So we are now going on to action items. And we'll start with number 2 of the consent agenda item that Dr. McNeely wanted to speak to regarding the extension of contracts for school-based and district-level administrators for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it okay to go on and speak now?
Of course.
Yes, I'm on page 3 of 4.
Mhm.
And if you would turn to that, and without calling names, I'd just like to say, what does the role entail since we have the early learning director there?
Right, Ms. Roy, I can answer that question. As came out in our earlier discussion, the transition from Head Start could take several months. So in the call that we had last week with that news, they said it could even be October or November before that transition piece is closed out. So obviously we still need that position A for closeout of Head Start, but also continuing the work of the Parent Academy, continuing the work of HIPPY. HIPPY is still very much alive and well, and we still have that grant that we manage. But then also looking at rebuilding a VPK program, because you're essentially building, depending on how the transition goes and what inventory the feds take back from Head Start. Curriculum, new curriculum would have to be purchased, potentially new furniture, potentially other new supplies and things for that. So then we're also going to be looking at rebuilding a VPK program. So there is a full position there with the closeout work, rebuilding a VPK program, and then also the other items, the Parent Academy and HIPPY, that also go along with that right now.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Clark. I have another question on page 4 of 4. With the 2 vacancies at the bottom, I was not sure if those were the vacancies occurred because of the 2 people that just retired in Head Start, or are those some other positions?
No, ma'am, those are the retirements from Head Start. And so as you know, the Head Start grant period, ends later than our grant period. That's a July 31st when those contracts are actually gone, but those individuals are retiring. So those are the Head Start vacancies, unless Mr. Purvis, unless there's something else that I'm unaware of, that is my understanding.
Okay, so back to what you said earlier, Mrs. Clark, after the transitioning period ends, and even though that may be October or November, does that mean that position then ends?
No, ma'am. As I said, you still have VPK, you still rebuilding that program. We still have HIPPY. We still have the Parent Academy. Now, once we get to the point that we have a VPK plan in place of how to reintroduce that and reinvent VPK, so to speak, obviously that position may need to be reviewed for what all responsibilities it has, but that position won't end right now. We need that work completed, and that position is very viable right now.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned HIPPY and the Parent Academy. What's been going on with that? And if you can share very quickly.
I believe, I'm gonna have Ms. Strappy answer that. I believe she is still on here. I gotta scroll back and forth. Ms. Strappy?
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you.
So with Hippie and the Parent Academy, Hippie is still serving children and families. We're doing it virtually right now, of course, but we are still serving children and families. And as you all know, the Parent Academy has one Parent Academy specialist. So initially the Parent Academy was running, we were using the buses to support Head Start children and families, as well as different community events and agencies. And we're not able to do that right now because our goal was in the spring to provide the buses for the census. So we're not able to do that right now. But the Parent Academy specialists, as we were going through this process and over the last 4 or 5 years, was woven into Head Start and Hippie and serving those families through that venture, as well as supporting community agencies. So going forward, the Parent Academy specialists will continue to collaborate with Hippie with providing support to those families, to the VPK families, and then we'll provide support to our community agencies, our community members, our schools with the mobile learning labs.
Okay, thank you for that information, Mrs. Strappy. Mrs. Clark, I found out recently, looking down under Division of Human Resources, still on page 4 of 4, with Chief Hamilton, I found out through another municipality here in the county that, which I did not know, that Chief Hamilton has a staff. Is that correct?
He has one assistant that works with him, Angie Chesser. She works predominantly with the schools, working through the FSAT, which is that extensive review tool that we work with, and also with the threat assessment teams, making sure that she's gathering all of that data, that we're maintaining compliance with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, and that all the pieces that go along with that. So she is an assistant there in his department, but she is not an administrator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. If we are done with that item, Dr. McNeely, are you done?
I am.
Okay, thank you. We will go on with action items, beginning with action items. The first one of which is the renewal.
Madam Chair,
We have to
we
vote.
need to take a vote on that item.
Oh, I am very sorry. All right, all in favor of item number 2, extension of contracts for school-based administrators and school district level, school-based and district level administrators. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. All right, now we're on to action items. Mr. Purvis, a renewal of property and casualty insurance.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Superintendent, members of the board. The superintendent recommends that the school board approve the renewal of the property and casualty insurance program with the Florida School Boards Insurance Trust, FSBIT, for the 2020-21 school year as presented.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Dr. McNeely, and what did you say, Dr. Paulson?
What the-
It was actually Certain. I'm sorry, Ms. Roy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't see your face.
Am I off the screen? Must be off.
I can
You're
see-
good.
Yeah. Okay. I can see you if I move the cursor. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You made a motion to approve. Was there a second?
Second.
Second? Was that Dr. Paulson?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there any discussion on this item? Oh, well, I asked for citizen input first. Is Mr. Moore, do we have anyone wanting to speak on this item?
I don't believe on this item, Mrs. Roy, but let me make sure that the phones are working now. There's reports that people aren't able to get through, although I believe I can hear Dee Dee on the phone right now. And she's the one who has the the action item phone number. So let me check with her real quick and I will be right. Okay, there is a caller calling in, but it's for action item number 5, not for this one.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion from the board?
Well, I'll say, if you look at it, we had an increase of about 300,000, but it was tough getting some of these things renewed. We had multi-year plans with that were that ended, and we had to go around. They went everywhere to try to find this. I would like to compliment the work of our own people. There's 11 districts in the FISBIT, and us in St. John's are the biggest. And we had the smallest increase of anybody. Plus, FISBIT took out some money from the reserves this year, about $1 million, so we would have less of a increase. And another thing that I really think needs recognition, and I hate to do it, is Mr. Jameson and his Workman's Comp back to school, back to work program. He is the model that other people are trying to emulate. He presented to the organization, and he saved us a lot of money with his back to work program. So anyway, thank you, Scott, for that. And at the end of the year, we'll see how. A couple of months later, and we're going to see how things go with the state and the stimulus and all that. And we might reconvene and see if we can take some more money if we have to, even though out of the reserve. So that's where we are right now. I thought it was we had a lot better results than everybody else, as you could see in there. And I really liked it. Scott, if you want to say something, I think it'd be appropriate. Scott, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. The only thing I'd like to say, the back to work program is the biggest thing that we have, and all the credit goes to the principals and the site directors, their willingness to do it. I will simply go on this one here. They compared us with another district within FISBIT over a 9-year period. And over that period, we had 892 more claims than this other district, but we spent $900,000 less. That is directly attributed to the back to work and getting people back on the job. So the principals and the site directors need to be congratulated because they're the ones that facilitate bringing these people back. So we thank them for that.
I told you it was impressive. As you can see by those numbers, Scott should be, thank you, Scott, for the job you've done on that. I really puts more dollars back in our budget.
Thank you.
It's a sports, let me real quick, it's a sports thing, but this is a team effort. Without the principals and the directors, we can ask, but if they're not willing to do it, it doesn't work, and they do a great job. If we call them and say, please take this employee, accommodate them, there's no hesitation. So I appreciate the kind words, but the principals and they're the ones that actually make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson, and all of the principals for saving us money. We love to hear that. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other discussion, all in favor of the renewal of the property and casualty insurance?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Hearing none. All in favor then? We all did that. All in favor?
It passed 5-0.
We just had the vote. I'm sorry. And it passed 5-0. Okay. All right. Where the second one is the guaranteed maximum price for bid package 2, new elementary school I. Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The construction manager contract was approved by the school board on October 1st, 2019 with Parrish McCall Constructors, Inc., Gainesville, Florida. On June 2nd, 2020, the board approved a guaranteed maximum price for early release package concerning site work, utilities, concrete, and steel for $6,450,000 $891,359. Subcontractor bid prices for the remainder of the project have been received, and a proposal has been prepared for the school board. So the superintendent recommends that the school board accept the guaranteed maximum price for bid package 2 in the amount of $16,804,040 for construction of this project. The total project amount of bid package 1 and bid package 2 is $23,695,399. Substantial completion shall be on or before July 2nd, 2021.
Okay, all in favor of this, of this motion? Or is there a motion, I guess?
So move.
It's been
Second.
moved by Mr. Hyatt,
Second,
seconded by Dr. Paulson. Any discussion on the motion?
I actually have a question for Mr. White.
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Mr. White, how many of these bid packages will we have for that? It seems that we're right at the, about 75% of the budgeted amount for School I, or based on what was in the packet from the Oversight Committee meeting a few weeks ago.
So this, this second package will be for the completion of the project.
Okay. I mean, you chuckled, so I'm asking, I guess I recalled it was like 30 million on that sheet that was estimated. So that's the reason why I was asking if we could, if there would be another.
Well, yes, we are very pleased we're coming in under budget on this project, thanks to the good work of the design team and the construction manager and our staff. So we are pleased with that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If
Mr. Hyatt.
Ms. Certain, I'm sorry, is Ms. Certain, are you finished?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I just wanted to just follow up on what Mr. White said. And the information I have is that we're $2 to $3 million under budget. So and when we're talking about every dollar being important, I think, as Mr. White indicated, that's something that we can be pleased with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Can I ask one other question, Mr. White?
Of course. Go ahead.
On the initial packet that came out that I have something that I thought that had 25 million was the initial budget. So I was kind of shocked to see the oversight packet that had 30 million in it. So it looks like there's kind of been like some up and down, but at any rate, I am glad when projects do come in under budget, that's good, but we don't want to overestimate projects and have a number and then they come in under that where it looks like something as good has been happening. I mean, hopefully we've got good estimation going on and that's not the case, but because I was shocked to see the 30 million in the packet, honestly, when I saw that in the financing document as well as in the oversight committee packet.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. White.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. White, what is, and you've given that to us, but would you remind me of the cost for the design piece of this project?
I don't have that number in front of me right now. The architect was Shingle Shoals. This was a reuse design, which means it's basically based on a prototype similar to Meadowbrook. And
that was my question. Why are we, if we are using the prototype for Meadowbrook, why is there a huge amount that we would have to divvy out for the design?
Well, it is a prototype, ma'am, but a number of changes had to be made. When you build schools, you weren't necessarily building on a square foot amount, you're building on student stations. The way the DOE has configured things, generally schools are larger now in capacity in terms of meeting that. There were changes in code requirements between Meadowbrook and now. So it is more expedient and more cost effective than starting from a blank slate, but there's still cost involved with that, ma'am.
I appreciate your answer. And finally, with all of the new things that will happen with schools and how we will operate in reopening and building new sites, what's different, if you can say, that you have done since we're in this predicament in our world?
Well, ma'am, from a design standpoint, a major change now is the emphasis on safety and how that's done. As we indicated in our campaign, our major emphasis is having a 21st century learning environment. So the infrastructure for technology and flexibility of classroom use, et cetera, are the major emphases in the design. How we use technology, labs, or one of the things we've looked at is having the laptop kiosks that can be taken to rooms, which provides more flexibility with classroom space for our teachers. So those are the things. Now, with respect to COVID, we are in our whole reopening process looking at the various options with respect to that. I think as we look at this over the next 12 to 15 years that we're building schools, at least I'm hopeful that there's a vaccination and we can go back to whatever that new normal will be. So those are a few things that we're looking at. There's a major emphasis on safety, flexibility, and technology. And from the facility standpoint, we're trying to ensure that we're not just building buildings, but we're building schools that flow and work for the educators inside.
I thank you for that partial answer, because it's obvious that you all will have to go back to the drawing board with many things that will change, and not in 10 to 15 years, but by 2021, when this school is to be completed. I'd certainly like to be made aware of the changes other than the technology labs that you mentioned, the laptop kiosk, the safety, flexibility, which you can't talk about publicly. But I do want to know the other things that you and the superintendent and your staff will sit and do in remembering what should happen for these new schools. I'm not talking 10 to 12 years. I'm talking next year, 2021. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. If there's no other discussion, we will vote on, well, actually, I didn't ask if there was citizen input. Mr. Moore, is there any citizen input?
Just one, this is Jennifer, the co-host. Just one moment, Mr. Moore walked away.
Okay.
Okay.
I went straight to board discussion. I should have asked for citizen input.
Sorry. No, there's no citizen input for this item.
Okay. All in favor then?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. We'll go on to item number 4, extension of emergency policy for public meetings. Mr. Moore?
I think you missed one.
Yeah,
Madam
I
Chair,
think we still have to do number 3,
I'm sorry, I skipped over 3.
but we're
All right.
using different numbers now, so yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Guaranteed maximum price for early release package 1 for Howard Bishop Middle School. I think that's Mr. White again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The construction manager contract was approved by the school board on December 17th, 2019 with DE Scorpio Corporation, Gainesville, Florida. This guaranteed maximum price early release bid package is for abatement, demolition, infrastructure, and site work. The superintendent recommends that the school board accept the guaranteed maximum price for the early release bid package 1, abatement, demolition, infrastructure, and site work in the amount of $2,761,413. Substantial completion shall be on or before July 2nd, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. White. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
And
Second,
moved by Ms. Certain.
second,
Is there a second?
second.
Second by Dr. McNeely. Is there any discussion from citizens? Mr. Moore?
No, Madam Chair, we have not gotten any emails or calls about this one, and Ms. Johnson has not. Well, actually, she's saying we may have a speaker. And so I will let Ms. Johnson turn on the computer in the boardroom. Do we have a speaker for the Bishop GMP, Jackie?
If you'll give us just a moment, we're checking on that.
Okay. I don't know if you want to do board discussion first. Well,
Sure. Why don't we go ahead? Is there any board discussion on that while we're waiting? Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah.
so Jackie, is this somebody to speak on the Bishop?
We think so.
Okay.
There were a couple of items on this particular form, and one of them was new school. So quite frankly, this may have been but
I'll be glad we're back in the boardroom.
Yeah, and so just to prepare everybody while we wait for the speaker, this is the first time we've actually had people watching from in the boardroom as well as participating. So we might get a bit of a feedback issue at first because of the speakers in the boardroom and having to run everything through that one computer. Sounds good so far, though, for Jackie.
okay. I apologize. We didn't realize that this was actually an item for the GNP on elementary school I. So I don't know whether we could allow this speaker to speak now.
Madam Chair, my recommendation would be to go ahead and allow the speaker to address the board.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Delaney. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Hi, I'm Brianna Peterson. I teach at Williams Elementary School, and I wanted to address the new elementary school and the funding for it. So yes, there is a lot of money going towards that school, and I've recognized in my own school that we are severely lacking resources. We're lacking counselors, we're lacking pull-out programs, we're lacking reading instructors and reading pull-out programs, and the achievement gap is huge. It's really upsetting, and I'm upset to see all these resources being pulled into a new school where students on that side of town already have a lot of resources, and then seeing my school being so deprived. So my elementary schoolers, a lot of them don't get computers or laptops, and we don't have laptop kiosks and those kind of things. And we don't even have reading instructors. And the achievement gap, you can see this difference and how that affects, the lack of resources affects these students. So I think that before or when considering the budget for the new school, please make sure that the schools that are already existing have the resources that they need.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I could just clarify, our facilities initiative is funded through sales tax money and the traditional 1.5 mil money. It can only be spent on capital. So the items and the concerns raised by the speaker could not be addressed through this funding source. I will say that Williams is on the list and scheduled for, off the top of my head, I want to say 16 new classrooms there. So they are scheduled for significant redevelopment, similar to what we're doing at Howard Bishop at Metcalf. And I want to say that's scheduled by 2024 or somewhere in there. So it's not far off. And we will be getting to Williams with our redevelopment plans also.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Dr. McNeil.
I understand what Mr. White is saying about the monies and where they must come from, but I have to say to the individual who spoke she just left, about what's happening at Williams. It's too long to wait. I'm glad she spoke up. It's too long to wait for 2024. And inasmuch that she described what's lacking, we have to support that and find a way in our $423 million that we sit on. How can we improve before 2024 what that teacher just said to this board?
Yes, ma'am. I think, would anyone like to, Ms. Clark, would you like to say anything?
Sure. Well, as Mr. White mentioned, obviously those are two different pots of money, but I go back to whatever the needs are at the school, making sure that those needs are communicated. And when we talk about reading instructors, I'm a little confused about reading instructors. I mean, I know there's a reading coach at the school, and Title I, intervention teachers that can pull out for reading as well. So, I mean, I'm happy to have a separate conversation, and, meet with Ms. Stokes and you and your leadership team at your school, to talk about those things that you're lacking, because there is funding available for that. We just want to make sure that we're meeting those needs. And there's, of course, general funding, but also a lot of supplemental funding that flows through Williams right now. And so there's quite a bit of funding available that we can leverage to get what's needed if we have that plan. And I know that Ms. Stokes was involved in the workings of the Title I plan, but also the UNISIG grant, which is a school improvement grant that provides some pretty significant dollars that can be used at Williams. And so, I mean, I'd be happy to have a further conversation with you and Ms. Stokes about that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. I thought you would want to clarify on what could be done.
Madam Chair, could you have Mr. White explain for the citizens and the public what capital means for the public?
Sure. Mr. White, would you like to tackle that one?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, how do I say this? There are operating funds in our general fund budget, which pay for salaries, teachers, pay for our utilities. Our capital funds can only be spent on buildings, capital items that have a life of more than 2 to 5 years. So we have our 1.5 mil money, which is our property tax money, which comes to the school board. And then the voters approved a half-cent sales surtax. The combination of those two funding sources is what we are using for the facilities initiative, so that those funds, well, let me say the sales tax dollars can only go for those things that were in the ballot language. 1.5 money we've used traditionally for maintenance and fixtures. So the superintendent has charged us with not only just major projects, but to substantially impact every school in the next 5 years. So we'll be having major projects like we're talking about at Howard Bishop and other schools. We're doing air conditioning and a number of projects there. So Basically, our capital dollars are spent on bricks and mortar vehicles and that kind of thing.
I have a comment, if I could, please.
Sure, Ms. Surrey.
Thank you. I'm not sure, I didn't get the teacher's name. Would she repeat her name for me, please?
Brianna Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting. I did want to make mention that on the consent agenda tonight, I did notice that half-cent sales tax money is allowable for technology, and I called Mr. Rella and asked him about that, so they're computers. So we do have a lot of different pots of money that can be used. And I understand Ms. Peterson's frustration. I could hear it in her voice of it seeming that there's a prioritization given for one area of the county, and it seems that there's not the prioritization for where there's a current need. And I wanted to ask Superintendent or Mr. White if they could tell us, because the last DAC meeting that I was in, I remember one of the members asking how were the projects, the capital projects, these that would be paid for with the half-cent sales tax and the 1.5 million, how would they be prioritized? And we never had another DAC meeting because of COVID and all that stuff came up. But I have it in here. It was before the spring break. It was like during the fall, I think it was the last DAC meeting that came up, is how would we prioritize the projects? And I think we should let the community know that. Because I'm going to say this again for my colleagues, we're getting a lot of community feedback from our citizens. Let us not be tone deaf to what they're telling us. Let us not be dismissive to their concerns, because whatever our intentions are, the intentions of staff, that's not what the public is. That's not what they thought that they were getting. So I think there's this perception that the immediate needs of the district would be met first, before it seems that we're doing so much in another area. And I think that is what I'm hearing from this Miss Peterson. And I will say, when I visited the DA schools during this past school year, there was a lot of need in those schools. She's not exaggerating. That not just Williams, there were other needs, and for materials, things that were ordered and they weren't received in a timely method. That was something that we heard. I mean, at one of the schools that's going to be significantly remodeled, computers were on a pallet for a long time, for several visits, until we got there and a call was made, and then they came the next day to image them. So let us not really ignore when, and not hear folks when they come and they express to us that there's a conflict between what they're seeing and what staff says that is in the ballot language and what we communicated to them. I think we need to kind of really address that, because I think we have an issue there.
Madam Chair.
Dawn, can I speak? I asked a second ago.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Hyatt, could go first? Oh, I don't know.
I'll be after Dr. Paul.
Okay, I was.
Go when Mr. Certain one. What we need to do, and we're not prepared because we didn't know this was going to be brought up tonight. We just find out exactly what we spend on what. Yes, the $1 million can be spent on computers, and I'd be surprised if we're not spending $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 more at Williams per student than we are on the west side. I will be surprised, but we'll find out, and then we can look and see where we can get the money, like the $1 million. I could do that, which and get computers in there if they're needed. See what Title I money we have, and I would be, I think that would be useful for us to have. We've looked at that before, and but I also, and I'm not dismissing what the teacher's saying, because if she's saying that, we need to look and get it for them. But I want people to understand, I would be very surprised if we're not spending thousands of dollars more per student on the east side schools than we are on the west side. Thousands of dollars. In other words, you might look at Talbot at $6,700. You may look at somebody on the east side at $11,000, $10,000 per student. So the money's being spent. Maybe it's not being spent where they want it right now, and we need to check, with the school there. So I'm not dismissing what the teacher's saying, and I would like to see it. I know, Ms. Clark, we can get something of how much we're spending per student per school. That would be useful. We do it very often in the past. We have done it. But again, I don't want the impression that we are prioritizing on the west side, because that's just not true. Not true at all. And I don't even like to hear that. You want to know the truth? Because we do spend the money we have to spend where it's needed with the kids. We have historically in this district. But again, I'll apologize if we get it out and I'm wrong.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Paulson. Mr.
Madam,
Hyatt.
thank you. Well, I wanted to say, first of all, I taught for 38 years. 15 of those years were at Duval Elementary. So I know a little bit about schools in East Gainesville. 13 of the 15 years I worked under Dr. McNeely, who was our principal and education leader. So it's nothing new for me. Again, it's when we keep hearing, and these are two different things. If Williams is not getting what they need as far as equipment and all the things that they need for their children, that's an issue that I know will be addressed and it has to be addressed. But when we're talking about being dismissive, I don't want to be dismissive of the truth. And the truth is that it's very hard when you open a brand new school to not build it. The idea of we're spending money on the west side. Well, that's where the school is. But concurrently, as the superintendent has already said, we are spending $70 million right now on schools that serve the east side. So it would help if we simply don't keep saying things that are not complete. So I've said this the last meeting. This seems like this might be a good time to point it out. The money that's set to be used to refurbish our current schools is 96.8% of all of the capital resources. 98.6. The land purchase is maybe the other drum that keeps beating. That's 0.6 of 1%. And yes, every single tax dollar is important, and everyone's view is important. But when we continue to hear, as Dr. Paulson pointed out, that we're not addressing needs in East Gainesville, I want to see your figures. And when we're having the demolition start next month in a couple of weeks, about 3 weeks, is that not working on the east side? If we're building a new school at Metcalf, is that not working on the east side? So again, what we're doing with the $70 million to start, and that's 3 schools, is concurrent with the new school. It's not either or. And when we keep hearing that, that doesn't help. And so people that know what we're doing, it would be helpful if that was going to be said. Now, if any of my numbers are incorrect, I would like Mr. Rella to correct me, or the superintendent to correct me. And that doesn't mean in any way that anybody else should agree with me. I'm just trying to speak the numbers I have. And also, this is the largest project that we've ever had in this district. It's an incredibly huge project. And so every school cannot be worked on at the same time to this major extent. right as first to repeat, Idlewild, which is barely in the Southwest, but serves mostly East Side students, Howard Bishop, and Metcalf, both in the East Side. So is that the right order? That's the order that we've been saying for a whole long time. And I just, if somebody has all the facts and they think that the board or I or the superintendent is 100% wrong, that's great. This is America. But if they don't have the facts, it's hard to make the decision. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Roy, can I say one more thing?
Of course, go ahead.
And the thing about it is, it's like, okay, you're building a new school on the west side because it's from scratch. You take Metcalf. When you say you're essentially building a new school. The only probably, I think, maybe the administration building and the cafetorium, because the state will not let us replace them because they're in good shape and fairly new, or else we'd be building a whole new school there too. And we're going to continue to do this, and people need to know, because every time I ever write beside somebody and tell them this, they say, "Thank you for telling me." I bet the public needs to hear that. I've got one right here. I started reading it, and that's exactly what these people said. The public needs to hear that, and that's why we need to really stress that we are building state-of-the-art facilities on the east side. And how we could ever get people saying we neglecting the east side? People are out saying that, and that's got to stop.
Madam Chair.
You finished, Dr. Paulson?
I am.
Okay.
Madam
go ahead,
Chair,
Ms.
I
Dr.
have to go back to Ms. Peterson and what she's stating. I've been in Williams. I've been in Lake Forest. I've been to Idlewild. Went all this year before COVID-19 when we were looking at our DA schools. But let me say to the public, since they seem to be confused, we're not saying about the facilities and the brick and mortar. I'm talking about what's within that school. And if you would go in and see how the children on this side of town have to learn and be engaged with education. It's not so much of what you're building, School I, and where you're building it. It's what these schools are lacking. And I don't think we as colleagues up here on the dais, we get that. These are teachers who are talking about what's missing in their classrooms. Not being clean. I've said this many times to the superintendent. Maybe we need to look at embedding more people to help keep the schools clean. The technology that we're talking about implementing in School I and some other places. I'm telling you, these schools don't have it. If we're spending 70 million on the east side, wonderful, fantastic. But I'm here to get with Ms. Peterson, and I'd like to know more from her, not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. What are other things? Because she shared a couple of things. But if you ask every instructional staff, every ESP in all of our schools on the east side, they would be able to tell you. Mr. Hyatt and I both worked together, but there were a lot of things still missing on the east side. Now that we have this money, I want to see some other things that we can do other than brick and mortar. And certainly not until 2024. Some of these other projects in much further down. I don't care how you all shake your heads. Let's be understanding what these people are saying who work in the trenches. I've been there. Most recently,
Ms. Roy,
Yes, yes,
go
sir.
over again. I didn't just talk about brick and mortar. I said, let's look at Title I. Let's look at our 1 mil, which a lot of us worked on, and see what the teacher needs. I said, I wasn't dismissing that teacher. We do need to find out what they need. I remember when Lake Forest was getting Fs and our previous superintendent hadn't
Got
paid.
asked before the previous superintendent.
Excuse
also.
me, can I please? I don't interrupt you. Nobody ever interrupts you. Now, what happened was they weren't getting the money, and we put the money in there, mostly from Title I. And they got out of it being an F school. And eventually got to be a C again. I think we should go in all the schools and see what the teachers want. I said that earlier. I didn't just point out the brick and mortar. Mr. Hyatt was very, very adeptly did do that. But this sitting here saying we need to give them the money. We gave them the money. Dr. McNeely, you were in the room when we gave it to them, the Lake Forest. We put the money where our mouths were and help these schools, and we will. That's all I said tonight was show me how much we spend, and then we can look and see what they need. Nobody ever said we were going to dismiss what a teacher said to us. I would never do that. I represented teachers for 12 and a half years as their president. And I'm going to make sure they get all they can get to be successful, just like we did at Lake Forest, and we need to do again. Because I remember that at the first year, they went down in the scores. That was disgusting. And we put the money in and we got the school out of being an F all the way to a C. And we'll do it again. And we're not, just the idea that I'm not going to leave here thinking people think the only thing we're talking about is brick and mortars. It's not. And I wasn't talking about it before. Now, was I pretty clear, Ms. Roy? I hope
Yes,
so.
sir.
Because I want it to be clear so people hear it. We're going to spend the money to get these schools the best things we can get, whether it be computers, whether it be coaches, whether it be any other teachers they may need. We'll do it. But we got to do it together as a team, not saying that some of us aren't doing it.
Yeah, it's not good to accuse each other. It just is not. And I don't want to ever go there. I appreciate everybody's input on this and Dr. Paulson for clarifying it. Ms. Nguyen, did you want to speak? I see her name on the screen.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a few comments that
Sure.
I hope will be helpful. When we initially started our project list and went into the sales tax initiative, the main goals were to create facilities that are the older facilities, modernize, renovate, rebuild, which is what we're doing on the east side. The older schools are in the city of Gainesville and on the east side, and then add capacity on the west side where we have newer facilities, but we have so many children. The core facilities do not support the number of students that are there. So we have lunch starting at 9:30 in the morning. So it was both. And I can tell you from working with these projects, I wish we could build them faster. I wish the money was coming in faster. And that, in my mind, speaks to the desperation. So when we created the list, we had no idea that we were going to build a transition school. We had no idea that we were going to reopen Prairie View. But as we got into these projects and realized the amount of time that it would save and the amount of money that it would save with dragging out construction, that became apparent as the route to go. And so that's going to naturally affect our scheduling. When we finish with Bishop, we're going to be now moving into Westwood and then Littlewood. And when we finish with Idlewild, next up is Williams. So that's probably going to most likely move that up on our list in terms of getting into design sooner than 2024. I'm guessing next year is when we're going to be needing to advertise in order to not have Prairie View vacant for very long. So there's a lot of complexities and a lot of dynamics, but I can tell you we're doing it as fast as we can, as fast as the staff and the money coming in allows. So I just want you all to know that we're committed to doing all the schools because I care about all the kids.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I think we all care about all the kids, all the students.
Ms.
I know-
Roy,
Yes, madam. Yes.
Mrs. Roy,
Yes, go ahead.
much of what we've said, and I guess we're all about on the same page about how much money we spend and how well we are doing things here on the east side. But one of the things I want to remind folk is that the former superintendent did invest in these schools. And I don't want that ever to not be known that the former superintendent had a lot to do with investment. And if we've put so much money over into that particular school that I called out, Lake Forest, I'm wondering why they don't have adequate playground equipment. I was told that when the school is built, that's when you get your playground equipment. But even so, that's what our children are living with who go to that particular school. And look at the situation we're in with Lake Forest. We're on the third principal in 1 year. It's something has got to change. And I have to say that at this time. But I still would like to speak with Ms. Peterson by tomorrow.
Okay. It's a deal. Okay, we really got kind of far afield. We let Ms. Peterson speak, even though we had already taken care of and voted on that item. So we'll go on to extension of emergency policy.
Madam Chair, we still
No,
need
we
to
have to
vote
vote on
actually
that.
on the
Sorry.
GMP,
Okay.
the GMP for Bishop.
On the GMP for Bishop. Okay. Yes, we had quite a bit of discussion. All in favor then of the recommendation?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. I want to say that there is always give and take in any democracy. And I'm glad to see that we're doing it. You know, when something is said, if it's not agreeable with the facts, then I'm glad someone speaks up. And that is sometimes messy, but it is democracy. So thank you, everyone. All right, finally, I've tried to bring this up 3 times and I've been wrong, but we're going on now to extension of emergency policy. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I read the recommendation, I just, there's a couple talking points in this emergency policy that I need to kind of make sure that it's clear to everybody. The governor back in March, I believe, or maybe it was April 1st, issued an order allowing local governments that are required to have a physical presence, physical quorum present to waive that. And we adopted the emergency policy back in April 14th that resulted in the meetings that you're seeing right now. The extension of that provision to allow for virtual meetings right now is set to expire June 30th. We don't know yet whether it will be extended, but we won't have another regular board meeting until our emergency policy expires. So I've brought this tonight to have it extended if we can. If we cannot, but we're still under a state of emergency, there are a couple provisions in there, and they're the underlying provisions that I'll show in a share screen in just a minute. Those would still apply. If we're in a state of emergency, but we're not allowed to meet virtually, there are still a couple provisions we need to extend. But if we are allowed to keep doing virtual meetings, this emergency policy would allow us to continue that process. And the board can always decide, you know, if it doesn't need to go the full 90 days. We also have put out a notice that we will be developing a permanent pandemic policy, because this brought to light the difference between a state of emergency caused by a hurricane when everything shuts down and the schools become shelters, and with this very different state of emergency where the delivery of education, even though in a completely different format, still continued and everyone continued working. So there might be questions, and we have at least one caller on this topic as well. So I'm going to share the screen with the provision or the emergency policy. And then I'm going to say the superintendent recommends that the board approve the extension of emergency policy 0165ER-2020, public meetings and emergency procedures during declared COVID-19 emergency, by adopting PO 0165ER-2020 EXT for extension as presented.
So move.
It's been moved by Mr. Hyatt.
Second.
Second by Dr. Paulson. And you did say there was someone to speak, Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am. And I gotta see if I can call it in the right order. It should be my fourth caller on that line. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be Wendy Wood. So let me see if I can unmute her. Is this Ms. Wood?
Yes, it is.
You are great. So and you're calling
Hello.
to speak about the emergency policy?
Yes, I just wanted to say that having these meetings available online and having folks able to call in and make comment has been a really good way to get more people involved. I'm looking right now, then there are 197 people watching the meeting right now. And I would recommend that even after the pandemic is over, I'd recommend that meetings take place like this, even when people can physically meet. I mean, if y'all need a physical quorum, like it says on the statute, maybe the board can still meet physically. But I would definitely recommend televising it on YouTube and still encouraging citizens to call in and make comment, because that's how you hear from your community and you make it more accessible so that folks that work, and are just getting home, they don't have to rush off to a physical meeting space. They can meet in their home, they can cook dinner while they're listening to the meeting. So I just think that it's a really good way to get more of the public involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. That was an excellent suggestion. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, let me make sure that I didn't get any other calls for this particular action item before I tell you that there aren't any others.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
I've gotten communication that someone is on hold, and they've been on hold since the last agenda item, and they were told, put on hold. They said called in before then, so.
For the Howard Bishop GMP?
Yep.
Okay, do you know who that was?
They're still on hold, Ms. Jackson.
Okay. I mean, I can bring her in now. I mean, I think we let the teacher in because we made the mistake of not bringing her at the time she wanted to talk to and we missed it and brought her at Bishop. But it's up to the board if you would like to bring Ms. Jackson in now. It's not for the emergency policy, or if you want to maybe vote on the emergency policy, finish that, and then let Ms. Jackson speak so that we're
Okay,
not,
why don't we do
get
that?
off track.
Is there any board discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. All right, we want to bring in Ms. Jackson to speak about the Bishop GMP.
Okay, and so she should be my third caller, so let me see if this is correct. Ms. Jackson? Oh, wait, I need to unmute her. Sorry, that's my bad. Hold on, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, can you hear me? Hello, is it? Ms. Jackson, can you hear me? Is this Shanae Jackson?
I'm still here.
Okay, good.
I'm still here.
We've brought you on now. You're on with the board now.
I'll turn the TV down.
Ms. Jackson, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, you're on with the board right now.
Okay. My name is Shanae Jackson. As we're all clear, I am a parent with a child over in West Gainesville. I called in to speak and address the issue regarding the Howard Bishop DMP because there's no clarity on the particular the issue. There were very relevant questions that were asked by board members. There are relevant questions that I see that are being posted by the community. How is it that decisions are being made and proceeded forward when the actual people, there's no answers there's no answers to our questions. It is frustrating as we sit and watch board members talk down to other board members by trying to make sure that this is an open process for the people in the actual community. I spoke on this issue because Mr. White stated that they did advertise priorities. They did not advertise the priorities. As we proceed forward in any of this, they keep dismissing us by stating that we keep saying that they're neglecting East Gainesville. First of all, there was not a clear process. No one has given us criteria on how they decided and they determined what schools are priorities. I heard Ms. Wynn state that in West Gainesville, kids are eating lunch at 9:30. I happen to know in schools like Williams and Lake Forest, kids are going to school with roaches and rats. So in my mind, that should actually be a priority. And my last point is to Superintendent Clark, who is supposed to be the person that drives this ship. It is very frustrating to always hear that if people have issues, they can bring them to her. She's the person steering the ship. She should be the person that's proactively getting assessment. She should be the person that's proactively getting the information. It's very frustrating to watch board members act as if the needs in these schools is new to them, when this is something that has been driven home by board member Certain and board member McNeely consistently, also members in the public. I need them to look at our feedback. We're not getting clear answers. We're being politicked, and that's not okay. My last point is, if you all care about the students, you wouldn't have to say that. It would be very evident. Have a good evening.
All right, Ms. Jackson. Anybody else? Mr. Moore?
Not that I'm aware of for prior issues, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, then we will go on to the next item, which is the renaming of Finley Elementary School. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this is a two-part motion. And just to be very clear, we have several email comments about this. We have at least 12 people downstairs to speak on this issue. And I believe 2 or 3 callers as well already. So if I get lost, please bring me back and make sure that we get all the citizen input in. And so before I read the recommendation, I just want to make it clear that the 2 parts, one is Finley is no longer the name of the school if this vote goes forward. And 2, the process for choosing the new name needs to be approved by the board. The process that is part of this that was shared and is up for your approval tonight comes largely from Miami-Dade's renaming policy. When we have our workshop in July, we'll be bringing a permanent renaming policy that's a lot more robust, provided that you approve the next action item after this one, not to jump ahead. But in order to establish a process now, it was decided to bring you something that you can approve that's designed to create the new name, have it chosen at the August 4th board meeting before school starts. So again, that is, it's up for you all to discuss and decide if that's the pace you want to do. But that's what drove some of the decisions in how this process was put together. So with that, the superintendent recommends that the school board authorize the renaming of J.J. Finley Elementary School pursuant to the, quote, process for renaming J.J. Finley Elementary School, end quote, as presented.
So move.
It's been moved by Mr. Hyatt and seconded by Ms. Certain, I believe. Any discussion from, well, you did say that there were quite a number of people who would like to speak to that, Mr. Moore. So
yes. And so I think,
They have 3 minutes, correct?
correct. And so what I'll do is without the lights, and I'm not down in the boardroom to operate the lights either. I don't like to interrupt at 2.5 because I have to verbally interrupt. So at 3 minutes, I'll tell people to please wrap up. And so I think before I start reading emails, since people have been waiting patiently for a couple hours now, we can maybe alternate between people there and phone callers. So I know that Bill Ryan was here at 30 minutes at least before the meeting started.
Wow.
And so he's been waiting patiently a long time. And Jackie, is he present or?
I believe Mr. Ryan has left.
Okay, then Diane McGraw.
Yeah, you can just speak about this and then come back. Yeah. Speak about the other issues when they come up.
Yeah, and so while Ms. McGraw comes up, and there are some people that want to speak to multiple items tonight. So yes, like I think Ms. McGraw was one. She'd be able to come back when that item comes up again. This is not her full 3 minutes. And because we have a few speakers that want to do both an action item and then later citizen input. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. McGraw.
With what I have written, I really do all mine in one, and so I'm okay with waiting. With what I have written, I have one particular speech I want to say, and I want to say all of it at once. I have several things I'm addressing tonight, so I can wait.
Would you like to do it at citizen input, you're saying?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. I've got you down. You're the first one for citizen input of live people that I have written down. So then the next person was Mary Benedict. Go ahead, Ms. Benedict.
Good evening, Chairman Roy, school board members, and Superintendent Clark. I'd like to start by introducing myself. I'm Mary Benedict, President of Alachua County Council of PTAs. I'm here tonight to express ACC PTA's wholehearted support for the renaming of J.J. Finley Elementary School. In doing this, we join the many voices in our community in calling for this long overdue change. We believe the school's current name is out of line with the character and values of our community. Further, ACC PTA supports the proposed renaming process, and stands behind the inclusion of many community voices. We appreciate that each of the board members will choose a committee member, thereby providing voices for the wider community. This is consistent with National PTA's position on shared responsibility in educational decision-making, urging school boards to cooperate with members of the school and larger communities in the development of school policies. Going forward, ACC PTA calls for a more robust naming policy for schools. The district must examine and ensure that all school names in our district are consistent with the character and values of the communities they serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Benedict. All right.
And Madam Chair, I'm going to try now the first caller who has also been waiting quite patiently. Hopefully, if I get this right, this will be Adrian Villen. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly, so let's see. Yes, hello, is this Adrian Villen?
Adrian Villen.
Villen, okay, I'm sorry. You are on with the board now to speak about the J.J. Finley name and process for renaming it.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening. My name is Adrian Villen. I am currently the Vice President of J.J. Finley's PTA. I'm calling in this evening with myself, along with over 200 members in full support of the name change for our school. We stand alongside the school board as you navigate the process and decide what that process should be. We're hopeful that it has full involvement of our diverse school community. If you'd like to read our full statement of support, I know we provided it via email to all school board members as well as Superintendent Clark, and it can also be found on our Facebook page, J.J. Finley PTA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Villen.
Okay, and so now if we go back to the room, Justin Brock.
He'll be joining us in just a moment.
And after that, I'll go to another phone caller, but then Will Hoover would be the one after Justin Brock.
There's the camera.
Hello, my name is Justin Brock, and I am a Gainesville High School graduate, and I have been a part of the Alachua County school system since I was in first grade. Several weeks ago, several of my fellow students and I sent an open letter to the school board concerning the name change of J.J. Finley Elementary School. We are very thankful to the board for going forward with this issue. We know that the name of J.J. Finley has antiquated and racist connotations that do not reflect what our community stands for today. We know that this decision will not only impact, or we hope that this decision will not only impact the community directly surrounding J.J. Finley, but also the entire community of Alachua County as a whole. There are still several schools and public buildings in Alachua County that have problematic names. We hope that this decision will set a precedent that will streamline future efforts to rename those as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm excited to see the positive impacts that this decision will have on our Alachua County community. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. All right, appreciate that.
Okay, the next caller is going to be Lakeisha Thomas. So let me see if I can bring her in and make sure that I have the right. Ms. Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Lakeisha Thomas. Okay, you're calling to speak about the J.J. Finley name and process for renaming it? Go to another phone caller, but then Will Hoover would be the one after Justin Brock.
Yes.
Okay, you probably need to turn down the background YouTube or channel 12 that's playing, because that'll get confusing for all of us.
Okay.
And as soon as you're ready, you're on with the board right now. They are talking about the J.J. Finley item.
Okay. Good evening, school board members. My name is Lakeisha Thomas, and I'm an attorney in Gainesville, Florida, and the president of the Josiah T. Walls Bar Association. And I would like to read the following statement of support regarding the renaming of J.J. Finley, specifically after Josiah T. Walls. This was proposed by the NAACP chapter of the University of Florida. Our joint statement from the Josiah T. Walls reads that Josiah T. Walls Bar Association supports the renaming of J.J. Finley Elementary School in honor of Josiah T. Walls. We are a minority bar association organized on May 9, 1997 to carry on the legacy of Josiah T. Walls. Many know that Walls was a liberated slave who became a soldier, a state representative, and Florida's only Black congressman to serve during the Reconstruction era. However, less known is that Congressman Walls was also a school teacher in Archer, Florida during the 1860s. Also, during his political career, he served on education committees and voted for a bill to establish a uniform system of common schools and a university in Florida. Congressman Walls also supported a proposed bill to establish a national education fund to support public schools. The bill sought to ensure that all children ages 6 to 16 would have the right to a free public school education. We are very proud that throughout his life, Congressman Walls tirelessly fought for positive legislation that would provide equality in education for minority students. In his memory, our organization for the Florida Bar, the Josiah T. Walls Bar Association, remains active and vigilant in our efforts to educate and mentor Gainesville's promising youth from at-risk communities and to encourage them to seek a higher education. We strongly support the renaming of J.J. Finley to commemorate Congressman Walls' personal and congressional efforts to establish equal education for all. In closing, I'd just like to say the renaming of J.J. Finley would be Mr. Walls' dream realized in the most compassionate way. We invite community leaders and members to learn more about Josiah T. Walls from the written work entitled Josiah Walls, Florida's Black Congressman of Reconstruction.
This is respectfully submitted by the Executive Board of the Josiah T. Walls Bar Association from myself as President, Alicia McDonald as Vice President, Itasca Greger as Treasurer, Ayana Hoppolite as Immediate Past President, Broncy Martin with the Public Defender's Office in Gainesville, Florida, and members of the Josiah T. Walls Bar Association, including Nkwanda Jah, President of the Cultural Arts Coalition, who is well known for her contributions to the East Gainesville Children with Science Initiatives, and Mr. Veta Metalis, who is the Assistant Regional Counsel for the Office of Criminal Conflict in Ocala. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas.
Okay, and so then the next one, I think I said was Will Hoover down in the boardroom. If we want, if I can read an email, maybe. Well, oh wait, never mind. So.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd really like to thank the school board for so promptly deciding to deliberate on this topic. As some of you may know, I and Justin and a couple of people will be speaking after me, along with several other kids, drafted an open letter to the school board about why we need to change the name. My name is Will Hoover. I graduated Findlay, sorry, I graduated Findlay in 2013, and I just graduated Eastside High School last week. So a lot of us recent ACPS graduates, and most of us are JJ Findlay graduates, we drafted this letter as to why we believe the name needs to change. And then since then, we've contacted a lot of organizations and individuals with interests in this topic. And we've also had an article about it in the Sun. And we're really happy with all the progress we made. And then we're really pleased that you all have decided to take this issue up for us. And for that, I thank you. And thank you for being willing to listen to me and my friends.
Thank you so much, Will.
Okay, and then so for the boardroom, after the next caller, the next person in line was Safi Chalfin-Smith. So if she can get ready, I'm going to go first to a phone caller who should be Tracy Mucci, who we heard from earlier. Let me bring Tracy Mucci.
Hello, let me turn off my.
Okay. I'm just amazed I'm getting them in the right order. So.
Hi, my name is Tracy Mucci, and I'm speaking as a mother of a Kanapaha Middle School 7th grade student, a former school board employee, and I request that JJ Findlay be renamed for local and national African American and Latinx leaders or women leaders. For example, Dr. Patricia Hillard Nunn, Dr. Paul Ortiz, and others from the Black History Task Force. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mucci.
Okay, and so then if, I've already forgotten who I said, Safi Chalfin-Smith?
Hi, good evening, and thank you for having us, Chairwoman Roy, school board members, and Superintendent Clark. My name is Safi Chalfin-Smith, and I'm a JJ Findlay alum and recent graduate from Gainesville High School. I would first like to say I would like to commend the school board and Gator chapter of the NAACP and their effort in fast tracking the proposal to rename J. Findlay, and hope that it will be completed before the school year starts. As an alum, I had an amazing time at Findlay, none of which is tied to the school, and it's all really tied to the community. And I think a name change would actually properly recognize what I was taught at the school and the sense of inclusivity that was created. In regards to the committee deciding the future name, I want to make sure that current students, families, and faculty of the school aren't forgotten, because they'll be deciding what it means to embody this name, as it will be their school. I also want to remind you that this will provide a really, really important roadmap for renaming of future schools, buildings, and mascots in the Gainesville area. And it can even be set as precedent for the state and possibly even nation. I really want you to urge you to make sure you have a clear policy set in place, because this will be a really important topic in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
And then before I go to the next caller, the next person downstairs, Emil I'm going to mispronounce, Emil So would be the next person. And then the next caller, I believe, only gave a first name, Rod. Let me see. Hello, is this Rod?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, good. Rod, you're on to talk about the JJ Finley name. You're on with the board right now.
Hey, this is Larry Green.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I got mixed up with somebody else.
That's fine. Mr. Green, yeah, I just got you in the wrong order. I'm going to restart the clock. Go ahead. Larry Green to talk about JJ Finley.
Okay. Again, this is Larry Green, Executive Director of the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County, and we also call in support of the name change. But we also call in support of Faye Williams, who has for years been pushing for this change, who has voiced this concern numerous times, and who has brought this to the attention of the board in person, in writing, and by being persistent and consistent. And for me, this highlights the fact that we have difficulty listening to people of color, people who are in the trenches daily. And one of the other issues I think we need to address as a community is actually beginning to listen to our local voices, to take them seriously, instead of dismissing them with looks and dismissing them with comments. I would encourage you to begin to welcome them to the table, to highlight and to take seriously their suggestions for equity, for school policy changes, and for the many things that have been brought to the attention of the board throughout the years that I've lived here in Gainesville. I appreciate each and every one of you and the work that you do. I truly believe that you are committed to helping the students, and I hope that you will take that commitment one step further and really push equity issues and highlighting the needs of our lower income students, of our African American students, and the students who need all of our attention and can use some of our investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
So then is Emil ready in the boardroom?
Hi, my name is Emil So, and I went to JJ Finley myself, and I also just graduated from Eastside High School. I remember Finley as a really good school. It was inclusive and welcoming more than anything else, really, and that's a characteristic I really hope will continue in the future. But the name of the school is completely at odds with this environment, I believe. As a Confederate Brigadier of Finley, he fought against the ideals we have for every aspect of society today, things like equality, justice, and inclusion. And even if you look past this legacy, there's the problem that he doesn't meet the school board standards for the naming of a public school. And in my opinion, the school board policy states that we should have someone who made a positive impact in our community and who's ideally from our from Gainesville or Alachua. And he's not an Alachua County native. He's not even a Florida native. So he moved here from Tennessee. And I think a school with strong ties to the community, such as JJ Finley Elementary, should be named after a person who reflects that. But more than that, we have to be mindful of how we treat history. And JJ Finley is the opposite of the message we should be sending to our students. Instead, we should be naming schools for those who would support the present day diversity that is housed within them. And that's why I believe we should rename the school. And I really want to be clear, I'm not pretending it's the be all end all of school reform in Alachua County. It's only a start, but it's a start we've needed to take for years towards honoring the right people and teaching our students to have these values that we all want of equality and of inclusion. So I really hope that it's a step you'll take this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Emil.
Okay, so we do have a caller that actually it was the person who was first in line downstairs, and he must have gone home and gotten on the phone. So I'm going to call
Attorney Moore, before you call the next person.
Yes.
I just got a text that we cannot hear anyone speaking from the boardroom. The mics need volume adjustments, especially since people are speaking through masks.
Okay, and that's probably a problem too with the angle of the camera. I can see as they get up close, they're getting cut off. So they're probably standing further away so that they
And this citizen
Center.
said she was watching on television.
Okay, and then we've also heard that there's problems with Channel 12 audio tonight as well. And that seems to be consistent no matter how we do these meetings. But so we'll try to get David Stanley or Jackie down there to maybe try and adjust the camera so that they don't have to stand so far back. And then I'm going to go to a caller with Bill Ryan, and then I can read some emails if they need some time to work on that. I think we still have 5 more people at least downstairs for this, including the next live speaker would be Brianna Peterson, the teacher we heard from earlier. But first I'm going to go to Bill Ryan, I think. Mr. Ryan?
Hello there.
Yes, hi, is this Bill Ryan?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. You are on with the board right now to talk about the J.J. Finley school name.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there. The question is, why do we want to change the name? We shouldn't even be talking about this. All this hoopla, I think, makes kids overly afraid as if they don't have enough to be afraid of already. These children who should be our point of concern need to be taught what our good school board has determined to be the proper course of studies for each grade. Tying shoes, the alphabet, and telling time should be already learned. The school teaches discipline, social behavior, and respect for others. Getting them dressed properly and getting them to school on time should help them too. They don't need to be concerned who in the world the school is named after. Can you find me one person who has done nothing to selfishly hurt, besmirch, or to even speak badly of anyone at any time? Of course, besides Jesus Christ, of course. But if you want to remove a name or an object because it reminds you of a time or of a people who at the least treated others harshly, then you need to park your Nissans, your Camrys, and even your Mercedes cars. Why? Because it should remind you of a group of people at a time when they tried to enslave others and do harm, particularly to our fathers, grandfathers, and uncles. If you want to forget history, like Mr. Finley and Gettysburg and Appomattox, then you may as well forget Pearl Harbor, Normandy, and Guadalcanal. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Okay,
You're
so
welcome.
next in
Anytime.
the board, sorry. Next person in the boardroom is Brianna Peterson.
I'll make this one short, y'all. I just agree with the name change of JJ Finley. I think it, as echoed the voices before me, sets a precedent that we can make these changes in our community. And also I love the idea of changing the name to a Black historical figure. That helps empower our Black students and our African-American students, setting an example and showing them role models that they can look up to. I love the idea of making our Black students aware of their history and aware of the history of Black people in their community and in this city. So I think that that's a great idea, teaching them about some resilience and some other important figures that look and have similar histories as them. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
So the next speaker that I have signed up is Shane Bertley. And what I'm going to do while Shane Bertley comes up is read the first email that I have. And I'm actually going to share the screen because this comes from a second grader at Glen Springs. And so the mom wrote, and I assume hopefully you can see it on the screen. My daughter Aleda goes to Glen Springs Elementary going into the second grade. She would like to submit this letter for consideration at tomorrow's meeting. Thank you, Valerie. And then hopefully if I click this, it's going to, can you all see her letter?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see what she sent. Please change the name of your school. Here are a few options: Ruby Bridges, Friendship, and Ray Montague. And then I also want to show the artwork that she sent. And so I thought that was a good first email. Everyone else, I'm going to try and go in the order they were received, but I thought when we have a second grader participating, that she should go first in case she's actually still up and watching. So I'm going to stop the sharing now. And then if the next
Thank
speaker,
you. Mr. Moore, I missed her name. What is the child's name?
Elida or Aleda, I think it might be Aleda.
Well, that was very sweet, and I love that she did it. Thank you. Thank you, Leda.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Bertley has left, but
Okay.
we have our next speaker here, Kenia Paulus.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Hi, my name is Kenia Paulus. I have been a teacher for 15 years and am a current principal here in Gainesville, Florida of a private school. And I just want to express to you the gratitude that we have that you guys are changing the name of this school. I have been a alumni of not Findlay, but Gainesville schools, and I understand what it can do for the morale of the students. And I think it is very important that you guys are continuing to move forward in this process. In regards to the caller that made a comment about us forgetting our history, if we look at other countries such as Germany, it is illegal to have swastikas or any school or building named after generals or anyone who contributed to the war that they lost. So I do appreciate, and no one has forgotten about the Holocaust in Germany or anywhere around the world. So we don't have to worry about what culture that has been forgotten, but we need to understand the morale of the people that live there here in our community and what it can do for the children around the world. So I do appreciate and support this as a private school principal in Alachua County.
Thank you, Mrs. Pauly.
Okay, and I'll read another email while the next person that I have on the list for downstairs is Jancy Vincent. If she wants to come get ready, I'll read. Well, it looks like she's already there, so I'll let her go first.
To the
Go ahead,
chair,
Ms. Vincent.
to the chair and the school board members, good evening. My name is Jancy Benson. I'm here tonight supporting the removal of J.J. Finley school name. Alachua County is known to be liberal and proactive. I am so proud to call Gainesville my home, and I want to thank the school board members for approving the removal of J.J. Finley school name. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent.
Okay, and then if Evelyn Fox is ready, she's the next person I have down there.
Actually, Ms.
Although I'm
Moore,
sorry, she would like to just cover it under citizen input as well, since she has multiple topics. Is that right, Jackie?
correct. So as far as I can tell, we have one more speaker, Armando G, who would like to speak about the Finley name change.
Okay. Why doesn't he go ahead and then I'll do the emails after that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Armando Grundy Gomez. I do appreciate the board reaching out and renaming J.J. Finley for the record. However, I don't want us to operate in just looking at, we can just rename buildings and pretend that that alone is going to fix the problem, especially when we have the graduation rates that are abysmal for people that look like myself, Member Certain, Member McNeely, and others. Specifically, I'd like to start changing the narrative. We can focus on renaming schools, renaming them after people that look like myself and many other people of color. And I also appreciate the fact that we're also recognizing that Black Lives Matter too. And recognizing that we want to name it after Josiah Walls. I really want us to start focusing on how we teach our children and their identity and who they look like by figures that matter, other than saying Rosa Parks sat down and Martin Luther King existed. There's so much more that we contribute. Last week, I watched the superintendent with a member of the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce go back and forth and give attaboys and pats on the back about what we're doing. Let me tell you who's doing an effective job of teaching Black children. Ask Charmaine Henry at Genesis Preparatory School. where her children are 98, 99% people that look like myself, member Certain, member McNeely. They're also ranked, have the top scores in arithmetic, English, science. Those are the kinds of things we need to start talking about, other than people that look like me are failing. We're not reading, because that's not true. It's not true. We are so better than that. And I want us to start rising, and we cannot pretend that history did not happen. But I do appreciate it, but we cannot settle alone for this and saying, we're going to erase a name and pretend it didn't happen, because it did happen. And if you're going to take away J.J. Finley, we also need to talk about Tiny Talbot and many, 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 many others. So if you're going to start here, don't stop, keep going. Because just taking away monuments alone is not doing it. It's still not affecting the real thing that folks like our taxpayers or dollars are going to, and making sure that our children are in a quality environment, being able to learn about people that really look like them, and not just renaming of buildings. That's fluff. And I'm going to ask you to dig deep and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Okay, so I'm going to start reading emails now. There are several. Most of them are pretty short. The first one is longer, and I might have to rush it to make it in 3 minutes, but it comes from Laura Beck. Hello, school board. While shopping for houses, I'm sorry, I'm going to start over. There are a few emails that touched on more than one topic, but I wanted to bring it to the first one. So if this email touches on Finley and something else that maybe was more citizen input, but it wasn't really clearly set out, I'm going to read it all now so that the part about this action item comes up at the time of the board discussion. So I'll start over. Laura Beck. Hello, school board. While shopping for houses, I noticed that every house we wanted to buy on the east side of town came with a horrible rating through the Great Schools website and other websites like it. It was an indication that there is a segregation issue here in Gainesville, which is a sad first impression as a new resident. It not only affects me, a home buyer, and the economic status of the east side of town, but it clearly affects the children going to those schools. People want their children to live in a good school district, so they will end up not buying a home there if things are bad, which in turn I am sure affects funding to those schools, and the cycle continues. People shouldn't be forced to not live where they want because the schools there have a bad reputation for quality education results. If any school has low grades on any subjects, those schools should get more attention until they are elevated. I hate to think that people are more focused on West Side schools for racial or economic reasons, but that's certainly what it seems like. It should be embarrassing to the school board, especially with having UF in town. All of our schools should be top in the state. Allowing us to go on has created cascading effects everywhere in all aspects of the economy, from housing to kids not being able to get into quality colleges, which then furthers the socioeconomic divide and economic disparities. But as educators and leaders of the school system, I'm sure these are all things that you understand already. Since the taxes aren't combined and equally distributed to all schools, this puts East Side schools at a huge disadvantage. What is being done today to improve upon these disadvantages that reflect actual results? Hearing that there was a half-cent sales tax that is being promoted as money that would be spent on remodeling and updating schools on the east side, and seeing money instead go to overpriced land in West Gainesville to be developed is disturbing, because it seems like a continuation of a racial and wealth preferential treatment, which absolutely helps to encourage systemic racism. I noticed that many things here are named after slave traders, plantation owners, and Confederate soldiers. No Black child should be walking the halls of a school named after a slave owner. It normalizes dehumanization of Black people. In fact, it glorifies it. We do not take anything positive away from keeping these slave owner names in our mouths or on our buildings. There is no way Black children will get the messaging that they are equal in every way if we keep these names. Being against the name change is an act of maintaining white supremacy, which the school board should be clearly and unequivocally against. People crying out that we can't erase history, of course we can't, but we don't prop up the bad guys and put them on full display as if they were something we should strive to be. This is like naming a school after a known criminal. These were crimes against humanity, and when people accept it as normal or okay to put those names on a pedestal, they are perpetuating that crime. The fact that this hasn't been addressed and completed before today is alarming. There should be no hesitation in the changing of J.J. Finley Elementary's name and the other 8 schools named after Confederate generals and segregationists. This is a racial issue, and the school board needs to address that within themselves and to the community at large. Passing this topic by and not acting on it today will speak loudly that you stand in support of dehumanizing Black people. No more excuses. We don't want to hear defensiveness or reasons on why this can't be done. Find a way to get it done. Be the problem solvers that are required to maintain this job title. Come up with a way to provide the best education for all Gainesville children in an environment that doesn't support maintaining white supremacy. Racism can be stopped when we educate our children, and that starts with this. I'm looking forward to see the efficient and effective changes. Investing back into the East Side schools helps us all. A rising tide lifts all ships.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Beck.
The next one is from Caitlin Hoff Mahoney. Dear school board members, I strongly support the agenda item to immediately rename J.J. Finley Elementary School. It should be renamed for Josiah T. Walls, the first Black congressman from Florida. There should be an apology for several decades of honor and memorial to Jesse Finley and the associated normalization of racism. Students should also be taught about the history of these two men, including a full description of the 90-year honor and memorial to Finley and his beliefs. I would also like to express my frustration that $3.68 million of taxpayer funds have been used to purchase land to build a new school on the west side of town when the east side schools are underfunded and in desperate need of repairs. The east side schools need to be a priority for the school board to address the racial achievement gap in our county. The next is from Colleen Cohn, and she had 4 attachments. It's way too long to read, but I'm going to read just the part from her email where she said, I'd like to ask that this issue be tabled until the fall when more people will be available to come to a meeting to express their opinions.
I didn't get
the
her
rest
name.
of her attachments will be part of the record, and I think you got them all.
I didn't catch her name.
Colleen Cohn. So that should have been forwarded to you, and then anything that's too long, I think I can do everything else in 3 minutes. There might've been one other that I can't. The next email is from Liz Horn. You can't see me, so I'll introduce myself. I'm Liz Horn, and I'm an older white woman who had 2 kids go through the Alachua County Public School System. I felt that the school served us well, but knew even at the time that the mainstream population at the magnet schools my kids attended were resourced and treated very differently than the magnet kids. As I have learned more, I need to do more. And so do you, Gunnar Paulson, Eileen Roy, and Robert Hyatt. Please listen to the Black community. Change the name of J.J. Finley to honor a Black educator or politician instead. Look at the disparities in resources between schools, East versus West, that are being pointed out to you and redress them. Step back and let the other voices on the board be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Horn.
The next one is from Kayla Jenkins. And this is, hello, I was born and raised in Alachua County and now attend the University of Florida. I've been volunteering and working at different schools here in Alachua County, and I have some concerns that I hope can be addressed at this upcoming meeting. Number 1, the UF chapter of the NAACP has made a call to rename J.J. Finley Elementary School. I think that all of the schools that have names of well-known segregationists, racists, and Confederates should be renamed to local African-American or Latinx leaders who have made positive impacts on the African-American and Latinx community, such as the late Gloria Jean Marriott. Number 2, why are less than half of the African-American children in Alachua County able to read and are proficient in math? Why are we seeing a decrease in the percentage of white students who can read and are proficient in math? What steps are being taken to close the gap? Why was the half-cent sales tax, number 3, why was the half-cent sales tax presented to our community as money that would be used to refurbish outdated schools in East Gainesville, yet $3.6 million was used to purchase overpriced land in West Gainesville? And finally, number 4, we cannot say that students do not want to learn if we do not give them fair opportunities to those starting at a disadvantage. These are bright children who need a school system that will do everything in their power to invest in them. Again, that was Kayla.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
The next is from Alex Settles, who writes, Dear School Board of Alachua County, I agree that the name of J.J. Finley should be removed from the elementary school in Alachua County as soon as possible. I live near the school on Northwest 25th Street in Gainesville, and I have 2 nephews that attended that school. The new name for the school should uphold the values we are trying to instill in our children and in our society. The process outlined by the superintendent seems to be an adequate process. Community participation should be valued, and there should be a strong vetting process to ensure the name of this elementary school will be one that we will all be proud of for the years to come and will serve to inspire the children in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Settles.
And next is from Peggy Bowie. Let's let the children of Finley rename their school, create a year-long reading project where all children read books about racism and biographies of strong Black people, many of whom us white people may have never heard of. Require book reports and oral presentations, culminating in a competition and oral presentation from the top 10 participants as selected by the local NAACP chapter or other Black activists. Create a GoFundMe account or solicit donations of such books from the public. Honor the honesty and truth-telling of children. Sincerely, Peggy Bowie.
Thank you, Ms. Bowie.
The next is from John Moran. I'll be brief. We can't undo Judge J.J. Finley's harmful legacy, but we can reconsider whether his name should adorn a public school in our community. In my view, now would be a good time to say goodbye and good riddance. History will be watching. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Moran.
The next is from Kimberly Gregg. Dear school board members, my name is Kim Gregg, and I am submitting my personal input as both a citizen and a teacher at the school named for Jesse Johnson Finley. I attended Alachua County Public Schools. My children have attended Alachua County schools for over 20 years, and I have worked as a teacher in the county for 13 years. I am white. I am glad and grateful we are changing the name of this school. It's long past time. I bear my share of the guilt of inaction. I have 3 requests concerning the name change at currently named J.J. Finley. 1, that Ms. Faye Williams be honored for her part she's played in initiating this name change. 2, that J.J. Finley students be celebrated as active participants in choosing their name. 3, that students be encouraged to pursue naming the school in honor of a person of color who has made a significant contribution to education. Looking backward, we have given active and passive honor to a person representative of evil racism for over 75 years. Moving forward, let us give active honor to a role model representative of strength and service. Changing the name to something neutral is not redemptive. The children deserve a name of power. Much energy is being expended in this moment. I fear that without your cooperative leadership, this energy will dissipate undirected, and we will have lost a rare opportunity to effect substantive change. We all want what is best for the children and young people of Alachua County. It's worth submitting to each other in respect in pursuit of this goal. Black and brown students at currently named JJF and throughout the district are not making acceptable academic gains according to standardized test scores. As a teacher, I'll say, I'm reading the recommended books, I'm participating in the professional development, I'm working to implement the suggested methods, and yet I fail to meet the educational needs of many of my students. In and of myself, I am not enough to make the difference. Most teachers in Alachua County look like me and share a similar background. Our students need greater diversity of influences in their education, and we need to find a way to provide this starting immediately. We need active community engagement. I suggest returning to the idea of community liaisons, one assigned to each school, and liaison teams at schools with over 700 students. These liaisons could be tasked with strengthening relationships between communities and schools, connecting schools, teachers, students, and families with the many resources already available in Alachua County, and encouraging volunteerism at the school. I would love for there to be more teachers of color in our schools, and until that happens, we have to find other ways of incorporating the rich heritage of Black and brown people for the benefit of all of our students. Let this name change not be the finish line, but the start of a new era of cooperation for the good of Alachua County students. We look to you as our elected representatives to lead the way. Thank you, Kim Gregg.
Thank you, Ms. Gregg.
I'm going to take a sip here before I continue. The next one is from Heidi Stein, who writes, School Board, the continued achievement opportunity gap in Alachua County is unacceptable and a concrete example of systemic racism right here in Alachua County. Much time and planning has gone into addressing this issue, and yet we only have a 1% change over the last 3 years due to worsening performance of white students. There are concrete actions you can take to turn this around right here today. Rename J.J. Finley and use the tax money to refurbish schools on the east side like you said you would. You can make a difference. This is why we chose you.
Thank you, Ms. Stein.
Alan Siegel writes, I completely support changing the name of this elementary school to be more reflective that Black lives matter. In fact, all lives do.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel.
Next is from Lizzie Ingersent. I'm sorry, Ingersent. And this is for, she says, regarding action item number 5, I grew up in Alachua County Public School System, and I think changing the name of J.J. Finley Elementary School is an important and necessary step. The legacy of pro-slavery figures such as Finley is not something we should be promoting to children. However, I asked the board to also rename the Sidney Lanier Center, as Sidney Lanier was called the, quote, poet of the Confederacy, end quote, and does not deserve the honor. I trust that the board will identify suitable figures for which to rename these schools, people that have heretofore been under-recognized by the general public, such as Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. Our schools are predominantly named after white men, and it would be good to break that mold and demonstrate to students that other people can be successful and important as well. Renaming these schools with new honorees is essential, as when the old name is simply removed, as in the case of Kirby Smith, and not replaced, it lingers and the message of anti-racism is not as strong. However important these symbolic renamings are, however, they will not solve the serious racial disparities within our public schools. I went to Eastside High School, and that the IB program is predominantly white while the mainstream program is so predominantly black is a major problem. This represents educational inequality starting as young as elementary school, in which white students are significantly more likely to be selected for gifted programs as young as 6 years old. This is a serious problem that the board must keep in mind when considering their efforts for equality.
Thank you, Miss Lizzie.
Marcia Storch writes, Dear Alachua County School Board, again, the time is right to change the name of J.J. Finley School to a more appropriate name, a name that exemplifies morality, strength of character, and pride. If we continue to glorify people who have hurt others or caused some in our community to feel unheard and repulsed, then it is your responsibility to do what is right. Change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
The next, actually, the entire message was in the subject line. This is from Bennett Brummer, who writes, Bennett and Arlene Brummer, please change the name from Finley to Walls.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Brummer.
Next is from Anne Marie Magne. I don't even have to present an argument. You already know everything you need to know. Just do the right thing and change the name of J.J. Finley Elementary School to Josiah T. Walls Elementary School and start teaching the kids about that important and accomplished man.
Thank you.
The next one is from Tina Tannen. Hello, I've just learned the terrible history of the name of our beloved elementary school. My 3 children attended the school and we have wonderful memories of the staff and the building itself. It is so upsetting to find out that the school was named for such a man. I strongly support removing his name from the school even before settling on an appropriate replacement. Better to give it a number in the meantime than continue to honor that man. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tannen.
We next have Francesca Violich. Hoping I said that right. Dear school board members, I'm writing to support the name of J.J. Finley Elementary School. I have done research on Mr. Finley and I cannot see any reason that his memory should be honored in any way. Not only was he a Confederate general, but he was instrumental in creating a lynching culture in Alachua County that killed at least 43 of our Black brothers and sisters. This would be another step in repairing the hurt and vile wrong done that has happened in our community. As a retired school teacher of 26 years, I implore you to take this very significant step in the direction of truth and reconciliation.
Thank you.
The next one is from Jeffrey King, who writes, good afternoon. Did Jesse Finley create a culture that caused George Floyd's murder? Does the SBAC normalize racism? What can the SBAC do to create a new culture of Gainesville and North Florida?
Thank you, Mr. King.
Next is from Mary Fukuyama. I urge this Alachua County School Board to listen deeply to the community, especially the needs of the Black community. The status quo cannot continue in the hopes of changing racial disparities. Please provide the leadership in our community to address equity in education, to dismantle systemic racism, and to remove the Confederate symbols which are equal to white supremacy. In a word, listen deeply and take action.
Thank you.
Next is from Ed Carter, who writes, I have looked at several middle schools in Alachua County. There seems to be a de facto racial separation in the gifted programs. My observation is this disparity is largely due to disproportionate testing. All students need to be tested on an equal basis with preparation and support for their aptitudes. J.J. Finley needs a new name. It also needs extra support since many students with challenges in the county seem to get funneled and warehoused there. Administrators need an evaluation metric that is data-driven and unbiased. Thank you for your attention and service.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
This is from Gina Zeitlin. Hello, I'm a longtime resident of the Finley neighborhood and my daughter attended the school throughout her elementary years. I am in favor of changing the name of the school from that of a Confederate officer to someone who has contributed to our nation's children in a significant way or who the children can look up to and be proud of. My own choice would be Michelle Obama. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next one is from the Gator NAACP, specifically from Rachel Curry, but I think she's speaking on behalf. So I hope you are all well. This is Rachel Curry, Vice President of the Gator chapter of the NAACP. We are aware that you received over 1,000 emails in regards to J.J. Finley Elementary School. We will refine our demands as follows. We demand the following of the SBAC and ACPS. 1, immediately today, remove JJ Finley's name from all signs, social media references, and the school website. 2, immediately acknowledge on social media and in a press release that Alachua County's Josiah Walls was the 3rd African-American to serve in Congress, that during U.S. Congressman Walls' initial term in Congress, Congressman Walls was removed from office and replaced in Congress by JJ Finley, and that U.S. Congressman Walls is not widely taught in ACPS to the children of Alachua County. State that the U.S. Congressman Josiah Walls from Alachua County will be a central element of ACPS future Black History curriculum. Teach children at this elementary school about the U.S. Congressman Josiah T. Walls from Gainesville. 3, immediately and voluntarily report to the state of Florida ACPS's Alachua County Public Schools failure to educate Alachua County children about U.S. Congressman Walls in the ACPS Black History curriculum, and suspend activities to seek state of Florida exemplary status in African American history education. Karen Clark stated that the ACPS is in the process of earning exemplary status from the state of Florida for the implementation of African American history curriculum. We are in the last stages of finalizing new curriculum units, end quote. Given ACPS's failure to properly educate Alachua County children about U.S. Congressman Walls, the Gator chapter of the NAACP does not believe that ACPS should be characterized by the state of Florida as exemplary. Perhaps after building a new curriculum, ACPS can seek the state of Florida exemplary status in the distant future. 4, immediately publish the true history of Walls and Finley on the JJ Finley School website, including a full description of the 90-year honor and memorial to Finley and his beliefs. 5, immediately publish on social media and with a press release that ACPS Superintendent Karen Clark supports the removal of the JJ Finley name from the elementary school on the corner of Northwest 5th and 19th Street. 6, rename the school for Josiah T. Walls at the June 16 school board meeting. Although we are aware that all of you are on board with the name change, for truth and reconciliation to be brought about, the demands listed above must be done. The community is tired of waiting around for justice, and if you do not take action, you are contributing to the continuation of systemic racism and lay silently on the side of the oppressor. This issue was brought up in 2017 by Faye Williams, and she was turned away. It's your time to take action, or we will when the school board elections come around.
Thank you.
The next is from Susan Carey. She writes, ladies and gentlemen, I write as a concerned community citizen who has adult children and grandchildren. These concerns are not just for parents of school-age children, nor for parents of children in schools on the East Side. I am a reading volunteer for children in 2 schools on the East Side, keenly aware of the disparity in resources and opportunities. In my view, it is unconscionable that apparently due to egregious errors and failure to heed warnings of dire consequences, the school board has lost a multi-million-dollar contract funding Head Start. It remains to be seen whether the school board's non-involvement might in the long run benefit the children. This event at least causes lack of confidence in the board. Jobs lost as a result of this non-action are another concern in this regard. In addition, I'm adding my voice to the loud and clear chorus of community voices who are saying that no schools in our county should bear names honoring the Confederacy, beginning with JJ Finley. A group of qualified historians and community people should be convened to suggest appropriate alternatives. Please be assured that there are members of the general public who have great concern for the well-being of the children in our county, whether or not we have school-age children at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Carey.
And then my last one is from Tracy Mucci. And this one, this is the only one that it's specifically split into 2, so I'm going to bring this one back for a later action item. As for the renaming of JJ Finley Elementary School, she writes, there has been a call to rename JJ Finley School initiated in 2017 by local activist Faye Williams and now proposed by the UF-NAACP Gator chapter. Comments are needed to support the renaming of JJ Finley and the other 8 schools that are named for Confederate generals and segregationists. You may want to request these institutions be renamed for local and national African American and Latinx leaders and women leaders. You may want to recommend having a committee to do this process of renaming, which includes historians such as Dr. Patricia Hillard Nunn and Dr. Paul Ortiz and others from the Black History Task Force.
Yeah, that was the second time she spoke.
Oh, did she called it?
She called first.
It's been a long
Okay,
time,
that's
so
all right.
that's fine.
That's all right. We
and
got
so I
it.
need to put her in the later column too. And that was the last email, and I don't have any other callers, and I don't think Jackie has found anything. So after all that,
Okay.
I can turn it back. to you.
Good. Well, that was citizen comment. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We're now at board discussion. Would anyone like to speak to this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Mr. Hyde.
I wanted to say, as a board member for the last 5 years and 7 months, I take responsibility for not bringing this in public. That's on me. And I'm glad this is happening. I don't, as a Alachua County native and a graduate and a longtime resident, I don't recall any school board member in a school board meeting ever advocating for this change. And it's, again, I take responsibility for the last 5 years and 7 months. I wanted to read at least a little bit of a letter we received from someone who's very important to Dr. McNeely and myself, a volunteer from that used to volunteer loyally at Duval. This is from Patty Sullivan. I am the great granddaughter of J.J. Finley. I have a cousin who also lives here in Gainesville and is a great grandson. His great grandmother and mine were sisters, the children of Samuel Yerger Finley, son of J.J. I cannot speak for my local cousin or any of the other descendants living outside of Alachua County, but I can speak for myself. I'm supporting the name change of J.J. Finley Elementary School. I would hope that the decision to change the name is done quickly so the school board and community can move forward to make our schools in Alachua County better for all students. Leonetta McNeely and Rob Hyatt know how I feel about education from the 11 years I volunteered at Duval Elementary School. Thank you, Patty Sullivan. So here's a descendant, and here's someone who is encouraging this motion, this action. And the last thing I wanted to say is hearing the emails read and hearing the callers and hearing the folks from the boardroom. To me, this was a very inspiring evening. And I thank everybody for participating. And I appreciate all of the remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Mrs. Roy.
Yes, Dr. McNeely.
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Yes, I did answer Patty. Was glad to hear from her. And as you said, a descendant of the family. I'd like to start off by thanking the former students of J.J. Finley for writing the letter, for renaming the school from J.J. Finley, and that to help move the process forward as they've done. I want to thank them totally because they started, or I should say restarted, something that was started back in 2017 by Faye Williams, a citizen in our community. And we also need to thank the University of Florida chapter of the NAACP for helping us recognize all of the contributions through this initiative. But I do want to say a little bit more, that the name is one thing and changing it on a building, but what about the other demands? I've not heard those tonight, and we all received the letters and some of the other demands that we have not discussed. So, Madam Chair, may I read some of those?
Yes.
I'm going to go on and read them. All right. First of all, when Ms. Attorney Moore was speaking, some of these came out about what we needed to do immediately about taking that name off of the building. Also teaching children at the elementary level about Congressman Josiah T. Walls. I think that has been mentioned quite a bit tonight, as well as publishing the history of Walls and Finley on the school webpage. I think that might have been mentioned as well. I know acknowledging the role that J.J. Finley faculty, Alachua County Public Schools, and SBAC played in not properly educating the children in Alachua County about Walls. That was stated. I think that the city is cooperating as well to help rename the playground and everything that is near J.J. Finley. I hope that's a part of it. But one of the things that interested and piqued my interest, the writing about donating all of the football parking funds to underfunded schools from the football park. And we know how that money is generated. But they're asking for help and support with the other schools around in Alachua County from those funds. They also stipulated apologizing for several decades of honor and memorial to Mr. Finley that's associated with the racism. Finally, again, this group demanded that we rename the school for Josiah T. Walls. I hope I was not too redundant because many of these things were listed, but there were also paragraphs in some of the letters we received about the demands, further demands, other than just naming the building. And I wanted to bring those out tonight.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion? Yes, Ms. Certain, go ahead. Oh, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I know, I was frozen.
I worry.
Oh gosh, man, this technology. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I did want to bring up, I'm happy and I'm elated for so much public input on this topic here. For all of the citizen emails, for the citizens that waited so patiently in the boardroom to speak with us. Thank you all for that. I don't take that lightly. But I do want to say that back earlier in the first part of this year, we were emailed from citizen Jeffrey King. I attended several of the Truth and Reconciliation events with the county. And when I've also brought this up in our board workshop about us participating in that. But in particular, after the February 7th Truth and Reconciliation event, which followed the lynching memorial, and the county was trying to get together teams, I came back and I shared with my colleagues the request from Mr. King about renaming Finley, and what was said by our staff member that attended that meeting, that there was this process and they were going to look at several. But I asked I recall like really almost imploring my board members, I won't say begging you all, but I actually implored you all to participate in the process, and renaming buildings and things of that nature were a part of that process, acknowledging truth and then coming up with a way of reconciling this. So not to belabor the point, I am in favor of doing this today. Had wanted to bring this up on a previous agenda item. I could go back and comb through the emails, I'm sure, in the board minutes to get to that point, to confirm that. What I think it sounds like everyone is in agreement for that. So we just have to iron out a process for how we're going to do that. But I am appreciative of that. But one last thing I want to say is that it seems that there is a disparate treatment in how some things come forward really quickly when they're coming from certain parts of the population. And I am happy for the students that are alum that started the letter campaign. And I'm also elated that the Gator chapter of the NAACP had their campaign going on, but I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge Ms. Faye Williams and others that were working to rename or to remove Old Joe when they brought this particular process up back in 2017, as has been referred to. But it just seems like, I'm gonna say this, and I just hate that I have to say it like this, but it seems that when there's one demographic makes a request of something, it comes with the quickness. And this was brought forth really quickly when I saw a second email or second letter that was being done. And I really don't want our citizens, and I've shared this with my colleagues in previous meetings and in our workshops, that members and sectors of the African-American community feel that they are often ignored by the school board when they come. They feel they have been injured by this body. I'm not saying all of us individually, because I haven't always been here. But I told you, when I was a citizen, I did not feel heard. And when we would come and make our concerns known, we were ignored and shut out of the process. And then we would look up and it would be on an agenda or something. And case in point was the equity plan. So I don't want us to, like, when we go on these processes, I'm glad that this is on today's agenda, that it was moved up from the July 21st agenda to now. I'm glad for that. But I don't want to give the impression to certain members of our citizenry, of our county, that when one group speaks, we act with urgency. And then when someone else speaks, it can go down the line, and it's something that we'll take up in the future. And I distinctly remember our assistant superintendent of finance, of facilities, saying in that particular public meeting that there was a process that was going to be, and there were several names that would be taken up and it will be handled in the future. It was like it was brushed off. And so that's how I felt, that it was just kind of being put off. And when Mr. King emailed us, that was how it was felt. So I'm glad that we're here today, but I don't want us to always act when we get response or requests from certain groups. And that's how I felt, because at first it was going to be considered in the future, and then it was just rushed up to today.
Okay, Ms. Certain, thank
Ms.
you.
Roy?
Yes, Dr. Paulson.
Yeah, we'll change the subject a little bit. Mrs. Certain asked for some suggestions for the naming of the school, and I think all of us board members got it. And if you haven't read it, it's interesting. I remember one lady was a African-American physicist that served on the Manhattan Project from here in Gainesville. And then, of course, the one I looked at was Vivian Filer, who a few years ago, we had a reunion of our freshman football class in Florida. And we were the Gatorade guinea pigs. We found out Miss Filer was the nurse that helped Dr. Cade. And I think, if you're listening, Miss Filer, you have to correct me. I think she was the first African-American to get a nursing degree from Florida. I mean, I might be wrong. But anyway, I think there were some really good people. Those are just 2 out of, I think, 10 or 11 people. I urge everybody to look at that. And this is this is a very important time in our history, Reconstruction. Everybody needs to know about Reconstruction. It's very important. And it's shaped our country for a long time. Everybody doesn't realize Reconstruction was ended at Hale Plantation when they elected Rutherford B. Hayes president by giving electoral college votes. So anyway, just a little history, and I think everybody, we need to learn our African American history like we need to learn all our histories. And I just thought I'd bring that up because I like history. I like to read about it. And thank you, Ms. Certain, for asking for those people. It got me to look at those things anyway. All right, that's all. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. All right, anyone else?
I did, and I failed to mention, Ms. Roy, that I agree with Dr. McNeely that the other concerns or the demands that were in that particular, there were several emails that we received, not just for today, but over the course of the past couple of weeks about Finley. We didn't get any comment on that from our colleagues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak? I think we have heard a great deal, and we're ready to vote.
Madam Chair, can I just want to make sure the board, are you good with the process? Were there any questions about how it was set up? Because the vote kind of includes both.
Okay, well, I do have something
Oh,
else.
does it include both? I
This
thought we
one
were
is to
voting on
have a
them separately.
process, so I just want to make sure that that gets talked about now.
No, I thought we were gonna have two separate votes, because
And if that makes it easier, I can redo the motion to just, the school board approves the renaming of JJ Finley. I mean, sorry, the superintendent recommends the school board approve the renaming of JJ Finley, period. And then we can go to the process, but I think we're already there, so.
Just for the clarity of our record, I'd recommend that we go ahead and have the vote regarding the renaming, and then we can take up the issue of the process to address that.
Okay, so then I will, the superintendent recommends that the school board approve the renaming of JJ Finley Elementary School.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Paulson.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Certain. And we have discussed it already. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Great. Okay. Mr. Moore, you want to go on for the second part of it?
Yes. So then the superintendent recommends that the school board approve the process for renaming JJ Finley Elementary School as presented.
So move.
Been moved by Mr. Hyatt.
Second.
I'd like to offer an amendment to that motion. And what I'd like to change or offer an amendment is on item C, how the committee would be comprised. And I think during this process, as I said earlier, I think we should elevate the voices of the people that have been kind of marginalized. And I think we should give preeminence or give some priority to historians. It just not be so stacked of one way. So item C has that what's being suggested is it's kind of formulated of the 10 people of kind of, we all appoint one. The PTA selects one. SAC selects one, ACA selects a teacher, and ACEA selects a support staff, and the principal is non-voting. And I'd like to amend that, move that we amend that motion that a proposal for renaming the committee will give power only, this as it stands, that particular proposal gives power to institutions that have historically been complicit in institutional racism. So I'd like to move that we amend the motion and part C to the renaming committee to be comprised of a coalition of community members to include community activists, historians, and community organizations, to include some activists such as Faye Williams, Mr. Kylie Blanc, Dr. Zahara Simmons, Mr. Jeffrey King, historians, Dr. Patricia Hilliard-Nunn, Ms. Phil Turcott, Ms. Peggy McDonald, I'm not sure if she's Dr. McDonald or Ms. Peggy McDonald, Ms. Karen Kirkman, and Dr. Paul Ortiz, and or from organizations, a member from the Gator chapter of the NAACP or the NAACP itself, a member from PTA, a member of SAC, and the principal is a non-voting member, is what I'd like to amend the motion, section C of that particular proposal.
Madam Chair, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion, on the amendment to this motion?
Well, yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Certain, and I'm not sure. Are you just giving? Are you basically saying we're putting all of these people that you named on the committee? And I would think that the way the motion was originally, that any of us could appoint anybody to this group. So are you giving us a list of 15 names that we start out with?
I was giving you a list of names of folks who are working in the truth and reconciliation process in our community and historians, so that they could be, and to give prominence to folks. So if we continue to, if all of us name someone, I think the voices of the community would almost be left out for folks that are impacted. As we saw, and it's been said since 2017, it was kind of like brought up and it was left out. So I was thinking if we had historians, we could get an accurate picture. They would not just participate in this, but it would also be historians that we could look forward to renaming other facilities that would be under consideration. We'd have community members, folks that have been advocating for change. Those members are from the Black History Task Force. So these are people that have been, the Black History Task Force would represent folks who've been impacted by what Mr. Jesse Finley stood for. And then we'd have the school community and the general community of the school as well participate in the process with the SAC and the PTA. So,
anybody else want to speak?
Could we explain, are you adding this to what's already been suggested?
I couldn't hear you, Dr. Paulson.
Are you adding
Could you speak up, Dr.
Are
Paulson?
we adding this, I think, to what's already been suggested? Because I think it should be a broad swath of the community.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
About the activists, but I think it'd be good for the whole community to be involved. Are you adding this to the people that are already been discussed, the positions?
Actually, the amendment was to change item C. So this would replace that.
What? Okay.
Okay, and could I have a
amendment to add to it?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear the end of what you
would
said.
take a friendly amendment to add this to the people already suggested or the positions.
Well, okay, maybe I should say substitute motion then instead of amendment.
My recommendation is that we need to deal with one amendment at a time. So we probably need some clarification so all the board members understand what the amendment that has been offered entails. We've got a second for it, and then we need to have a vote on the amendment to decide where we go.
Right. Could I, Madam Chair?
Sure, you go ahead, Mr.
I had a question for either Mr. Delaney or Mr. Moore. I guess this would be more of Mr. Moore, is whether or not Ms. Certan's amendment passes. We're looking at a committee that is going to give a recommendation, and then it's up to the board to make the choice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Ultimately, as the school board, as the people elected to make that final decision, that decision goes to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. You know, I would like to say something. You know, I like a lot of the names that Ms. Certan mentioned, and I think they're good people to be on the committee. However, you know, we really do need to get this decided tonight. And there were a lot of names there, a lot of people to consider, specific people. I don't disagree that there should be historians and, you know, people that have been involved in the fight for civil rights. Absolutely. But I am kind of reluctant to make a decision right now on a certain list of people when nobody else has had any input on, you know, beyond. I mean, if it had come out a few days ago and we had a chance to look at the names and compare the process that Mr. Moore has suggested with the names that Mrs. Certan, maybe we could come to a compromise and not just submit a different list on the spur of the moment. But we really do need to decide tonight because, you know, we have to get this committee constituted and we do not meet until well into July. And at that point, the committee the district would have received names and a little history of why this name was chosen as a substitute for JJ Finley. And we would have a chance to consider that. But I don't want it to seem like we can't disagree a little bit without making it into we're not listening. I'm listening, but it's a lot to absorb. If we could have had this a little bit earlier, and we could have a list of names. I mean,
I think you're misunderstanding. I mean, I'm not suggesting these people be the names of the school. These are folks who would formulate the names of the school.
I know. Oh, I understood that. I understood.
Oh,
that.
okay. Because even with C in here, those, we don't have any names there, and they would have to constitute a committee. They would have to put the committee together. There's no one named in here.
Sure, but can we come to a compromise here between, does it have to be all of one or all of the other? I mean, that's.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think you make some good points. However, the names that were listed by colleague Certain, they are exemplary folk from our community, every last one of them. And I know you would not disagree with that.
I do not disagree.
And the ones that Attorney Moore are the categories that he put forth tonight, you would still have to go through the same process of deciding from each one of us if our folk that we would nominate, that who they are, a little bit about the history. So you may as well accept all of them. I think they deem necessary to be a part, especially the historians. But when you point out just the historians, then I've left out a lot of other community folk that are just as deserving. So I think in order to compromise, we would need to take Attorney Moore's recommendations and Mrs. Certain. And I think that would be a good compromise.
Well, some of them did overlap. I mean, you know, she mentioned a PTA member, which is, I think what Dr. Paulson was saying, and what I was thinking too is, you know, include some other, you know, include other people, but it's up to the board to decide. I'm just giving.
Can I say something?
Yes, Dr.
I think
Paulson.
Dr. McNeely, I asked if we could combine them. So, you know, and that way we have a wide swath of the community. And I think Dr. McNeely just agreed with me. If I think Dr. McNeely.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Add everybody, everyone that's listed. Put them all together. Let's go.
I think I think Dr. McNeely, I agree, we agree. And that way we get a broad, you know, everybody's got to learn this. I'm telling you, this is an important time in our history. Not just now. I meant when Mr. Walls and JJ Finley were there. This was one of the most important periods in the history of the United States. So I agree with you, Dr. McNeely.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Certainly don't want to direct the debate or preempt any comments from any board members. Just sitting here wondering, when I listen to what everyone's saying, I wonder if it would accomplish the goals of what's being described if we expanded the number of members selected by each board member. So instead of one committee member per board member, if we expanded that to 2 or perhaps 3, it sounds to me like that might accomplish the goals of having a larger group participate in this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. I certainly would, if people would like to do this, I would certainly be happy to select some of the names on Ms. Certain's list. Anyone else? I think Dr.
I would
Paulson.
prefer to, tell me how to modify the motion, Mr. Delaney, so that we can include both lists. What Dr. McNeil is saying, we can include the list, the names that I had, and then what's in the original motion. Or do we need to vote and get one down and then we make another one, or what?
Well, all I'm suggesting is
I'm asking, could you just tell me? I understood your suggestion. I'm just asking if so that we could get the 2 lists and we could go forward.
We'll get the number.
Sure. And I want to make sure that that I'm understanding what you're saying in terms of the two lists. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting to any board member who they would have to select as their committee members, but I'm saying that that would give the option for the board members to cover the individuals that you mentioned on your list. What I would suggest right now is that if another board member would like to make a friendly amendment to you along the lines of perhaps what I've suggested or what another board member wants to do, then we could have a vote on the amendment that you had offered in a modified form through a friendly amendment. Is that answering your question, ma'am?
I think it is, yeah, because what you were saying earlier, it sounds like you were trying to guide who we would put on, so.
No, ma'am, I'm certainly not trying to do that. I'm trying to figure out a way that we could expand the number of attendees to encompass individuals like you recommended. And it seems to me the simplest way to do that would be to just increase the number of members of the committee that each board member suggests. But clearly this is a board decision. I was just trying to help put the two concepts together.
So,
Madam Chair.
yes, Dr. McNeely.
I'd like to address Attorney Delaney. I made the wrong mistake by saying Attorney Moore. Attorney Delaney, I really think, and this could be a friendly amendment, it's as friendly as I can get, that we should not have expansion for us. I think we can settle with one person or whatever, but I thought that Dr. Paulson and I had projected a friendly amendment by stating, let's combine that list with what Attorney Moore suggested. And let's face it, during these times that we are in, many of the people that we have wanted to put on with Mrs. Surton's list, the list with Attorney Moore, some of them aren't going to come. Some of them, there will be conflicts. There will be time problems. So I think we really need to compromise, like Madam Chair said earlier, and have the list and the one that Attorney Moore gave us. Let's have both and let's move forward. It's late.
So are you making the motion a friendly amendment to the motion, Dr. McNeely?
Yes, I just did.
Okay. So what do we need to do, Mr. Delaney?
Is that friendly amendment acceptable to you, Ms. Surton?
Yes.
Okay, and then we need to, for purposes of our record, we need to be clear on exactly what the amendment to item C is on the currently pending motion. So there's a list of names, and I trust that Ms. Peck or somebody has taken all those names down.
I'll email it to you now. Will that help?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just suggesting that we need to know the individuals that you've identified, and that is going to be added to the categories that are identified under C 1 through 6. Correct?
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, the amount needed for a quorum would then just go to whatever half plus 1 is in the last line there.
Okay.
And that was the only thing that I wanted to raise with all those people named. Do you know if they actually are interested in this? Because one other thing to keep in mind, this was built on speed, getting it done by August 4th. There is no inherent need to rush it. If we're going to have more people and historians and spend more time, that's great. We don't have to go by August 4th. If, as Dr. McNeely said, some of them might have conflicts because it is such a time crunch. That's the only reason that the list I came up with was done, was to just quick pick people and be able to do it by August 4th. So
I made contact with everybody except one person. So
okay, that makes me a lot. That if they're ready to go, then perfect. So
Ms. Roy, can I?
Sure.
I was listening to you, Mr. Moore, as long as we get a quorum, if some people can't stay on it, then you still have that quorum, we can vote. Okay?
Yeah.
So that settles that then. I mean, and if they all show up, then we're better off.
Great. Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Hyatt.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Certain and say that I thought the list of names, now that I understand what was going on here, are all stellar and are all people that we can count on to do the best for the community and for the and I also want to thank Dr. McNeely and Dr. Paulson for figuring out a way to go forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question for Mr. Moore.
Okay, go ahead.
As we move forward with this process and when we get to other school sites, then would you be changing out the school rep and that kind of those individuals because now you're at a different school? Say, let's say Sidney Lanier, you would be then changing, it would seem, your school reps and your school ESP at that point.
Right. So when we get to the next action item, which is directing us to start developing a more robust permanent policy, then, we're just adopting a process for Findlay because the time is right to do it right now. But we're going to have to name the new elementary school. And yes, the reconciliation process might include other facilities and schools that need to be renamed. And so you'll need a better policy than we have now. What we have now is just 2 paragraphs. It does not have any process spelled out. So based on what I've heard tonight and what you wind up approving for the Findlay process, that will form what we bring to the workshop in early July for the permanent policy.
Thank you.
You sure? I thought that was elementary I. That's a little joke.
Oh.
I'm getting late, Dr. McNeely. I gotta tell a little joke.
Okay.
Very, very little.
Well, listen, I love the cooperation among board members. I love it. And I thank everybody for their input. Now, Mr. Delaney, what's the best procedure going forward? Do we vote on the friendly amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we need a motion to approve the friendly amendment or has?
No, we're ready to vote. If there's,
Okay.
if the
All in
discussion is
favor
complete,
of the,
and if we don't have any public comment at this point, I would want to just check with Mr. Moore that there's
okay,
no one.
Mr. Moore, any public
We
comment?
did it all when we had both together.
Okay.
The only caller I have for an action item is for a later action item. So.
Okay. Okay. So, all in favor then of the friendly amendment to the motion about the formulation of this committee being a combination of Ms. Certain's names, which are, I agree, stellar, and Mr. Moore's original idea. So all in favor then?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? And the motion passes. Wonderful. Thank you.
We, Madam Chair, technical point, we've amended the motion. Now we need to have a vote on the motion as amended.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the motion as amended?
So,
All right. Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Certain,
Yes.
seconded by who?
Dr.
Dr. McNeely. Okay, and we've discussed it to death. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we're going on to the process. Mr. Moore?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And similar to what we just discussed, this next action item is to direct us to develop a permanent policy that will be used for any future naming or renaming that we need to do. I can just tell you up front that much of what I put into the process that you just approved, most of that comes out of Miami-Dade's policy. I've also looked at Duval, Orange, Escambia, and a school district up in Virginia. So we're going to try and come up with something that represents what the amended motion just looked at. And again, we may not be in such a time issue for long-term planning when we go forward. So anyhow, the superintendent recommends that the board direct staff to develop a more robust policy for naming and renaming schools and district facilities to replace policy 7250, commemoration of school facilities.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Hyatt,
Yes.
seconded by
Second.
Dr. Paulson. Okay. Any discussion further? How about citizen input?
Now, there's no citizen input for this
Okay.
particular item.
Excuse me, did I hear somebody?
Me, Dr. Paulson.
Okay.
In other words, we're directing you to make a policy, right? To come back to us with that policy. And you're gonna take what we just directed for Finley and use that as a guide too, I would think, right, Mr. Moore?
Yes, so, our normal policy workshops, sometimes I have specific language from Neola that we bring. Sometimes we have, different examples that I need your feedback on. There are certain things I didn't like about some of the counties, but liked in others. That's not ultimately for me to decide. I plan to share with you everything I find from.
You gotta fit our, we're unique. You have to fit this district.
So like in one county, I thought it was way too local a decision. It was only for people that lived right around the school. So I, whether or not I can formulate an entire policy to try and encapsulate all of that or share multiple ideas with you from other districts and hear from you first, then first reading would probably come at the July 21st meeting. But we'll workshop it first so we can discuss it fully and look at what different counties have done. It's really, the one in Virginia was really fascinating. They went through a lot of this. And so I want, this is your decision, not mine. So I'll try and share as much as I can at that workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. All right, the next item of business is the evaluation of the superintendent, Mr. Delaney.
Yes, ma'am. This is the time of year where the annual evaluation of the superintendent needs to be adopted by the board. Each of you have done work on your own outside of a board meeting. But as we know, the board can only act collectively in the sunshine at a meeting. And so we're at that point. This would be simply a vote to recognize the work that each of you have done individually in preparing the evaluations. And you're basically voting to say, yes, collectively, this is our evaluation of the superintendent.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve that?
I broke up on me. I didn't hear you, Mrs. Roy.
I'm sorry. I just, Mr. Delaney described what we were doing, that we were just accepting this into the record. And I'm asking, is there a motion to approve that recommendation from Mr. Delaney?
Yep, so move.
All right, I'll
Been
second.
moved by Ms. Certain,
I'll
seconded
second.
by Dr. Paulson.
Then we get some discussion.
And then we do have
Of
public
course.
input as well.
Yeah, but can we have discussion first?
The normal process is to do citizen input
Right.
first.
Okay.
Okay.
So we do have, let's see, I think we, in the boardroom, we have one person, we have Wendy Noon. If we can bring her up, and then I have one caller, Tracy Mucci. And since I don't see the video, I'm gonna go to Tracy Mucci first. Hello, is this Tracy?
We do have
Hello.
Oh, hi. Yeah, you're here to speak about the superintendent's evaluation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're on with the board now. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Mucci, and I speak as a mother of a Kanapaha Middle School 7th grader, as a former school board employee, and as a 10-year public housing resident in Alachua County. Regarding Ms. Karen Clark's evaluation, personally, I find her performance has been highly ineffective, especially regarding low-income students, my son included. He has been a low-income student for his entire education career. Why did our former superintendent, Dr. Roberts, receive negative evaluations, despite his improvements in the data regarding children's learning? Why did you drive out someone, and I speak to the board who did this? Dr. Roberts was doing right by our children. How is it justified to award Ms. Clark with good evaluation when her data shows worsening education results? What we need right now is an independent and objective board to evaluate our superintendents based on data and not opinions anymore. Criteria has to be more stringent than it has been previously used to evaluate our principals, our teachers, and our superintendent. We need equity, we need measurable criteria, and we need accountability. And we also need transparency. I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mucci. Is Ms.
All right.
Noon, Dr. Noon?
Do we have Ms. Noon in the boardroom, Jackie?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Noon.
Thank you so much, everybody, for this meeting tonight. I appreciate it very much. Been waiting a long time. So I would like to have a search for a new superintendent, a gifted superintendent, exactly like the one we lost, and possibly better if you can find one better than that. But you know, one that sees what the community schools need and fills the needs. A superintendent, our superintendent does not hear us. The superintendent does not participate in monthly in-person meetings with us. And only 2 of the board members do on a regular basis. They always interested in how to better the community and how to better the schools, you know. Education is thousands of years old. Why can't we learn from other education in other countries? What are the needs of the COVID-19? Okay, everybody's inside the house. Education has to be inside the home. There should be, with the half a penny tax, there can be an internet in every home in Alachua County, and there can be a computer in every child's hands. With our half a penny tax, what did you do with it behind our back? You spent on some land that you want to develop before you develop the adult high school, vocational school, so that the people can be developed to build and invest in their community. We need to develop our community. That's what education is for. It's not buying land so we can bring people in from somewhere else to develop it for us. We have people here, education teaches them, skills them, reskills, retools them, and puts them to work and makes a secure economy. How much will it cost to skill these tax-paying adults, these taxpayers who pay the salary of the Board of Education? What will it do to respect them and give them a public education when now is not the time in a financial depression to go to a bank and take a loan to go to a college, as wonderful as our colleges are? Now is not the time to take a bank loan. Now it's the time to develop public education. So in the end, I would just like to compare the ecological and economic stability of Gainesville when it was a seminary county, as opposed to being an Alachua County. It was stable, it was beautiful, there were walkways, there were tree-lined walks for athletes, where people could walk and get fresh air. And now And now we just have concrete. We don't have an underpass or an overpass on 34th Street where we take care of children. And we need it. We need an engineering department that works. We give tax money to UF. Let UF invest in
It's been
us.
3
too.
minutes.
And
So
that's,
if you could wrap up, please.
so again, I would like to search for a new superintendent as soon as possible. The one that we have made promises of Montessori and Suzuki and pre-K, never did anything. And to go behind our back, and for the superintendent, I hold most responsible as the adult in the room, okay? The superintendent is responsible for going behind our back and spending $7.6 million out of 70 million and not asking us to vote on it, not asking us what we thought, not asking the people, you know, what names do you want, you know, just deciding for yourself for us. We are not retarded.
Ms. Noon.
Thank you. We have hope. We're the engine that can.
And I have you down for later citizen input too, Ms. Noon. So,
This is fine. Thank you so much
Okay.
for your time.
Okay.
And actually, we do have another speaker in the room here about this issue.
and then I have
Armand.
several emails to read as well. So.
Okay. Could I ask Mr. Grundy
Yeah.
Gomes to come up?
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you. Again, school board members. I want to try to make sure I measure my words. This week I traveled from Minnesota this past week, and I watched a meeting. I watched a meeting between a face that looked like me talking with the superintendent, didn't sound like me, but looked like me. And I felt like there was a bunch of attaboys or good jobs, and I want to be term inclusive. We did a good job here. You're doing a great job here. To the superintendent, I will say this. I feel like there's many voices that are just tone deaf. And I don't think that, I want to reframe something. I don't think you're necessarily seeing the forest through the trees. And you're most likely this is going to continue. So I'm going to reframe this. It is my hope that if you should continue, that maybe you will, people like George Floyd, his life mattered. You said you recognize that he did. But it's not what you say, it's what you do, Mrs. Clark. You see, every day when you tell Black children that come here every day, you're doing certain things. The numbers don't lie. One of the people that wrote in or called in just a second ago said that you didn't care about people that were of lower income. Not all Black children are poor, and not all white children are wealthy. And I say this, that I watched what you said about George Floyd, and I appreciated your words. What does George Floyd have to do with this? George Floyd I could have been George Floyd that day. Mrs. McNeely's son, who works for you, could have been George Floyd. Mrs. Certain's children could have been George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. You have a lot of George Floyds that you're responsible for every day during the school year. Do Black bodies matter to you, Mrs. Clark? Do they? I'm talking to you, Mrs. Clark. And it's not, again, what you say, because over the last year, I remember 2 years ago, you and I had a conversation about Black History Month, even at Lincoln Middle School. And we don't really teach Lincoln Middle School, we brush over it. And I think we need to dig deep. I've talked to Member McNeely and Member Certain, and rather than just chastise you and say what you're doing a better job, I want to encourage you to say this. I hope that maybe you will take some feedback and try to apply it in a better way, a more meaningful way. And I hope that we really can have a real dialogue and not just talk past each other. Because really, if we start looking at it, this thing is a social construct. You're a human being, Mrs. Clark. I'm a human being. Mrs. Roy, Mr. Paulson, everybody here is a human being. And we matter. And what people like me are saying right now, Mrs. Clark, is our lives matter too. They matter in as much as we want to make sure we have equitable opportunity when our children are coming to you, to come home safely, to be taught, and to be taught by people that look like them as well, and the people that don't look like them, to make sure that if they don't understand it, that they may need to have an understanding of our culture. Because
Mr. Gomez,
sometimes,
sorry.
I'll be responsible. Thank you.
And then we have a caller before I start reading the emails. We have, this should be Sinead Jackson. Let me bring her in. Ms. Jackson?
Yes, it is.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. You are on to speak about the superintendent's evaluation now?
I am. So again, it's Sinead Jackson that is chiming in. And I want to be clear that we are all aware, the people that are tuning in, the 257 viewers at home, and other people that are tuning in on Channel 12. This board has made it quite evident that the superintendent's evaluation would not be indicative of what the actual work that she has actually done. I just want to point out and speak on behalf of those voices that keep being muted, us that keep being ignored, and those of us that they start the whisper campaigns. We have saw very clearly that we have the board members that are not willing to do the job that they were elected to do, to hold the superintendent accountable for steering the ship that she's supposed to steer. We wanted to be very clear that we understand that organizations like the Alachua County PTA does not represent our students. I want it to be known and to be said for all the people in the community to watch and pay attention to the actual data. We have the board members giving Superintendent Clark credit for initiatives that were not hers. And as a matter of fact, there were initiatives that were started by many of us, and especially board members certain on that board who's been fighting for this particular community. They've taken those initiatives, they've watered them down, and then they've looked at it and said, see, look at all black people, and they can't learn because it's their fault. I want this to be clear to the people that are watching and tuning in. We need change, and we need change at our Alachua County School Board, and it's not right that the superintendent will be retained and receiving a raise for a job that is not well done. And it is not right that she has been very bold, very nonchalant about it. And it is not right, the bullying that we see from other board members, for board member Certain and Dr. McNeely for trying to hold the superintendent accountable, which is the job that they were elected to do. They keep stating that as the public, we are supposed to trust them to do their jobs. They've shown over and over by multiple betrayals of public trust that they cannot be trusted to do those particular jobs, and they can't be trusted to hold the superintendent accountable.
Okay, Mrs. Jackson, thank you.
Then we just got one more caller before I get to the emails. This should be Larry Green. Let me get him. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Hi, okay, you are on to talk about the superintendent's evaluation?
Yes.
Great, you're
sorry
on
about
with the
that.
board
Let me-
now. Thank you.
So this is Larry Green, again with the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County. And I want to echo what others have said about the quality of the evaluations that are being offered up tonight, and particularly the need for a more structured basis for evaluating, which is based on studies and facts and data. I mean, we just lost a huge grant that's going to negatively impact a significant portion of our young children. And we just lost a huge asset to our community. And that's a concern to me because once again, it goes back to equity and it goes back to equality and it goes back to doing things for the least of these in our community. And I'm beginning to question whether or not this board truly wants to be equitable and truly respects the needs of African Americans, especially when I sit here and listen to certain board members moaning and saying, oh, Jesus, when Black people get up to speak at the microphone. It is appalling that you would do that. It is appalling that you would be so disrespectful in doing that. And maybe in the evaluation of the superintendent, we really ought to also be evaluating each and every single one of our board members and holding them accountable as well for their treatment of the African American community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larry Green.
Okay, and so I do have a few emails. The first one is from Margaret Hamer. Thank you for taking the time to read my message. In a district that recently lost Head Start funding and has the highest achievement gap in the state of Florida, it is unconscionable that anyone on the school board could rate the person helming the ship as highly effective. The statistics that Dr. McNeely and Mrs. Certain shared in their evaluations should be concerning to every member of the board. Alarm bells should be going off. But what I read in the evaluations are a lot of backpats for plans, not results. I would be fired from my job if I talked about things but couldn't do them. The kids in our district deserve better. The inequities must be addressed, and the people whose children are most affected should have the first seat at the table in addressing them. Thank you for your time, Margaret Hamer.
All right, Mrs. Hammond, thank you.
The next is from Terry Cohens. Writes, Karen Clark's performance has been a definite one. Her display of attitude during the school board meetings has been a joke. She refuses to answer direct questions from certain members of the school board. Her attitude during the meetings has shown that she has no true interest for the students of Alachua County. The half-cent tax should be used for the sole purpose of rebuilding the schools on the east side of town. The plan for merging Westwood and Howard Bishop middle schools is a disaster when Wiles Elementary School is receiving the appropriate funding to rebuild. Any schools that are named after any Confederate affiliation should be renamed after African-American or Latinx persons. Under Karen Clark's watch, we have lost the funding to the Head Start program. This shows her inability to provide what is needed in the communities for the children that are utilizing these services. Karen Clark has failed to provide services to Black students the resources in being able to benefit from magnet programs in high school. Karen Clark has failed to be transparent in the spending of $423 million. Karen Clark has failed the African Americans in Alachua County. As a citizen and a person that has grandchildren in Alachua County schools, this representation of our children is not what I want to see anymore. Karen Clark has failed us. Our children are failing under her inability to lead. We need new leadership and a fresh perspective to help all our children. Justifying spending money on the west side doesn't help our children on the east side. 3 people voting that she's doing a great job, laughable. The next one doesn't have a name. It's just from Bring Change. Hello all, I have 3 questions that I would like to ask. If Ms. Clark's work ethic has been highly effective, 1, why is there such a huge achievement gap between both Black and white students? 2, why was the money for the half-cent sales tax used for overpriced land on the west side of town when we have outdated schools on the east side? And 3, how is it that after 20 years of successfully receiving funds for the Head Start program, we are no longer being awarded this phenomenal opportunity? Next one is from Tina Days. I am now on record saying that Superintendent Karen Clark should not be getting a positive evaluation, but instead she should be fired. After 45 years of having Head Start and now losing Head Start on her watch, she should immediately be fired, especially after certain people on the school board fired Dr. Roberts for allegedly plagiarizing something in his book, which incidentally did not have anything to do with his job. Now these same people have the audacity to give highly effective to Karen Clark even after the loss of the Head Start program. These people should be ashamed of themselves. We as the African-American people need to hold these same school board members accountable for not doing anything to help our children and to vote in August for the candidate that will bring a positive change to this school board on day 1. Next one is from Jackie Davis. Despite slight improvements in school children's performance data, our previous Black school superintendent, Dr. Roberts, was given negative evaluations and forced to resign because of failing to mention a citation. Ms. Clark has been given excellent evaluations by 3 of the 5 board members. Despite that, on her watch, we have seen stagnant or slipping children's performance data, 3 principals in less than 1 year at Lake Forest, losing the Head Start contract, and shady land deals. An objective evaluation tool is needed, one that is at least as rigorous as that used to evaluate the principals. The next is from Crystal Covia. Dear school board members and Superintendent Clark, good morning. I'm reaching out in response to Superintendent Clark's evaluations. I'm concerned that several evaluations do not accurately reflect the superintendent's performance. Within the evaluation, there are 6 goals addressed on the same rubric. The performance standards are as follows: highly effective, effective, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. Each standard provides markers for attaining that level of performance. These markers were not judiciously applied to the superintendent's stated goals by several board members. Hereafter, I address this concerning goal numbers 3, 4, and 5, which together constitute 1/2 of the superintendent's evaluation. Goal 3 states that the superintendent will, quote, eliminate all D&F schools. The marker for effective performance on goal 3 requires Superintendent Clark to sufficiently and appropriately meet the goal with only normal variations. Superintendent Clark did not meet the goal of eliminating all D&F schools in the district. Of the 6 schools, D&F schools from the previous year within her care, only 4 attained that goal. That equates to 66.6% of DNF schools in the district meeting the standards set by Goal 3. In any classroom across the district, 66.6% equals to a letter grade of a D, unsatisfactory performance. Nevertheless, 3 board members rated Superintendent Clark as having met this performance standard, denoting a rating of effective. Board member Hyatt justified his rating, stating, during Superintendent Clark's time, there have been no F grades. Board member Paulson states there were 3 schools with a grade of D. Only board members Certain and McNeely apply the rubric with fidelity, respectively stating, this goal has not been accomplished, and unfortunately, D schools were not eliminated. Goal 4 states that the superintendent will raise the scores of the lowest quartile in ELA and math district-wide. Thus, to meet this performance standard, the superintendent must attain the marker appropriately raising lowest quartile student scores in both ELA and math. She did not. Board members Roy, Hyatt, and Paulson do not apply this marker to their evaluation. Each rated Superintendent Clark's performance as effective. Board member Roy notes that, quote, many steps were taken to advance this goal. Board member Paulson notes that a number of initiatives were initiated to support Goal 4. Each of these board members also notes that the absence of FSA scores for 1920. Yet it has been the practice of the board to use prior year's FSA scores. That data is available, as board members Certain and McNeely both note raising the score of the lowest quartile in ELA and math was not achieved. Finally, Goal 5 states that Superintendent Clark will continue the implementation of the equity plan with emphasis on reducing the achievement gap. More nebulously worded than the other goals, this assumes that the reader will assess Superintendent Clark both on the goals, plans, and strategies set forth within the district equity plan and on data related to achievement gaps between Black and white children. Board members Paulson, Hyatt, and Roy each rated Superintendent Clark's performance as highly effective. The marker of highly effective performance is exceeding levels of proficiency and creating models of practice for other peer leaders. What replicable models of practice did Superintendent Clark create? Further, what justification suggests that Superintendent Clark warrants an effective rating on this goal? The achievement gap between Black and white students remains essentially unchanged. This indicator is clearly emphasized as a priority in Goal 5. Moreover, the equity plan denotes a focus on the Head Start/Early Learning/Parent Academy program. Given the Alachua County Public Schools has lost the Head Start program due to allegations of abuse, this equity plan goal has certainly not been met. In fact, the district's errors will exacerbate inequity for employees who have lost their jobs, as well as negatively impact the learning of the 600 families, most of whom are African American. As a concerned parent of the school system, I rely on public officials to assess information, be objective, and govern on my behalf. Given the satisfactory evaluation that the superintendent received, I feel as this has not been achieved. I feel as if the evaluation does not depict Superintendent Clark's true quality of performance. In the future, I ask board members to faithfully adhere to the rubric set forth by the district. Next one is from Deidre Houchin, and like the last one, I'm going to have to read it fast to get it 3 minutes. Dear board members and Superintendent Clark, good morning. I write to respond to the superintendent's evaluations. I'm addressing the board members' application of a rubric within the superintendent's performance evaluation. Rubrics can serve as meaningful tools for evaluating whether one has met a goal. However, rubrics are only productive when they define what work meets a standard and allows us to distinguish between different levels of performance. I am concerned that several evaluations do not adhere to these standards of practice in evaluating Superintendent Clark. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but we just got a warning that we're about to be signed out because it's 10 o'clock. And computers automatically shut down in the board. I thought we stopped doing that. And that will be unfortunate. I'm hoping that by being active, it's not going to shut me down. I don't know what we're going to get in the boardroom.
Whose policy is that, Mr. Moore?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
I would just say hold for a minute and see if we can get Brian logged back in. They generally will shut down late at night to do their updates each day. I didn't realize it was 10 o'clock. So let me see if we can get Brian back in. I don't think there's anybody here downstairs that can override that. So let me see if we can get Brian back in. Okay, a few, I think, were able to reboot their computers, and so a couple of people have tried to log back into the meeting. So I've admitted everybody I think that I can do. I still don't see Brian, but okay, so Brian is going to go down to the boardroom and just navigate from there. Yeah, for whatever reason, that office shut down. I'm not sure. So we'll just need a minute for Brian to get to the boardroom. Mr. Moore is getting logged back on.
I think I'm back on now.
Good.
We're gonna, I don't know, do I still have my captioner?
Yep.
Okay. And then what I'll need to do is probably start a new YouTube stream. Let me make sure it's not running. I apologize for that. I didn't know we were still doing that. It says live now. It looks like it's still running. Okay, great. So I will start over with Dr. Houchin's letter. Do we still have everybody else? I think it was everyone just in the building that must have gotten dropped. So. Okay, so picking up where we left off, this is from Deidre Houchin again. Good evening. I write to respond to the superintendent's evaluations. I'm addressing the board members' application of a rubric within the superintendent's performance evaluation. Rubrics can serve as meaningful tools for evaluating whether one has met a goal. However, rubrics are only productive when they define what work meets a standard and allows us to distinguish between different levels of performance. I'm concerned that several evaluations do not adhere to these standards of practice in evaluating Superintendent Clark. Within the evaluation, there are 6 goals assessed on the same rubric. The performance standards are as follows: highly effective, effective, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. Each standard provides markers for attaining that level of performance. These markers were not judiciously applied to the superintendent's stated goals by several board members. Hereafter, I address the concerning goal numbers 3, 4, and 5, which together consist of 1/2 of the superintendent's evaluation. Goal 3 states that the superintendent will eliminate all DNF schools. The marker for effective performance on goal D requires, I'm sorry. I've lost my place. So goal 3 states the superintendent will eliminate all DNF schools. The marker for effective performance on goal 3 requires Superintendent Clark to sufficiently and appropriately meet the goal with only normal variations. Superintendent Clark did not meet the goal of eliminating all DNF schools in the district. Of the six schools, DNF schools from the previous year within her care, only 4 attained the goal. That equates to 66.6% of DNF schools in the district meeting the standard set by goal 3. In any classroom across the district, 66.6% equates to a letter grade of D, unsatisfactory performance.
Well, come here, please.
Nevertheless, 3 board members rated Superintendent Clark as having met the performance standard, denoting a rating of effective. Board member Hyatt justified his rating, stating during Superintendent Clark's time, there have been no F grades. Board member Paulson states there were 3 schools with a grade of D. Only board member Sertins and McNeely apply the rubric with fidelity, respectively stating this goal has not been accomplished and unfortunately D schools were not eliminated. Goal 4 states the superintendent will raise the scores of the lowest quartile in ELA and math district-wide. Thus, to meet the performance standards, the superintendent must attain the marker appropriately raising lowest quartile students' scores in both ELA and math. She did not. Board members Roy, Hyatt, and Paulson do not apply this marker to their evaluation. Each rated Superintendent Clark's performance as effective. Board member Roy notes that many steps were taken to advance this goal. Board member Paulson notes that a number of initiatives were initiated to support Goal 4. Each of these board members also notes the absence of FSA scores for 1920, yet it has been the practice of the board to use prior year's FSA scores. That data is available. As board members Certain and McNeely both note, raising the score of the lowest quartile in ELA and math was not achieved. Finally, Goal 5 states that Superintendent Clark will continue implementation of the equity plan with emphasis on reducing the achievement gap. Board members Paulson, Hyatt, and Roy each rated Superintendent Clark's performance as highly effective. The marker of highly effective performance is exceeding levels of proficiency and creating models of practice for other peer leaders. What replicable models of practice did Superintendent Clark create? Further, what justification suggests that Superintendent Clark warrants an effective rating on this goal? The achievement gap between Black and white students remains essentially unchanged. This indicator is clearly emphasized as a priority in Goal 5. I rely on public officials to act with due diligence. It is their responsibility to assess information, be objective, and govern on my behalf. As a former teacher, I know well the responsibility to utilize rubrics in a manner that is precise, providing helpful and authentic feedback. In the future, I ask board members to faithfully adhere to the rubric set forth by the district. Next one is from Dr. Peggy Vermont. As a parent of 3 school-aged children in Alachua and a member of several PTA and PTOs, I believe that Karen Clark is highly ineffective. She blatantly ignores African-American parents, teachers, and administrators. I am disgusted about how Bishop parents, as well as Westwood parents, for which I'm zoned, were ignored about placing Howard Bishop students at Westwood. Did anyone consider students that walk to school, parents that need to walk to school, how students get home from after-school activities, and after-school activities for Bishop students with no transportation or parents that work? The school board could have worked with the city to use the land behind Howard Bishop. Harvey Ward said it was possible. The school board never listens to the parents. They pretend to listen, throw them a meeting, and do what they want. Also, I'm super angry about the land deal. Again, building in West Gainesville and spending an excessive amount of money for the land that was worth only $1.3 million. It was a shady deal. Why don't you buy land for a school in East Gainesville for $3.6 million? I would love to see that. Karen Clark and the majority of the school board members do not care about African-American students. My proof that she is the gap between white and Black students continues to increase on her watch. She needs to be fired. Finally, change the name of J.J. Finley, but acknowledge that Faye Williams asked in 2017 to do and admit you ignored her. I should have read that earlier, I'm sorry. Evaluation, again, this is from Jackie Williams, or Jackie Gosh, excuse me. As a member of Alachua County and a parent of 2 children who will be attending public school, I cannot overstate my disappointment in the performance of Superintendent Clark. The achievement gap in this district is unacceptable. I'm concerned that this will only increase with the challenges facing us as we navigate the pandemic, and I have no confidence in her ability to lead us through these uncertain times. The loss of the Head Start program is heartbreaking. We have many families who depend on it and staff who have now lost their jobs in a time of economic uncertainty. The board should ask for her resignation as a result of this huge loss to the children and the families of this community. Please consider this. Thank you. Venetia Buchanan, good afternoon. To whom it may concern, I would like specific answers to why this land purchase was made in light of significant citizen input, specifically as taxpayers of the monies so recklessly spent. Also, I call for the community input in the superintendent evaluation. The failures that occurred, including the loss of Head Start, is not indicative of a highly effective superintendent. That's from Venetia Buchanan. And then finishing the one from before from Tracy Mueller. No, am I saying her name wrong? I'm sorry. But I started it earlier on the Finley part. And so as for the evaluation, she writes, Ms. Clark's performance has been highly ineffective. Achievement/opportunity gap. The only changes in the achievement opportunity gap is a 1% change over the last 3 years due to worsening performance of white students. Many of our high school graduates lack the reading and math skills necessary for them to get into college or jobs. There's an increase in the number of Black students in magnet programs. However, many of them are struggling and not getting the support they need to succeed in these programs. The Head Start contract. The school administration just lost the Head Start contract that they held for over 25 years. This impacts the future of 650 children as well as the jobs of over 100 employees. Lake Forest Elementary School is getting its 3rd principal in less than 1 year. the land deal. We voted for a 50-cent sales tax, which was promoted as being money to refurbish outmoded schools in East Gainesville. However, they just spent $3.6 million on overpriced land in West Gainesville in an area slated to be developed. Ms. Karen Clark's evaluation. Despite improvements in data regarding children's learning, our previous superintendent, Dr. Roberts, who is African-American, received negative evaluations, which led to his resignation. Yet even with worsening data on education results, Ms. Clark has consistently received good evaluations from 3 of our 5 board members. There needs to be an objective system for evaluating the superintendent that is data-based. It needs to be at least as rigorous as that used to evaluate principals and teachers. And that was the last one.
Okay.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
we do have one speaker who would like to speak to this issue.
Okay.
Evelyn Fox.
Good evening and thank you, Superintendent and board members. I'm Evelyn Fox and I'm president of the Alachua County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and that includes all of us. First, I would like to say thank you for passing the renaming of the school. And I am so excited that you all listen to the people that you represent. I come this evening because I'm very upset, and it's evaluation time. When I read the stats on how our superintendent was evaluated, I was appalled at 3 of you. I'm concerned, our citizens are concerned about the Head Start program closing after 40 years in Alachua County. Some people say 40. I'm upset, our community is upset that you put so much energy and focus, Ms. Superintendent, on buying 38 acres of land for $3.68 million. The community is concerned. It's travesty. Well, I come to report to you from our community. I'm here to tell you, Madam Superintendent, the same thing I told you in November when I was here. The community is asking for your resignation. We did an evaluation, the community did, and we found you non-effective. And it's not fair to our children to allow you to say you are the superintendent of the school based on favoritism. It appears, based on everything I've heard from Dr. Hutchins and other people tonight, if you like somebody, you always go with them. And I support my friends to a certain extent. But we're not just talking about friendship tonight. We are talking about our future. We are talking about the little boys and girls that will be someday our school board members and perhaps our governor and county commissioners. You are not setting a good example for them. So in closing, I, on behalf of our community, and if you want us to collect petitions, we will. We are asking you, Karen, to please resign before our school becomes more of a pandemic like our nation is, because right now that's where we are. Please resign. That is the community request of you. Thank you.
And that was the last commenter, Mrs. Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We're at board discussion.
Mr. Roy, can I speak?
Yes.
I wasn't going to say this tonight but they talk about obeying exactly the rubric and be objective, correct? Isn't that what we were hearing? But I didn't see anybody saying anything about goal 2. Now, I hope you can just listen to this. That's the reply I gave somebody. And I would say, I hope you're doing well. And then I read his email. And then I said, sometimes officials disagree as part of the governmental process, but is not by any means one-sided, as it should not be. The one constant should be to keep it civil. But now I would like to take the opportunity to question the superintendent evaluations of some of our board members regarding goal 2. Because I heard what they said about we got to go by some measurable facts. These members gave Ms. Clark a needs improvement for this particular goal 2. Now, what goal 2 states the following: salaries for instructional staff and ESP will be ranked in the upper 2/3 of districts statewide. Then raise the minimum wage for non-instructional staff to $15 an hour, including health insurance. This was the goal that she was getting judged on, okay? Our instructional salaries are ranked 44th. This puts our ranking in the upper 2/3 of districts statewide, highest ranking ever. Minimum wage for non-instructional staff was $15.04 per hour. Both parts of goal 2 were achieved, just like we've been hearing we should have to do. This leads to this question: how can this equate to a rating of needs improvement? How can anybody say that? Look at the following analogy. A teacher I was a teacher, 4 of us on this board were. A teacher administers a test to a student. The student answers 100% of the questions correctly. The teacher then gives the student a D. Mrs. Clark received a D, needs improvement, yet accomplished 100% of what was asked. This was her test. I can only ask, how is this fair? Some things can be left to interpretation. This is not one of them. This certainly taints the process. I look forward to having further discussions in the future. And that's what we need to get to. We have this discussions. Another thing is, one of our board members says, we don't want, they want $15 an hour without the health insurance. You know, I taught Algebra 2 at Buell's. And I didn't want, the other people in my department wanted a 100-question multiple choice test. I wanted where I could see the work. We disagreed. Then we compromised and had 50% multiple choice and 50% where you could see the work. Now, none of us got everything we wanted. But you know something? When we graded the test of those students, we graded them on the test that we gave them. Mrs. Clark was not, if you want something else, you know, you can't grade somebody on what we gave them to accomplish. Then it's been said, we don't do the same with our teachers as we do with our ESPs and count the health insurance. Incorrect, and I've been told 3 or 4 times. Now, one thing is we're looking at the ranking of the teachers. Excuse me. And teachers are teachers. You can get a ranking. If you're an ESPs, it could be a bookkeeper. It could be a custodian. They're all different, and it's too hard to have a ranking for one. And the minimum wage is something we're trying to raise. If we should have counted the minimum wage for the teachers. That's ranked 40th, almost within $100 of being 35th. And we even would have been better. So why, you know, we're hearing this lecture about follow the process and be objective. Is anybody anywhere can tell me this was objective to give her a D, a needs improvement? When you get 100, what would you do? I ask people out there, if you got 100% on a test, the teacher gave you a D. 100% and you got a D. So if we're going to go by what people are saying, I don't mind having a discussion on how I evaluated Mrs. Clark. That's legitimate. We'll sit there and we can discuss it. But at least be fair. At least be fair. You know, we really had another one where we were going to have 2 strategic plan updates. I'm the person who brought the strategic plan to this district. We had 3. She got a needs improvement or unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory for doing what the goal said. So is this a one-way thing? Only we're not doing it and the people who did this are? What I'm hoping is I hope there are people out there that realize how objective what I'm saying is to you, and that we can start getting along and get this district on the right foot. And if anybody wants to know why I voted to fire Dr. Roberts, read my evaluation. Had nothing to do with plagiarism, nothing. I like Dr. Roberts. I hate to have to bring this up, but I'm hearing this all the time. We need this district for us to get along, just like when Dr. McNeely and I had a friendly amendment tonight. That's what we need to be doing with everything. We need to get along. I'm just saying, if somebody tells me that this is okay to do what happened on goal 2, then we really can't discuss things. Because that's just plain as day. Plain as day. Why did she get a needs improvement when she got 100 on the test? Say it to yourself. Why did she get a needs improvement when she got 100 on the test? Now, I didn't want to. I want us to work together as a unit. But you know something? Just like tonight, Dr. McNeely, we both gave in and we both listened. And I'll listen to anybody. I hope we can do that. And Mrs. Clark has worked very hard and done a good job overall. So I will see how people react to what I just told you. I'll know.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paul.
If people say that's not, I wasn't objective, I don't see how you can be any more objective than that. Thank you, Mrs. Troy.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Mr. Hyatt.
Well, I'm not going to read part of my evaluation because it's been referred to tonight and it's public record, and it'll anybody can go online and read it. I do want to read. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit a response that I wrote to one of the emailers tonight earlier in the day, and just to try to bring up a few more things to light. And so this is what I wrote. Just to clarify, I gave Dr. Roberts positive evaluations. And now enough about Dr. Roberts. Let's go to Ms. Clark. Karen Clark is the only Alachua County superintendent since Governor Bush established high stakes testing not to have one school rated F. She's the only school superintendent to lead to the establishment of an equity plan. And she is the only superintendent to publicly call for changing the name of J.J. Finley Elementary School. Now, she wasn't the first person to call for that, but she's the only superintendent in the history of this district that called for that. She's the only superintendent to increase African-American participation in magnet and AP programs. She is the only superintendent to have universal gifted screening for all second grade students. And I think we all know her gifted leadership during the pandemic. I won't go into all of those details. Let me move over to graduation rates, which when they're not good, it's the superintendent's fault. And when they are good, they're not important. The year before Ms. Clark became superintendent. The total graduation rate for Alachua County, including charters, was 82.7%. For African-American students, it was 68.3%, including charters. In 2019, which is the last year we have the data, those figures were 88.5% total, including charters, and African-American students, 79.9%, including charters. So the African-American graduation rate in 2 years, the first 2 years of her service, 68.3 to 79.9. And there are numbers that we don't like, but we should acknowledge things that are going well and that have gone well. Starting from day one, there has been some opposition to Ms. Clark, but she's never let that affect her efforts or attitude toward her job. And I want to say, for me personally, I've supported both superintendents I've worked for. I've supported, worked with. I didn't say for, I said with. And I've supported the interim superintendent I've worked with. And in my opinion, pulling together works better. So it's I don't think anyone, including Superintendent Clark, is happy when we don't have numbers that are better. But I wanted to acknowledge some of the things that are happening for the first time. And you know, we need to work together to see how we can make this better. And as far as, and you know, is talking about Head Start, we got that news, what, 2 days ago? The evaluations were due by the end of May. So that was not a factor in any of them, but it's an important subject. And I know that Dr. McNeely mentioned earlier that she wants to have a workshop when we get all the information. And I think that's a great idea. And we're going to find out what the deal is on that. But anyway, I think my evaluation speaks for itself. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit, I guess we're all a little tired here. So thank you very much to everyone. And thank you, Madam Superintendent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Anyone else want to speak?
I certainly need to speak because I don't want anyone listening to this broadcast think that we have not taken every single item that was supposed to be rated. Mrs. Clark and I meet just as often as the rest of you probably meet with her. But the things that I listed on the evaluation certainly deem necessary for the needs to improve. If we can't get to the point where we acknowledge the truth, I'm not saying the other things that colleagues have listed tonight, but I'm going strictly on what we were given in this form, this document, to tell the truth. And that's what I've tried to do. And even though my colleague talked about goal 2, we have all of the other goals that have to measure up as well. He's saying that based on his scenario with getting 100 on the test or whatever, the point is we have to always throw in the health piece to the ESPs when it comes to their salary. And it's okay to have good health insurance, but if you can't pay the doctor, then you've got some problems on your hand. So that's what I want to say about goal number 2. Goal 1, I marked effective, but the others that you can see, and I don't have to read them either, it's printed and it's for public view. I think I've held the superintendent to the standards that we set that she needs to do. And one of the things, until we can recognize and acknowledge, colleagues, we will never do any better in our system. We cannot afford to pad all of the other areas. I'm going back to what the standards were for guiding this evaluation. I tried my utmost to put down what I have seen, what the data says, and I think tonight we've got a lot of public sayings, but I didn't feel I had to even explain my evaluation because the data speaks for itself. I've attached the data to the superintendent's evaluation. I hope publicly people will take a look at it. If you don't, then you still are in the dark. Look at the numbers. It came from our local group, Jeff Charbonnet, Arduza. And then you can, if you don't trust us, go to the state. The data is listed. And I don't know why my colleagues don't mention that. It's unfortunate that it looks as if we disagree all of the time. And I don't like that stigma either. But I'm not going to sit back and not tell the truth when these are the standards we were asked to govern her by. Maybe next year, things will improve because we finally have gotten to the realization that change is needed. So since the superintendent is hearing it, we are hearing it, we need to help her get where she needs to go. Right at this point, I stand fast with my evaluation. Unsatisfactory. I've said it. She has written a response to me, and after reading the superintendent's response, I still say to Mrs. Clark, unsatisfactory. But there must be time for her, just like we give instructional staff time to improve, and the public may not agree with me here saying that she's had time. Well, I want her to put it in action so that next year, when the evaluation time comes out, I don't have to say unsatisfactory. I can rate her differently, but at this point, 2020, it's unsatisfactory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Anyone else?
I did have something. I'm not sure if you can hear me because my machine appears to be frozen.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and speak. I know the time is far spent and we're all tired, and I included a bunch of stuff with my evaluation and to follow Dr. McNeely. I will say that when I first came on the board and I did my first evaluation, which was for the 18-19 school year, data from the state for the FSA assessment or any of this stuff like that, graduation rates was not available. And I had discussion with Attorney Delaney about how to proceed. And I was not comfortable evaluating the superintendent just on what I had at that time, which was May of 2019. I had nothing. So I took the stance that I would use the previous year's data, FSA data, you know, metrics to, because that was what we had that was objective. And I applied that same standard this year. So, and I've included the supporting documents with that stuff for that, as well as a few other things. But I do just want to, before I close out, I will say that I applaud our district, you know, superintendent and the district employees for quickly moving to virtual learning, passing out the much needed meals to our students and families. We got laptops eventually and devices to families that did not have them. That's a kudo. The bus Wi-Fi hotspots, I shared that with the superintendent because I had heard that Polk County was doing that. I thought that was good, and I was glad we're able to offer that to our families here that needed them. And I asked for all of that service from the superintendent endorsing those things, for Ms. Eunice and her staff, for everyone who's just pitched in transportation to get all that stuff done. I'm grateful, because the last part of the school year was not easy for staff or for our families. But there were some things, you know, that we just couldn't overlook on the other side of the equation. I've been accused of politicizing the land deal, and it was nothing. It was far from that. I sent Ms. Clark this morning or last night sometime late, 17-page document. It was a partial timeline for, I know people think that we asked for all those public records and didn't look at them, but I built that up. And I'm really concerned. I have a background in finance, you all know, with how that deal just laid out, the land deal. I think we overpaid. I think eventually that will come out. I think there were some things, some inappropriate things done by staff, and I've outlined that. I won't rehash that now. And I think that we have to repair our image and our trust, rebuild public trust with the citizens of Alachua County, because we've broken that trust. And I think that's going to have to come from, not just from board members, that'll have to come from the superintendent. And I'm going to tell you, the other thing that makes me feel really uncomfortable, it's been said in 2 meetings and I did not address it then, is that it's like I'm saying that I'm causing problems because I am encouraging us to be good stewards, financial stewards. It's not just the staff's responsibility. I feel that that's part of my responsibility, because I'm going to get those things on an agenda item and have to approve them. So when I ask questions or if I make statements, I'm not doing that from a bad place. I'm doing that from a place of where I have my knowledge and I think that I'm acting and representing the citizens' concern. So some folks may not have that particular type. I've been accused of spreading mistruths or saying half-truths, but no one can say the half has identified that. So I just want us to make sure that we, Superintendent Clark, that we don't have continued wasted opportunities to maximize district resources. Like I said, the land deal, I also, spent considerable time looking at one meal. It looks like, some of the programs are getting a good bit of money, some areas weren't, and that I know it seems like staff has a way that they like to, that they prescribe to spend money. I've asked for a policy. They told me they didn't have a policy. They just sat around the table. And I was concerned that some of the rural schools were not getting a whole lot of money. I told you all that. The Buchholz band parents, they shouldn't have to raise over $100,000 each year when we have that initiative. And I guess that'll change with the ballot initiative being updated for the renewal on that. I'm happy to see that it looks like we're going to be moving to a one-to-one mobile devices, with technology being part of the half-cent sales tax initiative. I saw 2 purchased earlier on the consent agenda. But I believe that if we truly maximize and wisely spent the $423 million budget that we have coming in to the district, I think we can improve the compensation and benefits of our support personnel and teachers. I'm not sure what our finances will look like after this pandemic, but we could have done better before it. We should strive to do the best we can during these uncertain times while remaining wise stewards of taxpayer dollars, and remembering that compensating our employees well is an important investment in our children and the future economic growth of our community. And I can't speak to the budget. I've asked for details as to by school site, by department, and that has not been forthcoming. I asked for that last budget year, and I'm going to be making an appointment with Mr. Rella pretty soon, trying to get with him so that in the coming year I can have a little bit more, because I don't have transparency. I I applaud the quickness that Commissioner Cornell's request about security was shared. And I like that same responsiveness in the future going forward. The student achievement, I won't rehash that. I had written some stuff down about that, but it's late. So I won't rehash that. But I will say, I do think that we have a problem, but I do think we can do better. And I've tried some of the board members, I'm tired of some of the board members blaming the state for all of the problems we have, or even some of our parents. If you take a close look, you might just see that their parents are struggling. Students were in the same position as when they were in school locally. Like the parents that we served when they were students, they're now having children, and we're not serving their children very well. And I really think we can change that. I think with the resources we have, there's always going to be a need for more, but I was just believing and trying to be a really good steward. I think we could do better with the money that we have here. So with that, I'll leave. It's, nothing personal. When I meet with Superintendent Clark, I come and I'm always advocating for those low performing schools, not because I don't think the schools out here, I live in West Gainesville. My children went to school in West Gainesville. But when I volunteered at Williams, when I was employed at GRU, and I spent all of those years over there as part of the business partner program, and I saw the need, and now I'm going back now as an elected official, and I'm seeing some of those same things. It just breaks my heart. So sometimes I am, it seems that I'm only unilaterally focused on just one demographic, but I think if we get that one demographic straight, meaning the educational outcomes of our African-American students, that will benefit our entire district. I know I heard it said earlier that we spend more money in the East than we do in the West. Well, that's those funding programs that those children meet that demographic. They meet those specifications to get that money for Title I, and the Title I comes in the West as well, but the TESA money and UNICEF, we can have a lot of money. And as I've told Superintendent Clark, but making good spending decisions is more important than the number of dollars. We could stretch things and do right by our students, I think. So it's not just the spending a lot of money, we have to be cognizant of how we spend our money and on what we spend our money on in those particular school environments. I'm advocating for there to be very small class sizes. I think we're going to need to invest in that, to have smaller class sizes, because from what I saw when I was visiting, when the state representative was here from the DOE, the classes are too big for those students that have such great needs. They need smaller learning environments. The teachers, so that, because they are, a lot of those instructors in those schools, those low performance schools, are such new teachers. They don't have a lot of experience. It's just overwhelming when the students come and they don't have a lot of educational background, and they need a lot more intensive help and one-on-one help. So that is my concern. I'm wanting to advocate more for that. As part of Superintendent Clark's goals, she said she wanted to have a principal on assignment. I don't think those schools' money should be used to pay for a person that's not going to be dedicated directly to them. So I asked about that in the workshop. So I'm hoping that is not something, that's not an initiative that we will be taking money from those needed schools to pay for a staff person that's not going to be dedicated to them right in their particular school building. So I don't want there to be contention between us. We do want to work together and to try to advocate for the same things to make our district better. But at the same time, we have to realize that when I'm the newest person on the board, I ran based on a platform of equity, accountability, and community engagement. If those things don't align with my colleagues, then there will always be dissension, because I'm going to always advocate for equitable treatment and equitable outcomes, equitable allocation of resources. I'm going to always advocate for us to be accountable to our citizens and taxpayers, our employees and students. And I always want the community to be engaged. We're elected, but we represent the citizens of Alachua County. And if we can't hear them and we can't respond to their concerns, I think we're holding the wrong spot. So I'll close with that. And like I said, I meant no ill will by my evaluation. I thought that I supported it as I did, as I stated, and I stand by that. Thank you. And I actually, one more thing, I'd like to congratulate Dr. McNeely on getting her, what is it, CB, Master Board pin. She finished
Certified
up that.
Board membership. Thank you, CBM.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Certain.
Thank you.
Golly, I have a lot of responses, I hardly know where to start. I'm glad to hear Board Member Certain say, and Dr. McNeely also, that they want to get along with the board. And honestly, I want to assure you that we want equity too. We want, all of us want equity. All of us want the best that can be had for every child, including East Side school children, just as much as anybody else. And it really hurts me when I hear that we try to blame the parents, which I think I heard Ms. Certain say, but I would never do that. I mean, all of us, the three members that have been accused of ignoring Black children, taught in schools, and we had a lot of Black children as students. Dr. Paulson certainly did in his math classes, and all of the students that he coached, you know, many of them were African-American students. We know Mr. Hyatt taught, what, 14 years at Duval. I taught at Eastside. I taught at GHS. I had hundreds and maybe thousands of Black students. I care about those students. And when people say that I didn't or we didn't, it really is offensive because, you know, I would like to, we're supposed to be talking about the superintendent's evaluation. And I'd like to say that I think the board was responsible and really to blame for putting together the instrument that we have here. First of all, we have goals. Goals are to be strived for. We strive to achieve goals. We can't do everything overnight. We're moving in the right direction in a lot of places, and we're striving with utmost urgency to tackle the other metrics. I don't think any board, any superintendent that we've had in this district has been held to the numbers that Mrs. Clark has been held to. Nobody. That was our fault to set numbers that were almost unachievable. We want to move in the right direction. We're striving to move in the right direction, but that's the goal we're striving for. It doesn't mean that we can turn the ship around overnight. We're trying, but it hasn't been achieved. And I think Mr. Hyatt said that nobody is happy with these numbers. Nobody. But it doesn't mean that every effort isn't being made to change that number. Some very harsh things were said tonight, especially about Mrs. Clark, that I think were not warranted. To hold her to a standard that nobody else has been able to do in this district. Yes, everybody admits we have an achievement gap. We've all acknowledged that. We want to work to manage that better. But, you know, someone said that how does Mrs. Clark's performance in the equity plan, how is that a model for others? I think we all heard that Mrs. Freeman's equity plan was a model for the state. That is a model for the state. And that is what we're striving to achieve. But it can't be done in 1 year or 2 years. Every year we make a little progress, and I think my fellow board members have highlighted where we have made progress. Opportunity is a big thing, and we have improved the opportunity for African American students by increasing the enrollment in advanced magnet programs, accelerated programs. We have the Excel program. We have capstone program at a number of our schools. These are efforts that we're making to give the opportunity to students that maybe haven't had the opportunity before to improve and to get better. We have to go from where we are right now to improve. We can't go from 0 to success. We're striving for that goal. It doesn't mean that when we say we want to eliminate all D and F schools, we made great strides towards doing that. You know, 4 of our D schools made higher than a C or better, and 1 of them made a B. So we're moving towards that. So that is the goal. And F schools no longer exist in this district. So we're moving towards the goal. We're striving to achieve that goal. And as Dr. Paulson and Mr. Hyatt both said, it used to be that graduation was considered, you know, the most important thing, and it really still is the most important thing. And graduation rates have improved. We're moving towards the goal of equity, but we can't do everything overnight. And I just hope that my colleagues would take a look at what has been done and understand that everybody wants better. Everybody in this district, and our teachers are working their hearts out, in the administration too, to make sure that these students have every opportunity to succeed. I will say that we have the students for a certain period of time every day, but we don't control their whole lives. The superintendent doesn't control their whole lives and all the factors that go into learning. We control what happens in the classroom, and you do your darndest to make sure that the classroom is successful, that experience is successful. And I'm not saying that it can't be improved. We do need to improve. Obviously we do, and we're trying. But we can't control a lot of other factors that we've talked about, one of which is absenteeism. Absenteeism is especially high and disproportionately high at the schools with the lowest achievement. Can anybody tell me that if students aren't there, they're learning? You know, and this year coming up, Mrs. Clark has made it possible for there to be a parent or a teacher parent liaison in the elementary schools that are going to reach out to those parents that have not been able to get the kids to school on time or at all. I might say one of our schools that had a D for a number of years had a 150 of its students, 21.9%, that missed over 18 unexcused days, and 28 of those missed more than 36 days. So that's a problem that we need to take care of. We don't have the control over the students' lives that can get them to school. We do what we have to in the classroom, and that's a full plate. But now we're doing more in reaching out to those parents to try to get them the help they need to get their children to school, and so that those schools can do better. So when you have 21.9% of the students missing 18 or more days, and of that number, 28 missing 36 or more days, that is a significant portion of the population at the school, and it does affect student performance. Obviously, it does affect student performance. So there are a lot of things here, a lot of blame going around, a lot of blame. but I would like to think that we could look at the positive things. And I'm very encouraged that all the board members spoke about the importance of working together and not pointing fingers, not pointing fingers. Nobody's pointing fingers at the parents. We want to help the parents, help the students. And, you know, there's so many things that all of us have done out of the classroom that were to the good of Black children. I was on the hippie task force, or what, a board of whatever, the hippie board, for 12 years. And that was designed to get young children to be ready for school. And a lot of them were. And I'm so happy that the district took over that program and our kids benefit from it. That's something that should have been mentioned in the superintendent's favor. Another thing is a system of care that is meeting the emotional and goals of children that have problems, that are getting them to school more and getting their performance in class improving. So there's many things that were not acknowledged tonight that I would like to acknowledge in my comments. So I stand, as everyone says, I stand by my evaluation of the superintendent. She is, I dare say, the best or one of the best that we've had. She has, as Rob said, put together the equity plan that was guiding our efforts. And we are open to suggestions on how that can be improved. And we have been open since day one on how that can be improved to help our kids. So I'm going on at length, as other people have, so I hope you'll indulge me on that. But I stand by my evaluation that Mrs. Clark has done a highly effective job in striving for the goals, I'm not saying meeting the goals. Nobody, I'll tell you one, if you want a different superintendent, nobody is going to come here and think that if they can't turn this district around in 1 or 2 years, they're not going to come. No one is going to come to have to meet that standard. And it just is, it seems to me very punitive not to give credit where credit is due and to highlight only the things that aren't working, which we are striving to fix. I stand by my evaluation, as other people have said, they stand by theirs. And hopefully we can work together going forward and acknowledge the good and fix the things that aren't so good.
Ms. Roy, can I say something?
Yes,
I have a
sure.
question. You mentioned the evaluation form. So this was in place when I got here. I'd be willing to volunteer to work with the superintendent to come up with another evaluation tool that's kind of on par with how other superintendents are evaluated.
I would love that, Ms. Burton.
You know, for me, it's like we're holding, what I listened to what you said, it's almost like we're lowering the standard for her, but there were principals that lost their job for the same things. They were moved. You know
what? And that wasn't right either.
So
it wasn't right. The teachers and principals that are held to a standard that's unreasonable is unfair. And we didn't do that. It was the state that did that. You are absolutely right. I don't want to lower the standard for the superintendent. I just want to be fair. You know, nobody had this expectation until this superintendent right now.
She made her goals and she set those metrics. You and I and the five of us
the goals. We set the goals when we made this plan.
What she would raise it, the ELA by and all that came. Those were suggestions from her. Like we got that little sheet, the matrix that had things for next year that we didn't come up with those numbers. And a matter of fact, we all kind of bristled. I remember Dr. McNeil was saying that at this rate here, at 2%, we'll never close the achievement gap if we have such low standards. So that's all I'm saying. But I'm willing to work with the superintendent And we work on a different evaluation tool, one that we can, and that we, she and I work together, we can collaborate and work together, and we bring something back for the board to vote on is what I'm willing
I
to
think
do
we
that.
all should work with the superintendent on this. And like I said, the first thing I said is this is on the board. We did not do a good job in putting this instrument together. And to give Mr. Delaney credit, he asks every year, do you want to change this? And somehow none of us do.
Well,
But
I never got
I
that
mean,
question, but yeah, so.
but I think that we all can do a better job on the instrument itself. And, I appreciate that suggestion. Ms.
Madam
Serna.
Chair,
Yes.
I have several comments. And you may think it has nothing to do with the superintendent's evaluation, but I have to say it because you and Ms. Certain just stated about what you wanted to do to improve on the ratings for Mrs. Clark in future years. But one of the things that I know that you said you hated what happened with the school principal that needed to move. No one ever told the superintendent that that individual couldn't be moved to another school. And I think we did a flip-flop most recently, but there were other people in that same situation. And the superintendent had cause to move that individual somewhere else. That was her purview that she could do. So I wanted to put that out there because you were saying you hated what happened with the school principal, okay? So I want to say to Mrs.
All
Roy,
principals. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just
you
wanted
can
to.
go back and I'll recorrect
Okay.
you. I would say that Ms. Roy, you received an email that we all know this young man that addressed many of the comments that you said tonight about equity and the lack of progress. That email was very powerful, and I read it and I felt it because so many of the things that were written in that email to you, I remember. Some of the things that the person who wrote it brought back to my mind because many of the things I had forgotten. But you need to look back at that email. I would ask that you would look back at it.
Okay.
And take consideration what was being addressed to you. Read it again. I hope that you would. And saying that, I want you to know as chairman and my colleagues who are listening to me now, that I have to say, I reiterate the data and the state of the district where we are now speaks for itself. No matter how we want to flourish and to say extra things, and maybe next year when Ms. Certain and the chair, Ms. Roy, will get together and redo some things that will be a different ranking than this. I hope to see that and would encourage you immediately to do that. But it's unfortunate that we cannot agree, and it seems so divided, Madam Chair, that 3 colleagues are saying the superintendent is highly, highly effective, and 2 members are not agreeing with your ranking and saying unsatisfactory. I don't know about Mrs. Certain. I heard her say she stands by what she has written. I can't say it enough. I will not be moved, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McNeely. What I said about all teachers and principals being held responsible to a certain numbers by the state, that's wrong. And students, It's wrong on every level, students, teachers, and administrators. It's wrong. And just because the state has imposed that doesn't mean we have to do it with our superintendent, because no one will ever come here if they have to make a certain number or get an unsatisfactory.
She's
That's all I
under
have
the
to
same,
say.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Good. We've been here for 5 hours and, you know, we still aren't finished. So I guess we have had a motion and a second to approve this, the acceptance of the evaluation of
Ms.
the
Roy, why don't
director.
we accept it?
And we have had a second.
Why don't we accept it?
Dr. Paulson wants to speak. I think I can hear him.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Dr.
Why
Paul.
are we accepting? Are we accepting each one individually?
May I
Delaney.
address that,
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying, David?
Yes, all that we're doing is we're acknowledging that this is how the individual board members
Okay.
have evaluated the superintendent, and we're
I
collectively
want to be
saying
clear, that's all.
this
Thank
is
you.
what was.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, correct? It's been so long ago, an hour and a half or something.
Can I ask a question? Because I didn't hear what Dr. Paulson's question was. I didn't hear you. Would you repeat it, Dr. Paulson? I didn't
just
hear
wanted
you.
to know, are we voting one score or are we voting individually?
Oh, okay.
David said individually. So just so it was clarification. You're
No, I thought he said we're voting collectively for all of them at one time, just one vote.
But each, well, that's not what I heard, David, was it? David?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair,
Sure.
what we're doing is we're acknowledging that this is the evaluation of the individual board members, but we are acknowledging that collectively in a meeting, that this is the work that was done outside the meeting. Essentially, to break it down, it's not asking every board member to agree with every other board member's evaluation. It's just to recognize that this is how each board member has
Not
evaluated.
coming to an overall needs improvement, effective, that kind of stuff. That's all I need that. If we're going to vote on it, I want to be clear. That's all.
We're just voting to recognize the evaluation that each board member provided.
I got you. Ms. Surton?
Okay. We've had a motion and a second, so we've had tons of.
I have a question, because if Attorney Delaney is saying that you acknowledging each of our evaluation, then what's the next step, Attorney Delaney? Once we pass the vote to acknowledge each of our evaluations, what is your step next?
My next step that's just simply going to be part of the record. It would be part of the superintendent's personnel file that the evaluations would go in there. There are contract implications for the superintendent.
That's what I want you to explain, the contract implications.
Yes, ma'am. That there is a raise built into the superintendent's contract. The superintendent doesn't get a collective bargaining type raise. When our teachers get a raise or any of our personnel, that is something that happens on a yearly basis. There's nothing like that that applies to the superintendent. If there's any change in her base salary, it would come from her evaluation. So there is a built-in increase in her salary depending on the number of effective or highly effective evaluations that she gets.
So are you saying then, based on what we are getting ready to vote on, that the superintendent will get whatever that is stipulated in her contract for a raise? Is that correct? You unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am, that's included in the contract.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Roy, can I say one more thing?
All right.
We used to have highly effective, developing, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. I think we should have developing. That's the middle thing. I don't know why that was taken out.
Okay. Well, I mean, it just goes to the whole idea of rejiggering and reworking the
You know what I'm
contract.
saying, though?
I mean, not the contract, the evaluation
Right, but that's just a suggestion.
instrument.
After the vote, Madam Chair, if I could have just 1 or 2 minutes, I could address some of these
Sure.
issues.
Go ahead.
If
After
you
the vote.
Yes,
prefer,
sir.
if you'd prefer okay, this is the board's evaluation instrument. It is up to the board, and at any point in time, if a consensus of the board is interested in changing the evaluation, we can certainly go through that process. We've held workshops in the past, and there was no consensus that was reached about the direction on how the evaluation instrument should be changed, although there is frustration expressed from various board members from time to time. It's driven by our current policy. So we would need to update our policy to reflect what is going to be in the superintendent's evaluation. And it's not David Delaney's evaluation instrument. I'm guided by board policy. It is modeled after what other district level administrators, how they are evaluated. So that's why developing is not in there, Dr. Paulson.
But we
because-
had it before.
Yes, sir. And it is intended to
As
reflect
maybe
how
3
other,
or 4 years ago is when we changed it.
the evaluation instrument is intended to reflect for the superintendent. So the superintendent is held to the closest standard for the other people in a similar position, district level administrators. Her evaluation instrument is modeled after what other district level administrators are. But if any of the board members are not satisfied, and I'm certainly happy to help assist in that process to update our policy to reflect what needs to be done. Over the years, there has been general requests from board members. Some are more quantitative, and other board members want to have a more qualitative evaluation. There are elements of both of that in the evaluation instrument. And ultimately, board members over the years have not wanted to be in a situation where a particular outcome was absolutely compelled, similar to how the state handcuffs local districts on what principals are going to get to continue to serve at schools. And there has been an effort or a request to have some flexibility in the evaluation instrument and the outcomes based on that. But if this board wants to change their evaluation instrument of the superintendent, absolutely we can accomplish that. We would need to update our policy to reflect what the new instrument's going to look like.
5-point scale.
I have a question, Ms.
I have a
Madam
question
Chair.
too. Go ahead.
Mr. Delaney, would you voice out what the superintendent's pay is? Because to me, when you're making executive salary, you don't lower the standard on that. So can you tell the citizens and for me as well, because I've read the contract and I wasn't sure if she got a pay increase each year, the 3 years that she's been under this contract, or if it's just this year. Can you tell me how that works?
I don't have the contract in front of me, but my best recollection is that if the board votes and she gets some combination of effective or highly effective, I believe that she is getting a 1% raise. If a majority of the board evaluates the superintendent as having an either effective or highly effective, I think she gets a 1% raise. And I apologize, I would have to check the contract to know for sure if it's a 2% raise in her base salary if a majority of the board gives her highly effective.
Okay.
But
So does that mean, Attorney Delaney, that goes up to 170,000? Because that's what I'm figuring here on my computer.
ma'am, I have not done the math on that. I would need to, what I have done in the past, whoever the superintendent was, I have worked with Mr. Rella in finance to make sure that that calculation is done correctly.
Is Mr. Rella on, or is he not speaking tonight?
I'm actually still here. I do not have that information in front of me at this time, but I'd be happy to follow up with the Attorney Delaney and send something to the board tomorrow.
Attorney, thank you, Mr. Rella. Attorney Delaney, I put this down when we were talking about developing. Developing is only for new teachers in their first 3 years, and I thought the state had done away with that.
Can I say something there, Mr. Delaney?
Is that correct?
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Dr. Paulson.
Dr. Roberts had developing. It's like A, B, C, D, F. So we had that with Dr. Roberts. He got a highly effective developing, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. Mr. Hyatt gave him developing, no, in fact, or did he? No, he gave him an effective, I'm sorry. But we had those 5 things. You were here when we had them too, Dr. McNeely.
Okay, I mean, I think,
I
thank
wasn't
you, Dr.
talking
Paulson.
about Roberts. I said the
I'm giving you
teachers.
an example, that's all.
No, the teachers.
We don't do it with the teachers.
Well, can I just say, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt or anything, but all we're doing is saying that every board member has done his or her best in doing this evaluation, and we're putting it into the record. We're not talking about salary. I mean, we can find that out later, but it doesn't have anything to do with this vote. Am I right, Mr. Delaney? I mean, it's, you know,
There are going to be implications as a result of the vote based on the superintendent's
but
contract.
nobody's changing their vote.
I haven't seen any indication that any board members, I think they've all indicated they stand by the evaluation that they did outside the sunshine, and we are just adopting what was done outside the sunshine in the meeting tonight.
Madam Chair, I wanted Attorney Delaney to explain to not only us, but the public, no, none of us are changing what we said earlier, but there are implications, like the attorney said, and people need to hear that, period. But unfortunately, the attorney does not have the contract with him.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to find out though, Dr. McNeely, and maybe not tonight. We've been here almost 5.5 hours. So I'd like to vote, if it's all right with everyone, that we're accepting these evaluations. Is that all right with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, okay, thank you. All in favor of accepting these evaluations as everyone's individual opinion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, I think we are finally at citizen input.
Yes, ma'am. And we have several people that have been patiently waiting in the boardroom since we started. We've got 2 callers on the line, including some that I think have been battling phone issues and keep getting dropped and rejoin. And so I'm not sure which ones we have right now, but we'll get to them and we'll find out. But I think the first citizen input form that we had was from Diane McGraw.
Good evening, Ms. Chair, Roy, and to the other school board members. I know it's late tonight, but I thought it was important for me, myself, to address as a concerned citizen, Diane McGraw, my name for the record. Items I want to address this evening to Ms. Clark. I know it's not easy, but leadership is about accountability and responsibility, having to accept the good, the bad, the ugly. I know that myself, having my own company, even though my staff may do something, the ultimate book, it starts with me. After carefully reviewing the superintendent's evaluations, I was stunned by the malalignment between her ratings and the achievement for our students. If we are in the business of educating children and the superintendent leads this effort, her evaluations, just like those of the teacher, would be tied to student performance. It is very sad that teachers are rated poorly when their kids don't succeed, but their superintendent is rated highly effective by some board members when we are ranked 67 out of 67. And the same data is used to rate students, teachers, and schools. There must be more accountability to actually doing the work that you are charged to do as the superintendent. At this junction, the superintendent is being rewarded, while at the same time, students' performance is still declining. My suggestion to you too, Ms. Chair, is that I think as a board, you all need a policy on school board members visiting these schools so you will know what's going on with our teachers in the trenches who are working with the children daily. Second, I'm very clear on my position. I did not agree with the land decision to spend $3.68 million, but that's a past issue. So I will make better use of my time by addressing the latest crisis. Now we have lost our Head Start program after 40 years of service to this community, which served over 600 underserved families. As a community partner, this program was extremely important for the families that we serve because they did receive wraparound services, healthcare, dental. They were to get the vision. The parents are product of the same system that failed them, and now we have their children. So I'm deeply concerned about the future of these families, the students and their families, the 100+ employees whose lives are now in limbo. I know what it means to struggle. I know what it means to fail. Some of these parents, you don't have enough positions for all of these employees. That's a concern. The early learning preparation of our students, which is the main foundation of academic success. The program, in my professional opinion, has never been fully supported by this board because there's a pattern referring to this district as K through 12 instead of VPK through 12. Also, I strongly support the renaming of J.J. Finley to Josiah T. Walls. I appreciate the hard work of Faye Williams of the Gator chapter of the NAACP, and to Mr. Jeffrey King, who I had a pleasure of meeting and talking about this change, this great movement, and also truth and reconciliation. Our world and our community.
Ms. McGraw, if you could finish up, please.
I'm wrapping up. Our world and our community are sinking fast. If we continue to have the attitude of I, me, my, and not we, us, ours together, our educational system in Alachua County will continue to fall apart unless we, the people, the taxpayers, say enough is enough. Just as we have seen the nation rise up against the blatant disregard for people's lives, the racial inequities that we continue to ignore, we now have to rise up now to save the lives of our children here in Alachua County. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw.
And just to get with Ms. Johnson down there, the next person I had on the list was Mary Benedict. I don't know if she's still.
Yes, she is.
She is, okay.
Yes.
Is she in the room or do you need to, okay.
Yes, no, I'm here. Good evening again, Chairman Roy, school board members, and Superintendent Clark. Mary Benedict, President of Alachua County Council PTA. In light of the recent discussions surrounding funding of school resource officers that are currently mandated by state statute, we wanted to provide a reminder of Florida PTA's position regarding school safety, specifically arming teachers and administrators. In short, Florida PTA does not believe in arming teachers or school administrators. We believe the only person on campus who should be armed is a trained resource officer. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict.
And now I'm going to go to a call because we've also had people that have been waiting really since the meeting started. And I don't know if I'm going to get the right one because they've been dropping and rejoining as they've had phone issues. So the first one, I'm going to see if it's Rose Koenig, but it may not be. Hello, person on the phone call. Is this Rose Koenig?
Yeah, this is me. Sorry, I was listening as I was waiting. Sorry.
Yeah, if you can mute what's in the background. I'm just happy that I got the right person in the right order because I know you've been having issues and you've been waiting about 5.5 hours for this. So. But
it's okay.
As soon as you're ready, you're on with the board now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rose Koenig, and I no longer have students in the public in Alachua County, but my children did go through elementary school at Williams and then went to Lincoln and Eastside. So they were participated in all of the East Side schools. And I really appreciate the fact that we have capital project funding, because when my students, my children were in schools, there was a lack of money, and I was on the PTA, I was president, especially Williams, and advocated for improvements at Williams. Library did get renovated at that time. But, you know, it's interesting because I think that although there are funds for capital projects, the challenge is that there's been a historic neglect of schools on the east side of town. And I think it's important for everyone to acknowledge that this is a problem that it's linked to all the other associated, you know, problems associated with racism. And it's not going to be easy to address and solve, because it really is the responsibility of those who have benefited and have been privileged to say that it doesn't have to be equal, that the East Side schools really deserve more than their fair share, in my opinion, because of the historic neglect that has gone on in those schools. And I was surprised to hear that Williams was scheduled for 2024. I think the board should maybe look over the list and just reevaluate. It sounds like there may be enough public comment to take that list and just look at those evaluation criteria and see if some of those schools really need to be pushed ahead of the 24 deadline, and maybe take a higher priority. Fortunately, there is a lot of investment with development on the west side, and I understand that there's challenges with students in terms of you know, lunch periods, I guess, very early in the day. But I think that we need to acknowledge that these are problems that students on the east side would dream to have. I mean, the fact that these schools have deteriorated, mold, chip paint, some cosmetic, some very deep problems with those schools. And I think that we need to really, you know, address those, acknowledge that there's overcrowding in some schools, but it's time to really invest in those east side of schools. I was surprised about the decision to purchase land. I understand that there's a need to invest in the future. And I understand there is growth on the west side. I just question the Diamond Sports Park land. That was also, I advocated for not purchasing that land back in like 2007, I think, before the last economic crash. And when I read that there was a large purchase of land again under uncertain times, it reminded me of the same issues back then. So I didn't follow it, and that's my responsibility. I should have paid more attention. But I just wonder whatever happened to the Diamond Sports Park land and why that wasn't considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Koenig.
The next person I have in the boardroom is Dr. Pamela Alcott.
No, she is no longer here. Mr.
Okay. Evelyn Fox then?
Also not here. She spoke earlier.
Wendy Noon?
Nope. I think I sent you an updated.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Trying to control about 60.
Armando Grundy Grumps, I think, is next.
So Brianna Peterson and Dominique are both gone?
Right, yes.
Okay,
right.
So then yes, Armando Gomez would be next.
Okay.
Jackie's tired. She added an R to my name.
Oh.
I think this is the latest I've stayed up with you all for a while, but it's worth it. Let me gather my thoughts. I apologize for a second. So one thing I wanted to look at for us is I wanted to talk to you all about the land deal, even though you all voted on it. I talked to a couple of the board members. The concern I have is is I'd like us to flesh that out. You all asked us for a half-cent sales tax. And yes, you have the ability to buy land with those dollars. But you came to our communities, you came to our churches, places of worship, places where we gather, and you asked our communities to support that sales tax. And my question to all of you, to Member Hyatt, since sometimes he acknowledges our presence and sometimes he doesn't, is when you came to us and we asked you guys to support it, and we voted for it, we supported it. You said that you were going to take those dollars and you were going to fix our schools. You're going to make things better, the quality of life for students better in our communities. And then come to find out, it feels like that promise was betrayed because you're going to take those dollars and spend those dollars because you can. And just because you can doesn't mean that you should. On a land deal for land that is significantly overpriced. And Member Certain can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to understand how you pay $3.68 million on land that was supposed to be developed for single family homes by D.R. Horton, but they're not going to develop the land, and you're going to build a school 10 to 15 years out that's not needed on the western side of our county. And if Ms. Roy, if I'm incorrect, I'm happy to be corrected. But I want to understand is this: how is it that we can get the fruits of our labor and our dollars when we spend our tax dollars and we spend it and we're not feeling we're scratching for crumbs? I want to know if somebody there could help me understand that. And I'm happy to be corrected on the record because I saw Ms. Roy shaking her head. I'm happy to be corrected on the record. I just want to understand how it's equitable and fair. And I digress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Okay, I'm going to try a caller now. This might be Nathan Scott, but at this point, we're going to just find out. Hello, is this Nathan Scott on the line?
Correct.
Okay, great. You are on with the board now. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Yes, good evening, Nathan Scott. Just want to start by discussing the accessibility to the meeting. I think the school board needs to do a little bit better job of making the meeting and the agenda available on its homepage, not buried within the school board. It was very difficult to find the agenda. Once you find the agenda, it says meeting to be posted. You have to go to the link. So it's even for somebody that's very computer savvy, it's not very clear. The school board can do a much better job of making meetings available on their homepage rather than burying it where people have to play whack-a-mole to go try and find what they're looking for. Also, the music is very loud. So if you're trying to watch the stream on YouTube, which is not the best streaming source, you can't hear the audio in the background because the hold music's too loud. So other things I want to mention, I want to echo the concerns regarding the land purchase. I want to thank Member Certain for exposing this shady deal. Certainly it raises the eyebrows no matter how you look at it. I'm equally disappointed with the loss of the Head Start program. I want to echo the concerns of the other callers. And finally, with respect to the school resource officers, I find it difficult to believe that this school board is going to allow themselves, much like the county commission, to be bullied by the Gainesville City Commission. They just unilaterally, because they're petulant little children, decide that they're going to cut nearly $900,000 out of your budget or engage in a negotiation to do so. Yet they have the audacity to want GPD officers in schools located within the city limits so they can control what the police do. It's the utmost of hypocrisy from a city commission that is just hypocritical by nature. So again, I hope that the school board, I don't call in often, but I hope the school board will take the comments I have to heart, particularly with accessibility to the meetings in a virtual environment due to COVID, because again, it's not easy to get to unless you're in the know. And I'm pretty computer savvy, and I had about 10 minutes of struggle to actually find what I'm looking for. I would suggest the meetings be streamed on Facebook or Channel 12 rather than YouTube to provide for interactive commentary. And also, finally, the dial-in number needs to be listed somehow on the background of the streaming video rather than having to chase it through the agenda. So again, strive to make your meetings more accessible, much like the county and even the city do. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
And then I'm going to check with Jackie. Is Evelyn Fox still?
No, we have one last speaker, and that's Carol Weber.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I actually emailed, so you can disregard my email, but I attended, so I figured if I'm here, I may as well talk. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you guys for staying up this late, and I do appreciate everyone's service. We might not all agree, but I know that deep down, everybody really wants what's best for our kids in Alachua County. So I do appreciate your service.
Thank you.
So I had a couple of concerns. The last time you guys saw me, I was talking to you about the portables, which was the first time I'd really been involved in any school board decisions because it affected me personally. And so I guess I haven't really cared, which is not something nice to say, because my kids went to a private school, a private elementary school, because I felt living in East Gainesville, I've lived in East Gainesville for 20 years, I really felt like it was kind of a non-starter even talking about public school. And so just this past year, my son started attending Howard Bishop. And so I've been paying a lot more attention to the public school system in Alachua County. I'm not proud of the fact that I've ignored the public school system. I think it was pretty privileged of me to do that. And, you know, moving forward, I will definitely be paying more attention, and especially to our community in East Gainesville that I've been a part of for 20 years. So a couple of things. One, I kind of just back up what everyone has said about making sure that that half-cent sales tax is being used appropriately, especially in East Gainesville where the schools are really, really struggling. And not just the facilities, but the schools and the children, I feel like have been left behind for 30, 40, 50 years. So I really want to make sure that when you guys make decisions with that money, that we were all sold something, and what we were sold was that that would be used in East Gainesville. That's what I heard when I voted for it. So of course, we don't want to completely disregard the kids in West Gainesville. I don't think that's what anyone wants, but when we were told what that half-cent sales tax was for, it was something that we really felt would benefit our side of town and the children that are really being left behind on our side of town. So I also completely disagree with the land purchase. I don't like the way it was done. I don't think it was an appropriate use of funds. I know it was able to be done with the wording. I don't think it was the right decision at the right time. I don't know what else to say about the land purchase. I just think it was not a good decision. I think the oversight board should have more input. I did watch the workshop, and one of the things that kind of stuck out was when Mr. Hyatt said, should we run everything by the oversight committee? If we buy an HVAC system, should we run it through the oversight committee?
Ms.
I don't.
Muffin, you can finish up. I'm
I
sorry.
will. I just want to make sure everyone understands that running an HVAC system is not the same as a $3.7 million purchase. So, you know, in the future, I feel like please listen to your community, the people that are out there and with the community and talking to people, and listen to your colleagues that are talking to the community, and move forward and just try to make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we still have 2 callers, and then I still have several emails. So this next caller, I hope, it might be Crystal Welcome. Let's see.
So,
Hi, is this Crystal Welcome?
in the future, I feel like
This is me.
Okay, if you could turn down the background, either the YouTube or channel 12, and then you have 3 minutes with the board,
Okay.
and you're on now. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Crystal. Welcome. I would like to know what the board's plan for the upcoming fall school year in reference to how you plan to deal with the mental and emotional health on the elementary school level, as we will still be dealing with the COVID-19 as it pertains to your screening criteria and how you communicate with the parents and how the counselors, principals, BRT resource officers react and address the needs of the children. I don't want anger, anxiousness, confusion, sadness, confusion, etc., to be misinterpreted as the child being a danger to themselves, because I think we can all agree that we've had those feelings in the last 3 months. I'm speaking as a mother with a child who has a IEP and know the anxiety in their school files, and I'm scared to send my child to school this upcoming school year based on an personal traumatic experience my child has had as a second grader in the Alachua County public school system. My concern is that the children are being assessed and screened on a level that they can't even clearly interpret. They are asked and probed, and any child that age would obviously want to please their superior. I think we should change the way elementary school students are assessed as it pertains to their mental health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
And then we have one last caller before I start the emails, and this should be Carly Simon. Ms. Simon, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. You are on with the board now.
Okay. Hi, thank you. This is Carly Simon. I wanted to speak to a conversation that began pretty early on in the board meeting about the discussion that keeps being repeated, and it's a bit frustrating, about how the community doesn't know their facts about what is going on at the building level and knowing the funding and all of that. And I just want to point out that it's a bit frustrating hearing that discussion when I know that the board votes on a 27-page budget, and that's a pretty poor example of clarity and communication when it comes to finances. And I know that I've specifically asked for building level information, and this is more than just capital. This is about revenues and expenditures, number of employees, their pay scale, so we can really examine equity all the way down to the building level. And these things aren't being provided. And so, you know, one of the things is that if you find that the community is repeatedly asking questions, that means that there's a communication issue going on. And a lot of it is transparency of just actual numbers. And then that's now transferring into a lack of clarity of what funding allocation is funding certain aspects. Now that we have the new facilities tax, it seems as though certain monies are being used interchangeably that the 1 mil could cover, as well as operating expenses and their own little capital outlay funding that comes from the state. So I think that the general public, we need to know what money is coming out of what pot in order to fund certain things, and we need to know it down to the building level. And then I'd like to speak about the East Side schools. I went to school on the east side of town, and I went to school to many elementary schools. I went to 3 of them. I went to Howard Bishop. I went to East Side. I was at Duval, Williams, and Metcalf. And I think it's also pretty clear that we need to point out that the new schools are being built on the west side of town. The money that you're putting into schools on the east side of town, that's money into schools that have essentially rotted away, and they've become so decomposed that the state has given you permission to tear them down and rebuild them. That is a very different thing when you're trying to compare a new build on the west side, and essentially you have a school rotting around children as they're trying to learn, and it's become an unsafe environment, and so that's where you need to reallocate your funds to rebuild. I think it's very apparent. I think the community has told you repeatedly that the east side of town is being neglected. And it's not just neglected by education, there's other things going on. But please don't act as though the east side of town is getting the same fair share as what's happening on the west side of the community. I ask you to please increase the level of transparency to the building level so we really can examine what equity is. And that's going to be down to the dollar, because we need to know where your money is going, because that determines where your priorities are. Thank you.
Perfect timing. So I do have several emails. Most of them are very short. The first one is from Alexis Hutchinson. The schools that are the east side of the county are still in dire need of repairs, but yet instead making them top priority, there is a land purchase for speculated future needs on the west side. What about the right now needs? Is it wise to make a land purchase in an area where there is talk about people wanting to make a split from the county? If that happens, then are they going to purchase the land back from the county, or is it given freely? Why the push now? Are board members and their families benefiting from this unbeknownst to the public? Next one is from Ariel Williams. Hi, when the school board uses its resources to build new elementary, middle, and high schools in East Gainesville, when will the school board use its resources to build new elementary, middle, and high schools in East Gainesville? Why is the Black community excluded from things like this? These new buildings are necessary and our children and families deserve them. With the new buildings, I'd like to see modern technology and resources, safety measures that do not threaten the attending students, families, and staff, and education that is equitable for all students, including those with disabilities. Thank you. From Calvin Shea, why has the school board lost funding for the Head Start program? And why is there such a huge achievement gap between Black and white students that attend Williams Elementary? How do you all plan to change this? The next one, there's actually two short ones. There's not a name, it's Angel of Love Hope is the email address. Good evening. I'm voicing my concerns about the schools on the east side of Gainesville. I was under the impression that we voted for a half-cent tax that was promoted as being money to refurbish schools out east. But it's my understanding that land has been purchased in West Gainesville. I would like to know, how does this help the schools out east? I'm also concerned grandparent who wants to know what is going to happen to the Head Start program since the contract has been lost. What provisions are being made for the children and the employees? Next one is from Lauren DePaula. I would like to respectfully request that politics and theories of social justice that lead to greater division, taking attention away from the needs of our children, be left out of decisions. It has come to my attention that there is a very large push to pressure the school board into buying into the critical race theory derived from overarching critical theory that asserts there is inherent racism, systemic racism at play. This theory asserts that one will always be only be an oppressor or an oppressed. It leaves no room for children to understand resilience, success, healthy socialization, or emotional health. Equally important is the safety of our children served by the school board. In no way do I support the city of Gainesville withdrawing their portion of funding for SROs in our school system, and in no way do I believe mental health professionals should be in the role that SROs serve. There's a rising suggestion that this could be an option. Thanks in advance for your time and consideration. From Sierra Brewer, Lake Forest is once again in turmoil. What is the board and superintendent going to do now? Aren't you tired yet of overlooking and neglecting this school and all East Side schools? Aren't you tired of putting Band-Aids on major wounds? Aren't you tired of failing the school, faculty, students, parents, and community yet? If you're not, we are. It is time for you and your board to address the systemic biases and disparities that largely affect your thinking and treatment of students who are supposed to be viewed as equal to students who reside on the west side of Gainesville. But based upon your actions or inaction, it's clear these students don't matter to you. Lake Forest has lost more great teachers because they are tired of being overlooked, tired of fighting an uphill battle, tired of no support from their districts. Great teachers are leaving, great teachers have left, as recent as this month, and no one at the district has tried to step in and retain the great teachers this school desperately needs. Lake Forest needs more money, more good teachers, more resources, more paras, and more care and concern from the school board of Alachua County. From Isabel Barton, dear school board members, I was deeply disappointed that the school board decided to purchase land for a future school on the west side of Gainesville, Alachua County. As a west side homeowner on a very limited income, I was willing to vote for and invest in upgrading the school infrastructure, especially on the east side of town. I did not expect that hard-earned tax money would be used to buy an overvalued property in anticipation of new development. I have a sinking feeling that this is an if you build it, they will come mentality. Additionally, this project will result in more environmentally degrading deforestation. This is not something we should be supporting at this time of cataclysmic climate change. I strongly urge you to consider this destructive allocation and focus on upgrading existing schools as promised. From Larry Reimer. Dear School Board, we are long-term Gainesville residents. Our sons attended Alachua County schools, and we continue to be strong supporters of public education. We understand the need to be proactive in planning for new schools and purchasing land in advance of those schools when possible. However, we are strongly opposed to using the money raised from the half-cent school facilities tax to purchase this property in Jonesville for virtually $3.7 million at this time. We voted for the referendum supporting this tax with the understanding it would be used to enhance existing schools. The revenue of new upscale developments in West Gainesville will provide for schools in that area in due time. And even more than that, we believe that the most important issue before the Alachua County School Board is the inequity between schools in East Gainesville and those in the Northwest. We have participated in many of Alachua County discussions on racial inequity in schools, services, and resources. Here we have another example of spending our resources on expensive property in the affluent far western region of the county, while the east side of Gainesville is crying out for support. What will it take for the school board to see that this has to stop now? One of the things that has attracted us to Gainesville years ago was a county school system that did not leave city schools behind as suburbs grew. We are part of a large group of people who care about everyone in Alachua County schools. We remind the board that equity and recovery for East Side schools is the #1 priority for us to have a system that will provide, as the pledge says, liberty and justice for all. We urge you to rescind using the facilities tax to make this land purchase. Next is from Eric Lightman. I just wanted to voice my concern about the Head Start program being lost. With the poor already being at a disadvantage in our community, I would hate to see this be lost. I'm hoping there's another way to make sure our kids, especially the most vulnerable, are able to get a better education. We received an email from Kathy Langer. It's more than 4 pages long. There's no way I can read it, but it was presented to you and will be made part of the record. I just wanted to acknowledge receipt. And then next is from Sally Kimberly. The school administration recently spent over $3.5 million to purchase land in West Gainesville where there is proposed development. In the editorial in Sunday Gainesville Sun, they stated that the school board has finally agreed to begin to collect impact fees from developers to cover the cost of building schools and new developments. Who is benefiting from the recent $3.6 million expenditure besides the developers? Jessica Wilson writes, when I voted in favor of the half-cent sales tax, a flat tax that proportionally demands more from the poor than from the rich, and which I generally don't agree with, I believe this much needed money would be going towards the needs of our East Side schools. The first time I brought a new to town colleague from UF to East Side High School for an enrichment program, they couldn't believe their eyes. Stained walls, cockroaches, dreary ancient looking classrooms, which were in desperate need of basic supplies. This was a high school classroom in a well-known college town in the United States of America. Why is this money being spent on overpriced, undeveloped land in West Gainesville when the needs of our existing schools are so high? This is from Marcus, didn't leave the other. Why do you think there is a significant difference in the percentage of African Americans that can read on grade level as opposed to other ethnicities? What is being done to bridge these gaps? How can a school be rated A when a whole demographic is pacing below 40%? Sandra Guimet, writes, how are you going to replace the Head Start program so that we continue to make sure low-income families and predominantly Black and brown children are not left behind? Did you purposefully let these conditions go unchecked to make sure all teachers lost their jobs? The neglectful practices of this board is shameful. With almost $500 million on the budget, you need to find a program to help even more students and teachers than you've displaced. These practices are shady. We need transparency. Caressa Hutchinson writes, good afternoon. As a taxpaying citizen, I'm highly disturbed by the lack of accountability that many of you as board members have with our tax dollars and decisions that are being made that will impact our children for years to come in Alachua County. 3 areas where the district have failed the citizens. 1, recent loss of the Head Start grant after several violations by staff, etc. Many of you set the program up to fail from the very beginning. There is no way a director should have been managing Head Start program and the Children's Academy. Head Start within itself, with all the performance standards, needed their own staff and director. Her time should not have been split. It's evident that no one consulted the previous administration or seasoned staff for input. 2, The land purchase in Jonesville, Florida. We as taxpayers were misled and told that the half-cent school facilities tax, which is set to generate approximately $22 million, would be used just for that, facilities. We are not in need of new facilities when schools on the east side of town need ACs and gyms, bathrooms needing replacing, better lighting, etc. If you have extra funding, then it should go towards paying the school resource officers to protect our students. Therefore, when the next round of evaluations are being completed for the superintendent, some serious effort and commentary needs to be included as it relates to a corrective action plan to put measures in place that prevent situations like the above from happening. We've elected you to do a job and we'll be holding all of you accountable. We are watching how you're voting. Our children are constantly losing at the hands of a few, not all, but a few. Sarah Younger writes, Dear Alachua County School Board members, last election, the Alachua County voters approved a measure for half-cent sales tax, which was promoted as being money to refurbish outmoded schools in East Gainesville. However, the school board has just spent $3.6 million on overpriced land in West Gainesville in an area slated to be developed. At the time that this half-cent sales tax was being implemented, a Citizens Oversight Committee was established to provide a check and balance to the decisions on how these funds were apportioned. It has come to my attention that the Citizens Oversight Committee did not review the offer to make this recent land purchase, and instead, members of the Oversight Committee learned of the agreement through their article published in the Gainesville Sun. The RFQ process for this land purchase has not been transparent to all interested parties and members of the public. It was discovered after the fact that the property appraisals were initially inflated with costs for entitlements for subdivision development. The property was sold in December 2018 for $1.86 million, and just 2 months later, the appraised value of this property almost doubled to $3.5 million. In addition, there are many emails back and forth between the real estate agent and school district representatives directing them on how to structure the deal, influencing the proposal to obtain approval for the purchase. This raises some very poignant concerns over this period. Why was the RFQ process held open for Collier's Real Estate to submit their application on May 22, 2019, when the deadline for this was originally November 28, 2018? Last July, the school board was misled by district staff, including Collier's Real Estate, when selecting an agency to handle the large real estate transaction, as their application came in almost 6 months after the deadline. The interview dates with prospective applicants were falsely represented to have occurred in June 2019, when they in fact had occurred in January 2019. Collier Real Estate was not even interviewed in this application. There was no communication with the Oversight Committee on any of these arrangements. This land purchase should not move forward, as the school board was actively negotiating a land purchase while simultaneously negotiating an agent agreement for representation in this purchase. This is in conflict with the RFQ process and has circumvented oversight by the school board and the Citizen Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee is asking the modifications to the policies and procedures to ensure that they can weigh in on these important decisions. The Oversight Committee is not a rubber stamp and should have the opportunity to provide guidance to the school board on the use of these funds. The school board needs to quickly address and rectify these policies and procedures that allowed the land purchase, as they are breaking the public trust. The Alachua County half-cent sales tax was created to provide much-needed renovations and upgrades to our local public schools and should not be apportioned for land speculation that promotes urban sprawl and lines the pockets of developers.
Mr. Moore, we have not had a break in 6 hours, and that email, the last one, seemed like it was considerably more than 3 minutes. Is there any way, I mean, how much longer? We can't go much longer. I mean, we're only human.
5, 6.
Who wrote that last
I have
one?
9 emails. They're all of them are much shorter than the last.
Who wrote the last one?
The last one was from Sarah Younger. So I'll do this. This is from Jen Powell. Dear School Board, it's become increasingly obvious you do not care about all the children in Alachua County. As I'm learning more and more about the handling of tax dollars and the complete disregard for continuing the Head Start program, I'm concerned for the future of our community. Early childhood education has been proven to be the most important time for brain development. My children were all in Head Start, as was I, and I'm 42 years old. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I heard during the election that the sitting members would make Ms. Certain's life hell if she won. Congrats on making all of our lives hell. You are officially on notice. We will not sit back while you destroy our community. This is from Ashley Young. My name is Ashley Young, and I'm a lifelong resident of Gainesville, Florida, in Alachua County. I attended Alachua County Public Schools in the city of Gainesville for my entire educational career, elementary through high school. During my lifetime, I have witnessed as a white woman the racial inequalities of our school system in this county. In my lifetime of observation, I see little evidence that these inequalities have been not only addressed, but dealt with properly. I question why resources are not allocated equitably throughout the county, and that the west side of Gainesville receives more funding, resources, and even a new school when the east side of Gainesville struggles amongst a food desert and extremely limited public transportation on top of it all. This new school development's location resides in an area of town where the price range of homes is from $300,000 to $1 million, according to the Gainesville Sun. Supporters of this new school cried diversity when it's impossible to implement diversity without equity. I also question why we have school resource officers that are staffed by the GPD, Gainesville Police Department, for approximately $1.5 million a year that are an essential tool in the school to prison pipeline. I question why there are more white educators than black educators hired at our public schools. Is diversity not as important within the hiring process, the school board of Alachua County, as it is when deciding the location for a new school? These are only a few of the points that I can bring up in this short amount of time, but I beg you as leaders of this community to take the time to address these questions from myself and others in this community. It is vital to our community development and well-being that all citizens are accounted for and seriously considered. This is Gainesville Citizen, it just said. Good morning. With learning gaps likely to increase after COVID-19 school building closures, will the school board and superintendent commit to hiring more teachers and/or OPS reading tutors at high-need schools to allow for smaller class sizes and smaller extra reading small group sessions throughout the school day? Currently, schools are assigned teachers based only on a number of students at the school instead of need of the students at the school. A teacher at an ACPS school with 18 students in her classroom, of which only 5 are reading below level, will be able to see those students in small group with more frequency and extend them with more efficacy than a teacher at an ACPS school with 18 students in her classroom, of which 15 are reading below level. Equal is not equitable. Also, reliance on UF to provide tutors free of charge based on their research projects is not enough. A commitment needs to be made by this district to provide more highly qualified teachers and/or tutors to serve these students to finally close the achievement gap. Thank you for reading this question aloud, and I look forward to the response this evening. Leah Cohen writes, "Dear school board members, I'm writing to you today to express my concerns about the vast and multifaceted racial disparities in our education system here in Alachua County. I want the district to focus more intently on addressing these issues day in and day out in every way, structural, economic, cultural, etc. In every aspect, from the parent engagement to curriculum, including gifted and magnet structures, to teacher training and evaluation criteria, practices, discipline of staff, as well as students, from representation and leadership and expertise and intent of leadership and supervisors at all levels to address racial disparities in education to funding allocations, from transparency, including budgetary scrutiny, to responsibility and accountability. It is far past time to address these issues and data on racial disparities in education for our county. It is far past time to address these issues, and data on racial disparities in education for our county is shameful. Leadership should not be given favorable evaluations when these issues are still pervasive and without concrete and measured progress using proven strategies to address these issues in all realms demonstrates substantial progress has been made and independently verified." Margaret Tonks writes, "To whom it may concern, how do we go about changing how public schools are funded, specifically addressing disparities due to property taxes? I know there are federal funds for schools, but I know they also get money from property taxes. Since the money from property taxes isn't combined and equitably distributed to all schools, this puts schools in Black and brown neighborhoods at a disadvantage. How do we go about changing this so that all schools get at least equal funding through property tax revenues?" Next is from Elena Lawson. Questions for school board administration. 1, why are new principals, especially African Americans, sent to low-performing schools and then they are removed when there aren't significant gains, thereby setting them up for failure? Why don't you send a principal from an A or B school to utilize their skills and abilities to help change the narrative, to ensure that all students are successful? Question to members of the school board. When I supported the tax referendum for schools, it was never my impression that you would spend $3.6 million on land, but to renovate our existing buildings, upgrade technology, ensure there are barriers to ensure students and staff are safe from harm. Why weren't voters and parents polled to get their opinion? Question for both admins and school board. I don't want to hear the rhetoric, but would like to see the written plan on what staff will be utilized, which means placing people with the skill set to do the job, to close the achievement gap between Black and white students and reverse the decline of white students. Thank you for the time. 3 more. Katoya King writes, I'm writing to voice my concern over the loss of funding to the Head Start program. It should be completely unacceptable to everyone on staff that this program has lost funding. What are the plans for the school board? What plans the school board has to help these students who are already at risk, many of whom are part of an already largely disenfranchised group just by virtue of being born Black in America. We know the importance of early education. We know that children who receive a good early education are more successful in school, meaning a reduction in the need to have interventions later in their educational careers. A study from UNC Chapel Hill showed that one, children in high quality programs are projected to make roughly $143,000 more over their lifetimes than those who didn't take part in these programs. Two, mothers of children who were enrolled can also expect greater earnings, about $133,000 more over their lifetimes. Three, mothers whose children participated in these programs achieved higher educational and employment status than mothers whose children were not in the program. These results were especially pronounced for teen mothers. And if that's not enough, this is the part that should really catch your attention. School districts can expect to save more than $11,000 per child because participants are less likely to require special or remedial education. Gainesville can and should do better by our children, and they are all our children. Naquanda Jha writes, good morning. My question to school board is why is less than 30% of Black children on reading level and even less on math level? Why did you hire someone with no experience for such an important position as equity officer? Why won't the school board move in such a way that prepares Black children for more than low-wage jobs and too many ending up in the criminal justice system? Why are teachers and school staff earning low wages while school board administrators earn hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why are you spending millions of dollars on land for a school 10 years down the line and watching our schools in East Alachua County fall into disrepair while sending children and staff there simultaneously? An injustice to all. And finally, Katoya King, who I thought I just read, but this is short. I would love for there to be more transparency with the school board's budget and spending. The school board receives a large amount of funding. Education and educational resources are very expensive, but the budget should not be transparent. The budget should be transparent to everyone who looks at it. In Florida PTA, every penny that is spent is accounted for with a line item and a clear, easy to read budget. How will the board ensure that the community members are able to see where their money is going? Also, how will you ensure going forward that all of the children in Alachua County, especially those who attend schools on the east side who are not in magnet programs, are having their needs met with the millions of dollars that go into their education every year? It seems as if Gainesville schools are currently involved in a modern day separate but not equal status. And that is the last.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Madam
We have
Chair.
done- Yes.
Dr. McNeely had asked a question about the impact evaluations on the superintendent's pay scale based on our contract. I didn't have that information at hand and I was going from memory. I have now had a chance to confirm it by reviewing the contract, and it's what I indicated before. If there are a combination of a majority of the boards, the superintendent is either effective or highly effective, that is a 1% raise. But if a majority of the board says that the superintendent was highly effective in the evaluation, then that would be an additional 1% for a total of a 2% raise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we are at board member superintendent request. Please, I beg you to keep it short if you have a request. Anybody? If not,
I have
thank
a
you.
request.
All right, Dr. McNeely.
First of all, let me say that this has been a robust meeting. This is my time of the evening. I love it. And I want to reemphasize that we were elected to do the people's work regardless of the time. This is different for all of us, but I appreciate the emails, the visits to the board individually, as well as the calls. I've mentioned this to Mr. Purvis, and I see that he's still on this Zoom meeting, but I'm not happy with teachers being blocked from leaving a low performing school. And the reason I say that is because there was a certain period of time that teachers could put in, and he will have to clarify what the name of that process is called. Mr. Purvis knows it. But when the superintendent has said to me, when I've asked that teachers who are coming in new and highly qualified, wonderful letters of reference, put those teachers in at Idlewild, put them at Williams, put them at Lake Forest. And I was told very politely that if she did that, the teachers would up and leave or not even participate at this school. My thing is, if we're not willing to do that with new incomers or people who've already established themselves, then we should not block teachers who need an out from the low performing schools. I implore the superintendent to please rethink that. It's unfair. I've said it to Finley. I've said it to Mr. Purvis, and it seems like it's going to deaf ears. We cannot afford to do this to our teachers who have been at a school the length of time that they have been or done all they could. Interviews were set up for a particular teacher that called me. And guess what? All of the interviews were done. They said the individual was wonderful, but yet they have been blocked at their school. Something has to change.
Mrs. Roy, may I respond?
Sure.
No one is blocking any teacher from leaving any school right now. In fact, my understanding is 2 teachers from one of our higher need schools just were interviewed and picked up at different schools. They requested, or not requested a transfer, but interviewed and were picked up at other schools. No one is blocking anybody from going anywhere right now. So I don't know where that's coming from.
That's 2 teachers. I know exactly which teachers those are and where they are going.
Okay.
Okay. But you have other people that want it out as well. Ask Mr. Purvis. He needs to come on and address it. It has not happened. It has not. Those teachers are stuck at those schools. Why would you want someone who doesn't want to be at your site still working there? They're not going to give their best. I've always been told when a teacher wants to go, let them go. That's what I did. Don't hold someone back, please.
Dr. McNeely, no one is holding anybody back. I don't know anything about that. Mr. Purvis can certainly respond to that, but no one's being blocked to go anywhere. If people interview and you know they're seeking out another position and the principal says, I want to hire this person, no one is blocking anybody from going to any school right now. That's not happening. So
but
I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Mrs. Clark, is that people at those schools talk. The APs talk. They tell what's going on in the interviews and what the principals are saying. So you have a problem. Unless you have it airtight, it's no way that you can say we are not stopping people from certain places. I know that. Kevin may not agree with me, but I know it.
I'll answer, we have not stopped people from leaving schools. We've had numerous people transfer out of schools at this juncture. There does come a point in the late summer that we tell people not to take from our fragile schools, but we have not sent that information out yet.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Purvis.
you, Mr. Purvis. But one question, Mr. Purvis.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're saying that you have not, then why would we say show evidence that you haven't stopped certain teachers from leaving a low performing school if they've requested it?
Well, just because a teacher requests to leave doesn't mean another school may pick them up. But Dr. Manita, I haven't stopped teachers from leaving schools.
The comment, Mr. Purvis, is when the principal was at Idlewild and they had to hire 8 to 9 new teachers every year because that would be that many vacancies. And you did not want that to occur now with the teachers that want to leave Idlewild, Lake Forest, and other schools. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Dr. McNeely, that principal I talked to, that you're trying to establish a team at your school and to be successful and have a wide range, you don't want to take people from one school and transfer them all to your school. That was the conversation with that principal.
I think you are correct in stating that, Mr. Purvis. However, I'm trying to reiterate what was done when that principal was somewhere else. And she did not ask me to speak to this point. I'm speaking on behalf of teachers, not administrators. Please hear me out.
Right, Doc. So there are times when we get late in the summer that we tell principals not to be taking teachers from schools that are fragile schools that have a hard time hiring anyway.
Well, if
We
you
have not
call,
done that this year.
if you call the 16th late in the summer, I'll accept that.
I haven't stopped anybody, Dr. McNeely. We haven't sent that information out at all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Thank you, Mr. Purvis and Ms. Clark. All right. Anyone else have a request? Dr. Paulson, are you telling me?
Can
I
Yes.
Dr. McNeely, do you remember me bringing it up that when to get people to these schools, we give them time, after 3, 4, 5 years, they can go anywhere they want? You remember that?
Dr. Paulson, I remember exactly what you're saying. However, there are things that are so unfair in this district about teachers not being switched and changed and teachers that are stuck. If you were at Lake Forest, you wouldn't want to be there 4 or 5 years.
Can I just talk? I mean, listen, I said, I brought it up. You want to get people there. Why don't we, nobody went on deaf ears. That's tough to go to those schools. That's just one way to help it out. And maybe next time I bring it up, you'll listen.
Listen, don't tell me about what I'm going to listen.
Well, I just said maybe you will. I didn't say you would.
No. Don't tell me that tonight. It's late. Don't say words like that to me.
Don't yell at me.
It is late. Let's not argue, please.
Don't start me.
All right, I won't start.
You better be glad you live way where you are.
Are you threatening me?
Well,
I guess I would only add, it grieves me because I've heard it said that the superintendent says she can't make a teacher a highly effective teacher transfer from one school that's an easier environment to teach in to a high need school. So if that's one side of the coin, the other side of the coin is once a person has taught, a teacher has taught in a high need environment, they should not be shackled there. They should be free to leave. If they apply for something and they should not a blemish on their name or put on their application, that shouldn't happen. They should have the liberty to transfer out and to go if they would like to. It's hard to teach in those environments. Hillsborough County pays people not from TESA money. They have a principal pipeline type thing of teacher, some type of grant that they have where they really pay those teachers to teach in those different schools where it's high need. We're not doing that. $750, I've heard people say $1,500 is not enough money to teach in those environments. So if we don't want to transfer teachers from one area to go to another, to a high need school, I don't think we should put brakes on them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We should let them get out.
That's the only thing I would say.
We let them come in and say, if you go there, if you do a great job for us, then you can leave and go wherever you want to go. That would encourage them to go to these schools. That's basically what you're saying. I brought this up on numerous occasions.
No, we don't have that policy now. So since we don't have that policy now.
I know that. I'm just saying.
But right now we should not penalize people. And to me, I'm seeing it as a penalty.
But let's go on and get it where we get these people to go there. And, you spend 5 years in a tough school, 3 years in a tough school, then you want to get, you get burned out and you want them, and we give them a chance to go where they want. Encourage people to go there with the idea they won't be there for their whole career.
Well, I guess
a lot of counties do that.
That's a noble idea, but right now I don't know who Dr. McNeely is referring to, but I don't think we should put shackles on people and keep them.
I agree. I don't disagree.
I don't think we do. I
I
mean,
don't think we do though. I mean, that's what Kevin's saying they don't.
We are not doing that, board members. We are not prohibiting any teachers from seeking other positions. We are not doing that at all. If they want to have another position and that they interview and that principal wants to hire them, HR sends those job offers on through and we make that happen. So, you know.
I believe you.
okay, I hope that is settled. And if it isn't, maybe that can be settled between 2 or 3 people. You know, if there's any more board requests, it's been a long, long meeting, and I so appreciate the remarks that were made from several board members about the desire to work together to solve the problems that we have. No district is perfect. This one certainly isn't. And we're working as best we can to ameliorate and fix the problems that we have. So if there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.